Chapter VII Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recollections of the Ashanti War, Battle of Essamacao, Accession of Osei Akwatu to the throne, Battle of Afatu, Investment of Cape Coast, Flight of the Ashantis, Martial Law proclaimed, Battle of Dodowa, Ashanti Mode of Fighting, Death of Captain Hutchison. I cannot sufficiently express my sense of the uniform kindness I experienced from the residents at this station. My excellent friend Captain Hutchison lodged me in a good stone house, which was entirely appropriated to my own use, and I had also apartments allotted to me at the castle, so that I passed my time as agreeably as I could possibly desire. The interesting conversations in which I had the good fortune to participate afforded me a variety of curious and valuable particulars respecting the natives, and when it is remembered that the gentlemen from whom I derived those anecdotes and descriptions had mingled personally in the scenes to which they referred, they acquire an enhanced value from so unequivocal a proof of their authenticity. Many incidents connected with the Ashanti War were related to me with all the fire and energy which the soldier exhibits when he enumerates the dangers he has escaped and the victories in which he has shared. I wish I could transfer to my pages the spirit which inspired my informants, but I must leave the imagination of the reader to supply the strong feelings of personal interest involved in the details, contenting myself with a plain recital of a few short reminiscences. The Battle of Essamacao, which is registered in the Gold Coast Almanac with the significant prefix of fatal, was fought on the 21st of January, 1824. Hostilities commenced about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when both parties opened a brisk fire across a small river that separated their forces. Our troops consisted of only a few regulars, a small body of militia, and some irregular native allies, the whole commanded in person by His Excellency Sir Charles McCarthy, Governor of Sierra Leone. The regulars and militia alone were armed with bayonets, so that in the event of close collision, in which unfortunately this conflict terminated, we were at a fearful disadvantage, contending against a foe so much superior in numbers and so expert in the use of their hand arms. The firing across the river continued for 4 hours, but at 6 o'clock in the evening the English were compelled to cease in consequence of having exhausted all their remaining ammunition. The Ashantis, perceiving the difficulty in which our troops were placed, resolved to turn the opportunity to immediate account, and uttering discordant yells, rushed into the river and advanced en masse upon our forces. Sir Charles McCarthy saw that there was but one means of resistance left, and received the tumultuous enemy at the point of the bayonet. For some time the steadiness and courage of the English prevailed over the barbarian rage of the multitudes that threw themselves upon their serried ranks, and the Ashantis fell in rapid succession. But it soon became evident that the strictest discipline of such an inferior body could not withstand the increasing crowds that poured upon them. The English soldiers, finding themselves so hemmed in that their muskets became inconvenient to them, for want of space to exercise their arms with freedom, relieved themselves from the encumbrance by unfixing their bayonets and casting their muskets away. With this awkward weapon they continued the engagement against an enemy armed with long knives, in the use of which every Ashanti is singularly skilful. All the advantages of European knowledge and cooperation were at an end. It now became a terrific scene of slaughter in which physical power had the inevitable superiority. Opposed to such infuriated masses, the coolness of the English was of no avail. They fell quickly before the knives of the Ashantis, exhausted from the loss of blood and covered with numberless wounds. Happily their sufferings were of short duration, for the enemy, in the fulfilment of a barbarous usage, cut off their heads as they fell as trophies of their own personal prowess. Sir Charles Macarthy saw that the day was lost, and that it would be but an inglorious sacrifice of his own staff and the few soldiers that yet remained to continue on the field. He therefore prepared to retire, but this resolution, which in the breast of so brave an officer was slow to find a place, was taken too late. A large body of the enemy had already advanced upon his rear and intercepted his retreat. All hope even of escape was now cut off. The victory of the Ashantis was complete, and nothing but conjecture is left as to the cruel sufferings which were inflicted upon our gallant countrymen and allies before they surrendered their spirits to their Creator on that fatal day. 2 officers only escaped, Brigade Major Ricketts and Lieutenant Erskine. Almost all the principal Europeans were slaughtered, and only one, Mr. Williams, is known to have survived. He was sent to the court of Ashanti. The most melancholy feature in this affair is, that the officer who had charge of the ammunition neglected to keep the troops properly provided with powder, for had the supply been sufficiently prompt, it is believed that the Ashantis never could have succeeded in their advance movement, or indeed that they never would have attempted it, so great was our superiority over them in loading and firing. It is to be feared that great blame is attached to the management in this part of the arrangement for the necessities of the battle, for when Major Ricketts opened the 3 last kegs supplied to the troops for ammunition, he found to his consternation that they were filled with macaroni, although when the Ashantis plundered our camp the day after the battle, they discovered 10 kegs of ball cartridges amongst a great quantity of valuable booty. But however lamentable this negligence was, it should be suffered to pass into oblivion. The officer upon whom it is charged perished with his brave companions, and like them he is placed for judgment before a higher tribunal. It is therefore unnecessary, as it would be cruel to pain his friends and relatives by registering his name to mark a military error, which might have been caused by the unexampled confusion of the scene in which he was called upon to act so responsible a part. Shortly after this disastrous event, the late King of Ashanti, Tutu Kwamina, died. He just lived long enough to receive the intelligence of a triumph which inspired the Ashantis with the most extravagant hopes, and led them to prosecute the war with sanguinary violence. Akwatu, the Orange, the brother of the deceased king, had no sooner succeeded to the vacant throne than he resolved to follow up the advantages of the war with vigour. He believed that the death of an officer of such estimation as Sir Charles Macarthy must have thrown the ranks of the British soldiers into confusion and despair, and taking it for granted that a military demonstration on his part would be sufficient to complete the successes which had opened so successfully under his predecessor, he departed from his capital to take the command of the army which was then advancing on Cape Coast. On this occasion, agreeably to the superstitious usage of the natives, the head of the late king was carried into the files of the Ashantis as a charm to protect them in the battle, and an incentive to the performance of valorous deeds. When the king had made some progress towards the encampment, he sent a sarcastic message to the commander-in-chief, who was then at Afatu, within 10 miles of Cape Coast, which abundantly showed the confidence by which he was animated. His message was to the effect that he had learned in Kumasi that all the white men had been killed in the late action, and demanding to be informed what he, the commander, and all his young men were about, that they had not taken the castle. "Stop," was the naive reply of the general to the messenger. "Stop till Friday, when the white men are going to attack us. Then you can carry back to the king the news of what you see, and of what the young men have to do." Friday came in due course, and the army of the Ashantis went forward to redeem the pledge of their exulting general. This was the battle of Afatu, which took place on the 21st of May, 1824. The result was disastrous to the cause of the king. The natives were completely routed and driven from the scene of action, without the loss of a single officer on our side, and with but one wounded, Captain Hutchison, who commanded the Anamabo militia, and who was shot through both arms while he was leading his men to the charge. The Anglo-Fanti army, immediately after the Battle of Afatu, fell back on Cape Coast Castle, as had been previously arranged by Colonel Sutherland, who had arrived from Sierra Leone just before the battle. This movement of that portion of our troops enabled Major Chisholm, who possessed the entire confidence of all the soldiers, to take the command in the field. The King of Ashanti now joined the army, which he headed in person, and concentrating all his forces, he advanced towards Cape Coast Castle with the intention of blockading the town. On the 10th of June, 1824, he pitched his gorgeous pavilion, sparkling with its rich colors and costly embroidery in the effulgent sunlight, on a height to the northward of the town, in the valley between which and the back of the town lay the ground where the important issue was to be contested. For a whole month the belligerent parties lay in sight of each other, mutually watching their opportunities to attempt a decisive movement. Several skirmishes took place from day to day, but without making much impression on either side, and during this interval of suspense, in which our troops were exposed to the rays of a vertical sun, and in continual expectation of a hidden and treacherous attack from a barbarous horde, greatly superior in number, and with whom revenge is virtue, ascending volumes of smoke wreathing up into the air and blackening the bright expanse of heaven, marked the terrific conflagrations that were constantly taking place in the surrounding country. At length the eventful day arrived on the 11th of July, 1824. In order to understand the peculiar perils which our army had to encounter, it is necessary to observe that Cape Coast Castle stands near the sea, and that the town is built on the west side of it, at a short distance from the beach. Upon three conical hills that arise close to the back of the town, and run nearly parallel with the coast, our troops were stationed. The right hill was occupied by Major Chisholm's division, left by Major Purden's, and the centre by Captain Hutchison's, while the subordinate officers commanded the passes between the valley and the town, which were four in number, two beyond the hills and two between them. These passes were choked up with a dense jungle. The whole army was commanded by Colonel Sutherland, assisted by Sir John Villernoir, and most of the officers, seamen, and marines of His Majesty's ship Thetis. At noon the enemy pushed forward in immense numbers and with ferocious valor towards the passes, with the design of forcing them. Their attention was particularly directed to the right wing, as the town was considered to be most accessible on that side. Their savage cries, their heedless desperation, and tumultuous onset were well calculated to unnerve the bravery of troops accustomed to discipline and a more honourable species of warfare. But our soldiers met the Ashantis with an unmoved front. The resistance was as courageous as the attack was fierce, and the first approach of the enemy was repulsed with steadiness. It was at this crisis that Lieutenant Swansea fell, covered with wounds, at the head of his detachment. To this fine young man, whose gallantry was conspicuous in the action, might be applied with truth the celebrated words of the poet: "The young, the beautiful, the brave." The conflict raged with great fury, and the indomitable self-possession of our soldiers at last threw the Ashantis into confusion. Their wild exultations gave way to universal despair. A panic seized upon their irregular masses, which now filled the valley in a state of fearful commotion, and exhibited a terrific picture of savage desperation. Perceiving the incertitude of his army, the king descended from the hill for the purpose of animating the troops by his presence. The royal cortege, as it swept down the height and mixed with the heaving crowds below, was singularly imposing. The king advanced with a gaudy umbrella held over his head, followed by a glittering and diversified train, consisting of his numerous wives and eunuchs, celebrating his praises and his deeds in barbarous lyrics, while others amongst his retinue were employed in waving brilliant feathers and fans, and the tails of elephants and horses over the head of the monarch, keeping regular time with the inspiring war song, to which all his guards contributed an uproarious chorus. The king exhibited great personal courage and perseverance. Again and again he rallied his disconcerted troops, who were seen flying about in all directions in the utmost disorder. In this way the conflict was prolonged until darkness fell upon the scene and terminated the battle. On the cessation of hostilities, the Ashantis retired with the intention, as the British soldiers believed, of renewing the fight with the return of daylight. Major Chisholm, taking advantage of the circumstance, removed into the fort for the night, and discovered for the first time that the stock of ammunition, particularly the musket balls, was nearly exhausted. Rapid measures were adopted for repairing this disaster. All the leaden and pewter vessels in the town were immediately put in requisition, melted down during the night, and cast into round balls. Yet even this additional supply would have been of little avail had the enemy renewed the attack on the following day. But when the dawn returned, the Ashantis were seen in the distance, encamped in stillness and without exhibiting any disposition to encounter our soldiers again, and as evening began to fall, preparations were visible of an intention to retire from the field, and in a few hours afterwards the king of Ashanti, despairing of success, retreated with his army under cover of the night. From this period a cessation of arms followed, but the Ashantis becoming turbulent again, martial law was proclaimed on the 6th of June, 1826. Affairs were in this position when the Battle of Dodowa was fought on August 7, 1826, between the English, assisted by the native allies, and the Ashantis, with their allies, commanded in person by the king, commonly known by the designation of the Tiger King. The ground on which the battle was fought is an extensive plain, the surface of which is occasionally interspersed with clumps of trees and brushwood. It is distant from Accra northeast about 7 or 8 leagues, and lies 4 miles south of a village called Dodowa, from which it takes its name. The day on which it took place, being considered by the Ashantis as favorable to enterprises, was on that account anticipated by us, so that we were enabled to prepare for the action in time. About 8 o'clock in the morning our scouts brought intelligence that the enemy were already in motion, and the English drums immediately spoke with their fine martial music to our troops, who formed their lines with promptitude, stretching about 4 miles from east to west. The variety of costumes and flags of different nations exhibited by the European lines, including the native allies, presented a very picturesque and imposing appearance, and invested the scene with a peculiar, arid, inspiring interest. For several days previous to the battle, a dispute was maintained between the king of Akimbu, the king of Dankara, and the queen of Akim, as to who should have the honor of attacking the king of Ashanti's own band. This point, however, was finally settled by an arrangement which satisfied all parties. It was decided that the king of Akimbu should take the extreme right, while the king of Dankara and the queen of Akim should occupy the extreme left. Their zealous aspirations, notwithstanding their ardor, were disappointed after all, for the king of Ashanti, hearing that the white men filled the central position of the European lines, chose that point for his own attack on account of the great honor which he hoped to acquire by meeting the English in person. End of chapter 7, Part A. Chapter 7, Part B, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The officers and gentlemen engaged in the battle were Lieutenant Colonel Edward Purdon, commanding the whole, Captains Kingston and Rogers, and Lieutenant Calder of the Royal African Corps, Dr. Young of the staff, Mr. Henry Richter, merchant, Danish, Accra, with his own men, about 120, Mr. I. W. Hanson, merchant, British, Accra, with his men amounting nearly to a similar force, Mr. J. Jackson, merchant, Cape Coast, with Mr. Bannerman's men, Mr. Bannerman being in England in bad health, amounting also to about an equal strength, and Captain Hutchison, Anamabo, with the Cape Coast artificers, part of the townspeople, volunteers, assisted by Biney, a native chief, whose people, including the above-mentioned from Cape Coast, amounted to about 150. These formed the centre and were drawn up in lines, with the Royal African Corps as a reserve. The attack commenced from right to left about 9:30 o'clock. Several of the natives, unaccustomed probably to the regularity of European movements, came to the troops in the centre and reproached them in coarse and offensive language with cowardice for not opening their fire, which circumstance being communicated to the commanding officer, he ordered them instantly to advance. They accordingly moved forward about 400 yards, when a heavy, well-directed fire took place on our side. From this point the English troops continued steadily to proceed, the enemy slowly and sulkily giving way as they advanced. No prisoners were made, for as they fell they were put to death. Even in this summary cruelty there was a species of mercy, as many were ripped up and their hearts torn from the vital region, in order that the blood might be poured out on the ground as an offering to the triumph of the English arms. The fighting in many instances was of the most barbarous and ferocious description. In some cases single men marked their particular adversaries and dragged them from the ranks, and thus, combating in pairs, they wrestled and cut each other until the knife of the more fortunate gladiator entered the vital part of his antagonist and terminated the revolting contest. The enemy was pressed so hard by our troops that a distinguished captain of the Ashantis, either from despair or to end his misery the more speedily, blew himself up. A cry now arose that the Ashantis were advancing between the centre and the right wing of the army. The alarm was caused by a panic amongst the party from Danish Accra, the native troops in that quarter having, with their Carboceer at their head, retreated early in the action, it being, as they afterwards explained, against their fetish to fight on a Monday, and thus created in the remainder of the body apprehensions of weakness. This cowardly conduct of the Danes compelled the centre to fall back and abandon all the advantages their valour had obtained, a movement which immediately exposed them to a galling fire from the enemy, who now rushed onwards in immense numbers to crush the retiring troops. At this important crisis of the battle, Colonel Purdon advanced with the reserve, who brought rockets with them, a few of which, thrown amongst the enemy, spread the most appalling confusion. The hissing sounds of these novel messengers of death, the train of fire, the explosion, with the ghastly wounds inflicted by the bursting of the rockets, led them to suppose that this terrible instrument could be nothing less than thunder and lightning. While these proceedings were going forward in the centre, another party of Ashantis attacked the left wing of King Chabot of Dankara. The Winnebas, having fled at the first fire, never paused until they reached Accra. King Chabot, however, was in advance with a handful of his people, driving back his opponents, and a few rounds of grape fired over the heads of our troops soon relieved his party from their assailants. On the right wing the battle was never doubtful throughout the day. The King of Akimbu swept all before him, penetrated to the King of Ashanti's camp, took them in flank, and showed his rapid and victorious progress by a column of smoke that extended to the very heart of the enemy's lines. The example of the Ashanti captain, who blew himself up to escape from the hand of his adversaries, was followed by several other Ashantis in command. The sight of these suicides on the field of death was terrible. The explosion of the gunpowder, the shouts and groans of the combatants, the discordant noises produced by the rude instruments of the barbarian soldiery, the general melee of the raging battle, and the confusion that arose in consequence of the grass having caught the flames from the firing and the exploding powder, presented a scene which, with a little aid from the imagination, might have been easily translated by a poet or a painter into a vivid picture of the infernal regions. The effects of the rockets and grape shot produced so extensive an alarm amongst the enemy that they fled in all directions and were at last completely routed. The Danish flag now advanced from the rear, and it was soon seen that the fetish of the recreants, although it had forbidden them to fight on a Monday, had not made any provision against the commission of acts of spoliation, for these people were the very first to plunder the Ashanti camp, and then to run off with the booty as fast as they had fled from the field of battle. The Ashantis lost in this engagement the whole of their camp baggage, including a great quantity of gold. Towards the evening a number of prisoners were made, for our allies, tired of slaughter, contented themselves with making as many prisoners as they could for slaves. They were supposed altogether to have lost 5,000 men, amongst whom were most of the principal chiefs, and the king himself was wounded. One of his wives, to whom Mr. Bannerman introduced me at Accra, and a female child were taken prisoners. Our loss was comparatively trifling, not amounting to more than 800 killed and 1,600 wounded. Colonel Purdon received a contusion on the higher part of his right leg from a spent shot, and Mr. Richter received a shot through one of his thighs. Amongst the deaths there were 3 native chiefs who commanded in our lines. Soon after the battle, some of the Bo people brought several heads of Ashantis whom they had slain to Captain Hutchison as a proof of their personal courage and individual prowess. Some of these heads were recognized by Captain Hutchison as belonging to natives who had been known to him. Amongst the spoils, one head was found by the Aquapim chief, which excited curiosity by the care with which it was enclosed in wrappers, and Captain Hutchison desired that the covering should be removed. On taking off the first wrapper, they found the second to be a fine parchment inscribed with Arabic characters. Beneath this was a final envelope of tiger skin, the well-known emblem of royalty among the Ashantis. The evident pains which had been taken in the preservation of this head satisfied all the bystanders that it was the head of Sir Charles Macarthy, to which it was generally understood regal honours had been paid by the natives. The gratification which this discovery gave to our countrymen may be easily conceived, and they lost no time in sending the head to England together with the first account of the Battle of Dodowa. The head, however, had scarcely been forwarded to its destination when some prisoners who had been taken in the action made the disagreeable disclosure that the head belonged not to Sir Charles Macarthy, but to the late King Osei Tutu Quamina, and that it had been taken into the battle in conformity with the prevailing usage of the people. The effects of this information, though painful, were ludicrous enough. The head of the Ashanti king had found its way to England as an accredited relic of the lamented Sir Charles Macarthy, and was the first remains of an Ashanti that had ever perhaps received the solemn rite of Christian burial; while on the other hand the head of Sir Charles Macarthy had been deposited with all the rude pomp of their heathen ceremonials in a pagan cemetery. However disappointed the friends and countrymen of Sir Charles Macarthy must feel at the discovery of this strange interchange of relics, the Ashantis are still more mortified at a circumstance which has robbed their royal catacombs of one of its mementos and broken the line of death's heads by which the chronology of the throne is perpetuated. They are quite ashamed of the occurrence, and greatly annoyed whenever it is alluded to, more particularly as the Fantis, their immediate enemies, take every opportunity of reproaching them with a loss which they consider to be a disgrace. Connected with this subject is the Ashanti mode of fighting, a description of which will serve to illustrate the previous details. In the first place, we must suppose them to be encamped with the intention of advancing to attack their enemy. They commence their operations by cutting a number of footpaths for a single person only to make his way through the bush. These paths are cut parallel, equidistant, and just within hearing. By these numerous paths they all advance in Indian file until they arrive in front of the enemy, when they form in line as well as circumstances will admit. Their arms and accoutrements consist of a musket without a bayonet, the lock of which is covered with a piece of leopard's or some other skin to protect it from the weather, a pouch tied around their waist containing the powder in about 20 or 30 small boxes of light wood, each having a single charge, a small bag of loose powder hanging down on the left side, and in addition to this a keg or barrel of powder is carried for each party to replenish from when required. Their shot is language composed of pieces of iron, lead, ironstone broken in small pieces, etc., etc., and is carried loosely in a bag. The last of these materials is most generally used, as it is procured with facility, being found lying in great quantities on the surface of the earth. They load their muskets with a large charge of both powder and shot. In their buckskin belts they carry from 6 to 20 knives of various lengths, together with the cutlass or bill hook, the former for cutting off heads, and the latter for clearing their way through the underwood. On arriving near the enemy, they cut a path transversely in front of those before mentioned, in which path they form their line within 20 or 30 paces of the enemy, having a little brushwood in front for their protection. They then immediately commence firing through the intermediate bush. So soon as one of either party observes an opponent fall, he rushes forward and seizes him by the throat, when with great dexterity he separates the head from the body by means of one of his knives, and runs off with it to lay it at the feet of his captain. After the action is over, the captain collects all the heads that he has received, puts them into bowls, and causes them to be presented to the chief of the army. I cannot take leave of this subject, or of the scenes to which it relates, without reverting to the name of Captain Hutchison, a sharer in the dangers and the glories of the war, and one to whom I am indebted for many valuable particulars, and for an anxious and steady friendship, upon which I shall always look back with satisfaction and gratitude. Very lately, indeed, while these memoirs have been in preparation for the press, the painful intelligence of his death has reached me. I had been favoured by a visit from him since his return to England after an an absence of 17 years in Africa, and anticipated shortly to have had that gratification renewed, looking forward to our meeting with something like the anticipations of a veteran who hopes in the society of some ancient and well-beloved comrade to fight his battles o'er again. But these pleasurable dreams of life are not at our own disposal, and we must submit to the will of that power in whose hands are the agencies of all the elements, of which man is but a perishable compound. My acquaintance with Captain Hutchison commenced under circumstances which cannot easily be obliterated from my memory, and ripened into friendship almost unconsciously. I speak of him as I knew him, and even my partiality, heightened by my regret, cannot much exaggerate his merits. He was a brave officer and an intelligent gentleman. His mind was practical, prompt, and energetic, and he united to the qualities of a strict disciplinarian all the kind feelings that embellish the character of social benevolence. Peace to his ashes, and honor to his name. End of chapter 7, Part B. Chapter 8, Part A, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Embarkation, departure for Accra, land route, Accra roads, visit to Danish Accra, dilapidations of the fortresses at Dutch and English Accra, Captain Queen, Mr. Thomas Park, cause of his death unknown, departure for Fernando Po, first view of the island, anchor in Maidstone Bay, early history of the settlement, Captain Owen's expedition visited by the inhabitants, site for the settlement determined, author's mission to the King of Barracuda, visit of the King, native costume, ecstasy of the natives, distribution of presents, second visit to the King, His Majesty's evasive conduct, renewed interviews, a native thief, intended punishment, cutthroat, a native chief, visit to King Cove, purchase of land. Friday, October 19, when on the point of embarking with Mr. Goller, the purser of the Eden, we took some refreshment at Mr. Castle's commissariat officer, whom I had the pleasure of unexpectedly meeting again at New South Wales, and who is one of the few survivors after serving some years at Sierra Leone and Cape Coast. Embarking as well as landing at this place is a matter of some moment, the passengers and a part of the crew being obliged to get into the boat before they launch her from the beach, for the surf is occasionally so heavy as to become exceedingly perilous. Canoes are frequently upset in the attempt to get off in bad weather, and the purser of a man-of-war was drowned in this manner a few years before, but the natives, who are like fish in the water, are indifferent to the danger. All they care about is to keep the boat from being stove, and to save her appointments. There was a small lodge of rocks about 100 yards from the shore that would answer for the foundation of a breakwater, which it is calculated might be effected at the cost of from £300 to £500, and which certainly would be most desirable for affording protection and facility to boats, both on landing and leaving the shore. Saturday, October 20th, at 8 this morning, we left Cape Coast roads with a fine breeze for Accra, a distance of 60 miles by sea and 85 by land. A sketch of the land route may not be uninteresting. 4 miles eastward of Cape Coast is Moree and the Dutch Fort Nassau. 6 miles from Moree is Ennemabak, the most complete fortification in the country. 5 miles from thence, Coromantine, the first fort possessed by the English and built by them about the middle of the 17th century. It was taken afterwards by the Dutch, and being stormed was almost destroyed by the Ashanti army before it attacked Anamabo. The position is very commanding. Tumquary, a small English fort, is about 18 English miles from Coromantine, crossing the small river Amissa, an hour's walk inland from which is Mankassim, the capital of the Brafo district of Fantee. The natives call the town Tuam. 8 miles from Tumquary is the town of Afram, where there is a Dutch fort and a small river. 8 miles from Afram is Simpa, or Winneba. The people of Simpa are Fantis, but their language is called Afutu. They are in the district of Aguna. About 9 miles from Simpa is the Dutch fort Barraco. The natives call the town Lanaya. Atta Avakim laid a contribution on this fort in March 1811. About 27 miles from Barraco is Accra, or Incron, once subject to Akwambu, which people, according to Isert, formerly drove them to Popo. We had only the Horatio schooner in company, the African steam vessel and Diadem transport having sailed the preceding evening for Fernando Po. Sunday, 21st, at 11 o'clock this forenoon, we anchored in Accra Roads, where we found His Majesty's ship Esk, Captain Purchase, who came on board to wait on Captain Owen. I had the pleasure of accompanying this gentleman on his return, first to his ship and then to the shore, in a very fine canoe of the country belonging to Mr. Bannerman, who is the only English merchant at Accra. This canoe was 50 feet in length, pulling 17 paddles, and Mr. B. has had it raised 2 feet in the forepart, where the passengers were seated on chairs, expressly to protect him from the sea in his occasional voyages to and from Cape Coast Castle. We found the beach equally bad for landing as at Cape Coast. Some of the officers of the Eden and Esk, as well as myself, dined with Mr. Bannerman, and I slept at the house of Captain Fry, who was commandant of the English fort here, which is in a most ruinous state, and instead of being fort, I should say it was foible. Monday, 22nd, after breakfast, a party of us in 2 gigs, drawn by 4 blacks each, went to Danish Accra, a distance of 2 miles, and a very good road. The Danish governor and all the officers received us very politely, and invited us to remain and pass the day with them. The fortress was very clean in every way, apparently in good order. What is called Danish Accra is merely the fortress, which is the case with Dutch and English Accra, for there are no Europeans living in private houses except Captain Fry and Mr. Bannerman. The fortress of Dutch Accra is even in a more ruinous state than that of the English, and is entirely deserted. There is a native town, of course, and in it are to be found jewellers, who make ornaments of every fashion out of the purest gold brought from the interior. The gold is £4 per ounce, and they charge an additional pound for converting it into necklaces, bracelets, or any other ornaments of whatever pattern you may fancy. Mr. Bannerman invited us to visit one of the King of Ashanti's favourite wives, who had been made prisoner during the war, with her daughter and granddaughter, whom Mr. B. had accommodated with part of his house, where his own 2 sisters were living, distant about 1/4 of a mile from the house of business where he resided. They were apprised of our visit, and were dressed accordingly to receive us. Mr. Bannerman is himself a gentleman of colour, and a man of education. He resided a long time in England, and is a sensible, mild, and gentlemanlike man. He supplies all our men of war on the African station, when they call at Accra, with bullocks, vegetables, etc., etc. Mr. Thomas Park, who left England as one of the midshipmen of the Sybil, but with 3 years' leave of absence from his ship so soon as she arrived on the coast, ordered by the Admiralty for the express purpose of travelling in Africa, with the avowed intention of endeavouring to discover the course and source of the Niger, was landed at Accra some time since from that ship, and passed a short time there in studying some of the languages of the countries through which he meant to travel. He left Accra to proceed on his journey into the interior on the 29th of September, 1827, and arrived at Mampong in Aquapim on the 2nd of October. This he left on the 5th for Aquapong, the chief town of Aquapim, and on the 10th left Aquapong for Aquambo, a town at the head of the Volta River, where he arrived on the 16th of October. I heard that he had been kindly treated so far as he had penetrated, but as at the last mentioned place he took a fancy to climb a particular tree, which the natives entreated him to desist from, saying that it was fetished. However, he persisted and accomplished his wish. A few days after this he was taken ill, and as every one knows, he did not survive to tell his own story. Perhaps the precise cause of his death will ever remain in doubt. This gentleman was a son of the celebrated Mungo Park, than whom no man was better calculated for such an enterprise, and whose loss is perhaps more to be regretted than that of any other African traveller. But I lament to say that from the moment I heard of his son, an inexperienced young man undertaking an enterprise of of such magnitude as that of penetrating alone into the interior of an unknown country to solve a problem in the pursuit of which so many distinguished travelers had failed and fallen. I confess I never supposed he would live to return. In fact, the project appeared to me what is emphatically expressed in the old proverb, a wild goose chase. For where men of maturer judgment and greater experience found that they could not contend against the superstitions, prejudices, and artifices of those cunning savages, how was it to be expected that a youth of 19 could possibly succeed? I have heard that his desire for traveling in Africa arose from a romantic notion that had entered his head when a boy of seeking for his father in the interior of that country to ascertain whether he was alive and in slavery or had lost his life by sickness or violence. This filial enthusiasm continued to haunt him until a short time before he left England, when he abandoned the fond hope of recovering his father, whose death was confirmed by a variety of coincident circumstances, but still he resolved to persevere in his long-cherished scheme of visiting the interior of Africa. Impelled perhaps by the name he inherited and a latent passion to emulate the deeds of his father, on the same field of action he embarked in this hazardous and unfortunate enterprise. But mark the difference of character and qualifications. The father, a man of mature judgment, whose experience in the world gave him considerable advantages, was also of an age and temperament that rendered him less liable to the endemic diseases of such a climate, while his patience, perseverance, and medical skill enabled him to surmount difficulties which a younger man by his rashness would only increase. The son, a young sailor just entering life, full of enthusiastic ardor and perhaps of confidence, from the information he had collected from books, little thinking that theoretical knowledge is of no avail in comparison with the practical study of human nature, particularly amongst savage tribes, which time and experience alone can give, was of all persons the worst qualified for such an undertaking. He possessed no knowledge whatever of the country or the people, and had not a single individual to hold counsel with amongst a variety of savage nations, where he would occasionally meet with some of the most cunning and intriguing people in the world. I, of course, allude to the Arabs, who alone possess any influence or can be supposed to be secure amongst the Africans of the interior, cut off as they are from all European nations on the coast. The Mohammedan religion is the only one that is generally known, and the only written one amongst these people, the rest being mere superstitious forms and customs, which, however, do not vary in any great degree in the whole country. The Arabs are very jealous of the ascendancy they possess over the various nations of the continent of Africa, and studiously endeavor to prevent strangers from traversing the interior, from the fear of losing the influence they have acquired over this poor, ignorant, and superstitious people. It appears singular that there should have been no rain at Accra, where their crops were failing for the want of it, although it rained every day at Cape Coast. There were several heaps of shells on the beach at Accra, principally consisting of the common cowrie and the large mussel. They had been collected for the purpose of undergoing the process of calcination. In the absence of limestone, they are used as a substitute and are considered to produce a finer and stronger lime. About sunset we embarked in the same large canoe from which I landed, and immediately after our arrival on board, the Eden got under way, when we shaped our course for our ultimate destination, the island of Fernando Po, a distance of 530 miles, bearing about east by south, quarter south, while HMS Esk left Accra roads for Cape Coast. Friday, 26th, after a 4 days' passage across the Gulf of Guinea, at 7 o'clock this morning we saw the island of Fernando Po, bearing southeast. This island can be seen from a considerable distance, being distinguished by some very high peaks. At 4 in the afternoon the wind fell away nearly to a calm, when we found ourselves close in with the land and a current carrying us still closer. However, fortunately a light breeze sprung up, when we were glad to stand off for the night. On the following morning, Saturday 27th, we made towards the land, sailing along the coast, which presented the most picturesque scenery that could well be imagined, until we anchored in Maidstone Bay at 3:30 in the afternoon, 12 fathoms water, black mud. The island of Fernando Po, situated off the western coast of Africa in the Gulf or Bight of Biafra, between 3 degrees and 4 degrees north latitude and 8 degrees and 9 degrees east longitude, is about 120 miles in circumference. It is generally believed to have been discovered in the year 1471 by a Portuguese navigator, who gave it the name of Ilha Formosa, or the Beautiful Isle, afterwards changed for that of its discoverer, which it now retains. The Portuguese first established a settlement upon it, which they, however, abandoned, and subsequently transferred the right of possession to Spain, receiving in exchange the island of Trinidad off the coast of Brazil. In the year 1764 a new settlement was founded by Spain, which after a lapse of 18 years was also abandoned for causes which have not been satisfactorily explained, although it is generally believed that a series of misunderstandings with the natives took place, which principally produced that result. Since this period the island has been left to its native inhabitants, excepting that various European and particularly English vessels have occasionally touched at it for the purpose of procuring water and yams, the latter of which it grows the finest in the world, and which the natives were accustomed to barter for pieces of iron. At length a variety of considerations determined the British government to attempt a new settlement on this island. These it may be proper briefly to state. In the first place, the convenient situation of the island at the distance of only 20 miles from the mainland of Africa, and in the immediate neighborhood of the mouths of the many large rivers which pour their waters into the Gulf of Biafra, appeared to afford a most eligible point for checking the slave trade, of which this position may be considered the very center. Secondly, it was imagined, and the consideration reflects the highest honor on the humanity of our government, that the adoption of the measure would tend materially to diminish the sufferings of the miserable objects of human traffic, the unfortunate slaves who too frequently sank under the confinement and disease incidental to a protracted voyage to Sierra Leone before their liberation could be legally accomplished. In the third place, it was hoped that the greater salubrity of the new colony would lead to the eventual abandonment of the settlements of Sierra Leone and Cape Coast Castle, the direful effects of whose climates upon European life have long been proverbial. The insular position of Fernando Po and the nature of its climate and localities appeared to offer an earnest that it would not abound with those destructive malaria which have proved on the neighboring continent so fatal to our brave countrymen. I might also advert to the facilities which the situation of Fernando Po at the estuaries of so many great rivers, together with its insularity, holds out for extending and protecting our commercial relations with Central Africa, and probably extending the blessings of civilization amongst its inhabitants. These, however, although important, were minor considerations with the British government. To carry the proposed object into effect, an expedition was fitted out in the early part of the summer of 1827, under the command of Captain William Fitzwilliam Owen of His Majesty's ship Eden, who received the appointment of superintendent of the colony, and than whom no one could be better adapted to fulfill the important duties which were to devolve upon him. Captain Harrison, a highly meritorious and indefatigable officer, received the chief civil appointment under him. A number of appropriate artificers, with an abundant supply of the requisite stores, including several framed wooden houses ready for immediate erection, were embarked in a transport, and it was arranged that a body of troops, with an additional number of workmen and laborers from Sierra Leone, should be attached to the expedition on its arrival at the settlement. On first approaching the island, its mountains were shrouded from view by heavy clouds and a hazy atmosphere, which, however, gradually dispersed as we neared the shore, and revealed to the eyes of my companions a magnificent display of mountain scenery, closely studded with large trees, and thick with underwood, whose luxuriant foliage of various tints and hues, blending with the scarcely ruffled bosom of the ocean, and the retiring clouds, making the sky each moment become more lucid and transparent, formed such a variegated picture of natural beauty that we unanimously hailed it as the land of promise. End of chapter 8, Part A. Chapter 8, Part B of the Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was not long before the scene began to assume an aspect of animation, the immediate consequence of our arrival, for in less than half an hour after we anchored, a number of canoes with several natives in each, who had already been trafficking with the Diadem, approached us for the purpose of bartering the productions of their island, namely yams, fowls, palm wine in calabashes, fish, some boxes made of split cane, monkey and snake skins, with other trifling articles, 4 pieces of iron hoop a few inches long, which we afterwards found they made into 2-edged knives by beating them between stones until they succeeded in shaping the blade to their purpose, when they fitted it into a wooden handle from 4 to 6 inches in length. In the first instance, however, they evinced considerable doubt and timidity, as they did riot venture to come alongside, but kept the stern of their canoes directed towards us, to be ready to paddle away on the first show of hostility, while a man remained in the forepart to carry on the barter. We in vain attempted to induce them to come on board, for, pointing in reply to their fetish, they gave us to understand that this was either prohibited or imprudent. It was easy to perceive that the natives were fine-looking, active, middle-sized men, with an agreeable and animated expression of countenance. The natural colour of their skin was not ascertainable, the whole body being painted or rather daubed over with a composition of clay or ochre mixed up with palm oil. The prevailing colour was red, which seems to belong more exclusively to the lower classes. Some few, however, had used a yellow, and others a grey pigment, probably as a mark of distinction, and which we afterwards found appropriated to the king's or chief men. The faces were much seamed or scarified, while other parts of the body, and particularly the abdomen, were more or less tattooed. It is curious to remark among the African savages the variety of delineations on their skin, tattooed in lines, figures, or tropes, by way of ornament, fashion, or distinction in nation and rank, which perhaps cannot be better described than in the words of the poet. Prince Jolo and his royal sisters, scarred with 10,000 comely blisters, the marks remaining on the skin to tell the quality within. Distinguished flashes deck the great, as each excels in birth or state. His oilet holes are more and ampler. The king's own body was a sampler. Their weapons were wooden, well-barbed spears with their points hardened by fire, each individual being provided with 3 or 4. We afterwards, however, found that these were not the only means of defence, as they are possessed of slings, in the use of which they acquire no inconsiderable expertness. The canoes appeared to be from 15 to 30 feet in length, and each capable of carrying from 3 to 12 persons. These were provided with sails made of a kind of split rattan, matting of an oblong square form, the longer side placed perpendicularly, and some of them had a staff erected in the bow, with a bunch of feathers at the top of it. When our muskets were fired at sunset, the whole immediately shoved off, being evidently much alarmed at the report, and most of them, hoisting their sails, endeavoured to reach the shore with all possible celerity. Sunday, October 28. Notwithstanding it rained heavily this morning, a great number of the natives came off to us at an early hour, for the purpose of renewing their barter, to exchange their articles for pieces of iron, a metal which they appeared to hold in the highest estimation, and which became the almost exclusive medium of our traffic with them. This metal they wisely prefer, nay, almost worship, for its usefulness. Knives, hatchets, and iron hoop rank first in their good opinion, scissors and razors holding a secondary place, for they deem 6 inches in length of old iron hoop, a quantity which would purchase half a dozen yams, varying from 6 to 12 pounds each in weight, far more valuable than the best razor you can present them with. In short, the fairy sacra fames may here be well substituted for the auri fames of more civilized nations. We may safely aver that in our intercourse with these people we have the love of iron, the chief exciting principle of their more generous as well as malignant passions, an opinion which many subsequent anecdotes in this narrative will prove. The natives had to-day gained an evident accession of confidence, as some of them ventured on board, not, however, without many symptoms of timidity. A boy of 12 years old allowed himself to be conducted over the ship, and was shown a variety of articles, of course entirely novel to him. With these he was, as may be supposed, exceedingly astonished, but more particularly with a looking-glass, and by the ringing of a small bell. In the course of the day, Captain Owen landed at various points for the purpose of investigating the localities of the neighbourhood, and with a view of selecting the most eligible situation for our intended establishment. Lieutenant Robinson also went on shore to take sights for comparing the chronometers. Several natives approached the latter gentleman, offering him yams in barter, but were careful not to come too near so long as his men remained armed with muskets. As it was evident from their signs that they wished these to be laid aside, Lieutenant Robinson, in order to inspire them with confidence, directed his party to ground arms, while he and Mr. Jeffrey advanced towards them. Satisfied with this demonstration, their whole anxiety now appeared to be how to dispose of their yams, which they professed by signs and with the affectation of fatigue to have brought from a great distance. They were not a little disappointed that our party, being unprovided with the necessary medium for payment, hoop iron, were unable to effect the purchase. Monday, October 29. The natives who have visited us in great numbers today are evidently increasing their stock of confidence, and indeed beginning to be not a little troublesome, as we have no small difficulty in preventing them from coming on board. At 7 o'clock in the morning we changed our anchorage to the opposite side of the bay, near the Adelaide Islets and close to Point William. A party went on shore for wood and water, in the procuring of which they were assisted by the natives. Tuesday, October 30. Captain Owen, having now thoroughly investigated the vicinity of this place, determined upon the site of our future settlement. For this purpose Maidstone Bay, in consequence of its capacity being about 4 miles and a half from Cape Bullen, its northwestern limit, to Point William, the excellency of its anchorage and the smoothness of its water offered peculiar advantages, to which may be added its reception of the waters of the Barracuda River, with other smaller streams, and the abundance of its fine fish of various kinds, including 2 or 3 species of turtle. On the southeastern side, adjoining to coves which have received their respective names of Clarence and Cockburn Coves, 2 necks of land project into the bay, the one named Point Adelaide, with 2 small islands off it bearing the same name, the other Point William. It was on the latter, constituting a kind of peninsula, projecting nearly 600 yards into the sea, that Captain Owen decided upon fixing the infant settlement, which is probably destined to become the future emporium of the commerce as well as the centre of civilization of this part of the globe, giving it, out of compliment to His Royal Highness the Lord High Admiral, the name of Clarence. Besides the above-named peninsula, the new settlement comprises other adjoining lands which were afterwards respectively known by the appellations of Bushy Park, Longfield, Paradise, and New Lands, with some which have not yet received any name, the whole constituting an elevated plain, lying between 100 and 200 feet above the level of the sea, and at present thickly covered with timber and jungle. In Clarence Cove there is an excellent spring of water, issuing from a cliff about 66 yards above low water mark, well calculated to supply the exigencies of the settlement, and which it is intended to conduct by means of chutes down to the beach. Settlement of Clarence. The above situation having been finally decided upon, Captain Owen determined to lose no time in commencing operations, and in the course of the day, notwithstanding it proved rainy, a party of 100 crewmen and other black labourers were landed, under the command of Mr. Vidal, the senior lieutenant, and immediately began to clear a road through the jungle to the spot selected for the new town. Accompanied by Mr. Morrison, I also went ashore at Barracuda for the purpose of inviting the supposed king of the island, but who, we have since reason to believe, is only the chief of a tribe. His Majesty would have accepted our invitation had not his attendants offered a strong opposition. All we could gain was a promise that he would visit us early on the following morning. Our interpreter was a black soldier of the Royal African Corps, named Anderson, who professed to have some acquaintance with the language of the islanders. We found afterwards, however, that his Fernandian vocabulary was scarcely more copious than a sensible parrot might acquire in a month. His knowledge of the English, at all events, was so exceedingly defective as to make another interpreter necessary to explain what he meant to express in our language. This man was left to pass the night at the royal residence, in order that he might avail himself of opportunities to inspire his Majesty with confidence, and be ready to accompany him on his visit in the morning. Wednesday, October 31. The steam vessel African arrived today, and brought in 2 vessels under Brazilian colours, which Lieutenant Badgley had boarded and detained under strong suspicion of their being engaged in the slave trade. At 9 o'clock the king of Barracuda, accompanied by his brother and 5 or 6 other chiefs, came on board according to promise and without betraying any symptoms of timidity. The party were immediately conducted to the captain's cabin and entertained with wine and biscuit, which they appeared to partake of with considerable relish. His Majesty, however, had not come unprovided, and his canoe having been stored with some calabashes of palm wine, which he sent for and distributed freely. We partook of this wholesome beverage, but some of the natives mixed it with Madeira. I must not omit to mention that, whether as a point of etiquette or intended as an expression of gratitude for the attentions they were receiving, the king and his chiefs were particularly desirous of rubbing their long beards against those of the party who happened to be possessed of a similar ornament. Amongst other circumstances which gave them satisfaction, they were highly gratified by sitting on our chairs, and we have since learned that in our own residences they are in the habit of using logs of wood for this purpose, a custom differing from many of the African nations. A description of their dress, which was in the most fanciful savage taste, cannot fail to be interesting. In the first place, the body was completely smeared over with the kind of paint I have before described. His Majesty's colour, like that which distinguishes the imperial family of China, being yellow, while the livery of his attendants was dark red. The hair of the head was dressed in long, small curls hanging down behind, and which, instead of hair powder and pomatum, were well stiffened with ochre and oil. In front, similar curls, dividing from the forehead, hung down on each side below the ears, somewhat in the style of Van Dyck's female portraits of the age of Charles I. The forehead was generally round, sufficiently elevated to give phrenological indications of a fair portion of intellect, and perhaps unusually well displayed by a custom which prevails of having their hair shorn in front an inch beyond the line of its natural growth, so as in conjunction with the peculiar disposition of curls before described to leave the part fully exposed. In some instances 7 or 8 strings of beads, in imitation of the natural curls, were adjusted with much care over the forepart of the head, and conducted separately behind the ears, the end of each string reaching down to the shoulders. This singularly ornamental headdress was surmounted by a flat-fish, low-crowned hat, with a narrow brim, the whole shape not a little resembling that of Mambrino's helmet. The framework, constructed of loosely wove split rattan, was covered over and ornamented with leaves, the bones of monkeys and other animals, and a few white and occasionally red feathers, the latter of which appeared to have been dyed in the blood of some animal. This hat was secured to the head by a skewer, which passed through the crown and penetrated a tuft of hair collected above the vertex. The neck, arms, body, above the hips, and the legs below the knee were encircled by ornamental bands in the form of bracelets, which were for the most part composed of strings of beads, or the vertebrae of small snakes. To the girdle which thus surrounded the body was appended, hanging down in front, the only article of covering which they can be said to wear, consisting of the skin of some animal, which in many instances was decorated with a bunch of herbage. His Majesty, however, as a mark of distinction, wore also a similar covering behind. After having been entertained in the cabin, we conducted the party along the main deck, and showed them our horses, oxen, pigs, etc., with the whole of which they were highly gratified, especially with the cow, whose tail was a source of ineffable delight to them, each of them handling it in succession, plucking out its hairs, and shaking it with every indication of astonishment. The band was directed to play for their amusement, and delighted them to such a degree that they could not restrain themselves from running into the midst of it. The king's brother was so enraptured that he capered about with excess of joy, making the most uncouth gestures in accordance with the music. So played Orpheus, and so danced the brutes. Our more difficult task was yet to be encountered, the distribution of presents. His Yellow Majesty was in the first place complimented with the whole of an iron hoop, straightened out for the occasion, and also with 6 fishing hooks. To his brother we gave half the quantity, while the minor chiefs received about 1 foot in length each. Some squabbling occurred during this arrangement, which was at length happily concluded, pretty much to the satisfaction of the whole party, and they left the ship in apparent good humour, evidently highly gratified with their visit. Thursday, November 1. A heavy fall of rain disappointed us in an arrangement to visit the chiefs on shore. Friday, November 2. Notwithstanding it continued to rain heavily at intervals, I went on shore in company with Messrs. Galler and Morrison for the purpose of arranging with the king for the establishment of a market. On landing we were surrounded by a number of natives, who treated us with more kindness than on our preceding visit, not forgetting, however, both male and female, from the youngest to the oldest, to importune us incessantly for iron. It was almost dangerous to take particular notice of any individual, for they immediately assumed it as an indication of a disposition to make them a present, and began to double their importunities. Not finding the king or his chiefs on the beach, we sent to announce our arrival, yet we had to wait 2 hours before they condescended to appear. During this time Mr. Galler amused himself with shooting monkeys, which appeared to afford some interest and amusement to the natives, who assisted in pointing out the game, and laughed heartily whenever he missed his aim. At length the king arrived, and we explained as well as we could the object of our visit, to which he listened with great attention, appearing to comprehend so as finally to accede to our wishes. He then proposed, in order to preserve a mutual good understanding, that in the event of any breach of faith on the part of their people, we should immediately communicate the same to the chiefs, who would take care to have the delinquent properly punished, while on the other hand, if any of our people were guilty of improper conduct towards them, they would represent it to our chief. This proposal, after a deliberate discussion, was agreed to on both sides, the contract confirmed by drinking palm wine, and a mutual exchange of presents as follows. We tendered an axe to the king, and he returned the compliment by presenting us with a fowl. End of Chapter VIII, Part B. Chapter VIII, Part C of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We now propose to accompany His Majesty back to his village. With this he appeared perfectly acquiescent, taking me by the hand and leading me forward as if he were conducting me to the point proposed. But we soon found that his real intention was to lead us to our boats. We still, however, imagined that this was only with the view of taking us some nearer way home, but when we wished him to enter the boat with the intention of coasting it to another part of the shore, he positively declined, giving us to understand that his house was not good enough to receive us, and that it contained nothing in the shape of refreshments sufficient to do honour to the visit. We were, however, predetermined, and as our interpreter was acquainted with the way, proceeded with Captain Smith and Mr. Jeffrey, in addition to our former party. When we arrived, we were ready to admit that His Majesty had some reason not to be over anxious for our company, for neither was the road nor the accommodations of his hut calculated either for a visit of pleasure or ceremony. In many parts the path was not only slippery, but interrupted by roots of trees and pools of water, added to which it lay through a thick jungle which swarmed with myriads of ants. His Majesty's hut was a mere thatched roof, the eaves of which nearly reached to the ground, supported by posts, and with only one end protected from the weather. The chief articles of furniture were logs of wood as substitutes for stools, and an inclined plane of wood 5 feet in length to serve the purpose of a bed, the pillar of which was a round bar 3 or 4 inches in diameter, supported at the proper height by 2 brackets. The king's brother, who had arrived first, received us with much good humour, but regretted that he had nothing to entertain us with. In a short time, however, a calabash of stale palm wine was handed in, which, having first tasted according to the African custom, with a view of proving that it contained no poison, he presented to us. After resting a short time, we returned to our boats, in order to prosecute the formation of the now colony with the greatest energy. Every hand which could possibly be spared was sent on shore. A better approach to Point William, the acclivity being more gentle, was discovered this morning, and a large party immediately employed in clearing away the timber and brushwood, for the purpose of making a broad road through it. Saturday, November 3, the Eden was moved nearer to Point William and the Adelaide Islands for the greater convenience of landing the working parties, stores, etc. The steam vessel and her prizes also left their anchorage in the bay and moved into Clarence Cove. Not a single canoe was visible on the water, and very few natives on the shore. We were informed by our interpreter that they were occupied with the funeral of a chief, but suspect that the different tribes were assembled in council to discuss the subject of our arrival and our evident intention to form a settlement among them. November 4, some native chiefs were much delighted with sitting in our chairs, but when the captain presented them with a few knives, small looking-glasses, and other trinkets, their delight was raised to rapture, expressed by clapping their hands and singing certain short sentences in a high tone of voice, at the same time bowing their heads as if to indicate their readiness to admit our superiority. We were afterwards informed that these songs were in our praise, and implied the following meaning: "Truly you are come to do us good." We entertained them with palm wine, Madeira, biscuit, fish, and yams. We found, however, on this as on all other occasions, that these unsophisticated people preferred their native viands to our European delicacies. They appeared much interested with the 3 European females we had on board, but whether they had sufficient taste to prefer them to their native beauties, I shall not pretend to determine. After remaining 2 hours on board, they took their leave and returned to the shore. Monday, November 5, Anderson, who had been absent 2 days, returned this morning in a large canoe of 17 paddles, accompanied by the same party of chiefs who had visited us yesterday, with, however, an addition of the king's son. Before coming alongside, they pulled round the ship, singing most loudly and merrily. Though Captain Owen was on shore, they were taken into the cabin and entertained until his return, after which he gave a present to each of them. Notwithstanding this liberality, the principal chief fixed his covetous eye upon an axe, and expressed a most eager desire to become possessed of it. Captain Owen, however, notwithstanding his wish to conciliate the natives as much as possible, did not think proper to gratify his cupidity, but he promised that it should be presented to the king at the next interview with him. In the afternoon a tornado arose and drove most of the canoes away. The chiefs, however, remained on board until it was over, and then left us under an arrangement that the captain should pay a visit to the king on the following Wednesday. Tuesday, November 6, we had a wet morning, succeeded by a fine day. Many canoes full of natives came alongside. About noon a native was discovered by the master-at-arms to have stolen an axe which he had secreted in a piece of canvas that he had picked up and tied round his waist in the manner of an apron. On taking it from him, he made a desperate attempt to escape by running down the ship's side into a canoe, from whence he made his way over several others with a view of reaching his own, but he was arrested in his progress. A warm discussion now arose among the chiefs present as to the punishment he ought to be subjected to, having been taken flagrante delicto under their own eyes. Captain Owen, to evidence his high displeasure at the transaction, cut the matter short by ordering them all out of the ship. This gave rise to another commotion and discussion, the result of which was that the culprit was assailed on all sides by his countrymen with their paddles. Even a boy in the same canoe inflicted several blows, and he was finally severely injured about the head and body, when, with the blood streaming from his various parts, he was compelled to leap into the sea in order to wash it away before they would allow him to re-enter his own boat. His punishment, however, did not terminate with the above discipline, for as he assisted in paddling his canoe ashore, his countrymen followed him with every denunciation of vengeance. On landing in the neighbourhood of our market, he was seized, conducted a short distance from the beach, and surrounded by an immense crowd of the natives. Mr. Jeffrey, who happened to be near the spot, penetrated into the midst of them with a view of ascertaining the nature of the affair, when, to his surprise, he was immediately laid hold of and tied hand to hand with the bleeding prisoner. It may be imagined that this proceeding excited considerable alarm in Mr. Jeffrey, who was led to infer that the wounds of the prisoner had been inflicted by our people, and that the natives were about to retaliate upon himself. A soldier who was passing at the moment lost no time in giving an alarm at the camp, when Captain Harrison came with a party of soldiers to the assistance of our comrade. But Mr. Jeffrey had by this time contrived to disengage his hand, and our people appearing, the natives desisted from farther attempts upon him. It turned out that their object in offering this apparent violence was merely to secure an evidence on our side of the final punishment of their countrymen, which they now proceeded to carry into effect in the following extraordinary manner. The poor wretch was in the first place tied hand and foot with his back to a tree, after which a discussion took place between the chiefs and a man, whom we conceived to be a priest. This being finished, one of the chiefs, who in consequence of the prominent part he played in this dramatic scene, was ever after known among us by the honourable name of Cutthroat, very coolly stepped up to the prisoner, the whole of the natives at the same time falling on their knees, and was proceeding with great deliberation to cut his throat, when Captain Harrison and Mr. Jeffrey hastened forward and prevented the perpetration of the act by holding back his arm and making signs that our chief was coming. Fortunately, Captain Owen was actually coming on shore at this juncture, and having passed to the centre of the assembly by means of signs, succeeded in explaining that it was not his wish to have the man so severely punished. He then took him by the hand, led him through the crowd, and thus liberated him from the sanguinary vengeance of his own countrymen. During the whole of this trying occasion, the prisoner neither shrunk from the numerous and severe blows inflicted upon him in the earlier part of it, nor in the latter part did he indicate the slightest symptom of fear. This is one of the many traits we met with of either the great fortitude or little sensibility of these islanders. We were much surprised at finding a demijohn in the woods at the back of our encampment. It certainly indicates that we are not the first Europeans who have visited this spot. Wednesday, November 7, Anderson, accompanied by 2 chiefs, came on board at 9 a.m. to say that the king was on the beach, waiting for our boat to fetch him off. At 11, the captain, accompanied by several of his officers, myself, the band, and a party of marines, with a variety of presents, went in 3 boats for the purpose of paying our intended visit to His Majesty. We landed at a small cove 3 miles to the eastward of the ship, since known by the name of King Cove, and were conducted by the chiefs to a small open place in the woods, at the distance of about 100 yards from the rocky shore, where the natives had placed a number of stones in the water, in such a manner as to leave a channel for only 1 canoe to land at a time. When the captain was seated, a small ram and several calabashes of palm wine were brought forward. After waiting an hour, the king arrived, when the captain, rising to receive him, ordered a red cloak to be thrown over his shoulders and a velvet cap to be put on his head. As His Majesty wore his native hat ornamented with a pair of ram's horns on the fore part of it, it became necessary to place the velvet one above it, and secure it in its position by means of a bone skewer, which, piercing both at the same time, fastened them effectually to the tuft of hair on the top of the head. The sight of our presence, but more particularly the quantity of iron, excited so uncontrollably the feelings of the royal party, that the good order previously observed could now no longer be maintained. We were pressed upon on all sides, and with such an inconceivable clatter and confusion of tongues, that the bellowing of cattle would have been comparatively musical to our ears. However, to do them justice, notwithstanding this horrid din, they did not make the least attempt upon our persons or property. It was noticed that the king himself gave away several small pieces of iron to certain individuals, probably an act of policy which, by leading others to expect a similar token of royal favour, would restrain them from attempting to help themselves, and thus diminish the quantum of his own presents. During this scene of confusion, we retired to the beach and entered our boats, the crowd following us to the shore, and many even into the water. On this occasion we calculated that there could not have been less than 2,000 natives assembled, including many women, but they were kept apart from the men. Mr. Gawler spoke to some of them, but they were excessively timid, although the men endeavoured to encourage familiarity by placing some of the younger women's hands into his. One peculiarity was remarked on the present occasion, that many of the natives had lost one of their hands, and some both. Indeed, we found this so common in the island, that there was no doubt of the deprivation of this part of the body being resorted to as a punishment. Before returning to the ship, I went with Messrs. Galler and Jeffrey to visit the works at Clarence, when we were informed that the men employed in clearing the jungle had discovered the Indian rubber tree and one or two other indigenous plants which had not been previously noticed. Thursday, November 8th. The importance of our acquiring a knowledge of the language of the natives of this island must be obvious. In order to promote this object, Captain Owen selected an active and intelligent young man of the name of Elwood, who volunteered to reside for a week at a village in the interior of the island. He left the ship this morning in pursuance of the plan. The captain this day fixed upon a spot for the site of a house intended for his own residence. He also gave the name of Paradise to a portion of ground which had been cleared to form a garden for the use of the colony, and changed the appellation of Glover's Stairs for that of Jacob's Ladder. This consists of a flight of 150 steps, leading from the beach to the acclivity on which Clarence is situated, that had been constructed since our arrival by Mr. Glover and his body of English artificers. Friday, 9. During the night there had been much thunder and lightning, succeeded in the morning by heavy rains, which went off at 11 o'clock and recommenced at 2, accompanied by strong gusts of wind. At 4 it cleared up again. Scarcely a canoe or native was to be seen throughout the day. Saturday, 10. The weather is today extremely fine, and yet very few canoes or natives have been seen, and none have approached the ship. We apprehend that something has occurred to displease them, a suspicion afterwards confirmed. In the afternoon, at the time I happened to be on shore, a deputation of 7 chiefs came to Mr. Jeffrey at Newmarket with the complaint that our crewmen had been cutting down the palm trees for the leaves to thatch their huts with, and also that they were much annoyed by the frequent firing of muskets. In reply to the latter complaint, Mr. Jeffrey explained to them that the firing proceeded only from the attempts of our officers to shoot monkeys, to confirm which statement the purser very opportunely came up at the instant with a large monkey and a small deer, which he had just shot. They did not, however, appear properly satisfied, for they shook their heads and intimated that if we persevered in cutting down the palms, it would not only deprive them of the advantage of that valuable tree, but by diminishing the quantity of wood, extend the system of firing musketry farther into the interior of the country. At length, with a view of settling all grievances, and convincing them we had no intention of inflicting any injury, we took them a short distance beyond the points our men were occupied in clearing, and placing a quantity of iron on the ground, gave them by signs to understand that we would give them all that iron for the land contained within that boundary. The nature of this treaty for purchase they appeared to understand well, and signified their assent by placing sticks at equal distances from each other in the line proposed, Mr. Jeffrey at the same time marking a tree as an evidence of the agreement on our side. The quantity of land of which we had thus made a bona fide purchase was equal to about a square mile in extent. The treaty was afterwards more fully ratified, and the property involved formally taken possession of by a public act, which will be duly noticed. Both parties being now satisfied, we returned to Newmarket, the natives accompanying us, and sitting down in a row together, farther confirmed the bargain by plentiful libations of palm wine. Sunday, 11. At 1:30 divine service was performed by Captain Owen, when 4 of the natives attended, and behaved with great decorum. They also made signals to their companions in the canoes to avoid all noises which might disturb us. Monday, 12. A numerous deputation of chiefs, gaily dressed, came to our camp at Clarence to conclude a definitive arrangement respecting the land we had purchased on Saturday. Captain Owen accompanied them to the boundary line, and marked an additional number of trees to define the limits with more accuracy. He also promised them additional payments, after which he took 4 of the principal chiefs on board, drank palm wine with them, and made them a variety of presents. Confidence was now fully restored, and great numbers of both sexes visited us before the day terminated. Tuesday, 13. We have additional proofs of the return of confidence on the part of the natives. A man and a boy insisted on remaining on board to sleep, probably induced by the anticipation of a present. There never were more harmless, inoffensive, or tractable people, for when most troublesome they may be led in any direction you choose, by taking hold of the hand or even of a finger. End of chapter 8, part C. Chapter 9, Part A, of a Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Native Simplicity, Resources of the Blind, Royal Village, Gathering of Natives, Native Priests, Royal Feast, Inhospitable Treatment, Uncomfortable Quarters, Vocabulary of the Native Language, Beauty of the Female Character, Women of Fernando Po, Anecdotes, Aspect of the Country, Productions, Preparations for the Settlement, Discovery of a Theft, Mimic War Customs, Native Chiefs, Female on Board, Monkey for Dinner, Flogging a Prisoner, Accident to a Sailor, A Voyage of Survey round the Island, River named after the author, Geographical and Meteorological Observations, Insubordination, A Man Overboard, Deserter Taken, Death of the Interpreter, Method of Fishing, Visitors from St. Thomas, Ceremony of Taking Possession of Fernando Po, Interview with a Native Chief, Celebration Dinner, Indirect Roguery, Chief and his Wife, Hospital near Point William, the Ghana, Mistake at Sea, Suggestions on the Slave Trade, Fishing Stakes, Schooner on a Mud Flat. Thursday, November 15. Soon after landing this morning, I fell in with a party of natives, with whom I shook hands as usual, when a young female whom I had frequently met in the marketplace with her parents, perceiving that I did not immediately recognize her as an old acquaintance, with the most natural simplicity placed my hand on her bosom in the presence of her relations and countrymen, who all laughed heartily and appeared to enjoy my astonishment very much. If, however, any of us have ventured upon such a liberty of our own accord, the men would have been highly indignant, for they were extremely jealous of their women, and did not like us to show them any marked attention by purchasing their articles first, or making them a present in preference to themselves, such a distinction in contradiction to the usages of civilized society being considered derogatory by these savage lords of the creation. Matthew Elwood, the young man who had been sent into the interior, returned today, and I'm afraid without having derived much advantage from his journey. I expect, however, an opportunity of adverting more fully to its results at a future time. A quantity of bricks were landed for the purpose of constructing a forge. The natives soon found out that they possessed the property of sharpening their knives, and began to show a very eager desire to become possessed of them. Friday, 16. The natives have crowded upon us in such numbers that we have taken up the stakes which enclose the market, with the intention of holding it in future without the boundary line. Several unpleasant occurrences have taken place, partly the fault of our own people, who have been criminal enough to sell their tools, and partly of the natives who have been eager to purchase them. The following are perhaps the average terms on which our barter has been conducted. An axe would purchase a sheep or a goat, and 3 or 4 inches of iron hoop, from 2 to 4 fowls, from 8 to 12 yams, or 2 or 3 calabashes of palm wine, each containing about 1 gallon. Saturday, 17. The number and confidence of the natives continued to increase, as well as the annoyance we experienced from their importunities. It had been found necessary to protect the market by a guard of soldiers. On returning from the market today, near the border of Hay River, a party were daring enough to snatch the sentinel's bayonet from out of his scabbard and throw it into the river. The soldier, however, succeeded in recovering it, and to deter them from proceeding to greater lengths, fired his musket over their heads. This alarmed them so excessively that away they scampered like a flock of sheep, without daring to cast a look behind. Indeed, such is their terror of firearms, that it is only with the greatest difficulty that they can be persuaded to touch a musket. Monday, November 19. The young man named Matthew Elwood, who had so recently returned from his visit in the interior, where he had been sent by Captain Owen with a view of acquiring some knowledge of their language, volunteered to repeat it, accompanied by another young man, and they had now been 2 days at the same village, a few miles distant from the settlement where the king resided. Anxious to lose no opportunity of obtaining information respecting the manners and customs of this singular people, I determined on joining the party, and fixed upon the present day for my journey. I have ever, throughout life, but perhaps more particularly since the loss of my sight, felt an intense interest in entering into association with human nature, and observing human character in its more primitive forms. This propensity I've previously had opportunities of enjoying in some of the countries most remote from European knowledge, amidst the wilds of Tartary and the deserts of Siberia, and I can refer to the indulgence of it many of my more pleasurable sensations. I know that the world declaims against the absurdity of an individual circumstance like myself, professing to derive either pleasure or information from such sources, and maintains that travelling by the fireside would better suit those circumstances and convey an equally gratifying interest. I answer confidently that this is not the case, and that I believe the intensity of my enjoyments under the system I have adopted equals, if not surpasses, what other travellers experience who journey with their eyes open. It is true, I ascertain nothing visibly, but thank God I possess most exquisitely the other senses which it has pleased Providence to leave me endowed with, and I have reason to believe that my deficiency of sight is to a considerable degree compensated by a greater abundance of the power of imagination, which presents me with facility to form ideal pictures from the description of others, which, as far as my experience goes, I have reason to believe constitute fair and correct representations of the objects they were originally derived from. It must be recollected that I have formerly enjoyed the power of vision, and although my colourings may occasionally be too weak or too vivid, it is fair to infer that the recollections of my former experience are sufficient to prevent me from running into gross inaccuracies or incongruities. Place me, as some have suggested, in the situation of the man in the farce, and carry me in a limited circle around the same point, under the assurance that I was travelling to distant and ever-changing scenes, and support the stratagem by every circumstance calculated to give it the fullest effect, it would never impose upon me, for the tact which nature and experience have given me, and the inconceivable acuteness of perception I derive from it, would immediately detect inconsistencies scarcely appreciable by others, and at once overturn and expose the deception which was being practised. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon I left the Eden for King Cove, at which place we found a few natives who assembled on our landing. Anderson, the interpreter, had been appointed to conduct me, but Mr. Jeffrey kindly accompanied me for the first half-mile, in expectation of leaving me in the care of a chief of our acquaintance. However, before we had proceeded far, the assemblage of natives had become so great, and their importunities to purchase palm wine and other commodities so annoying, that I was glad when he returned, under the expectation that his separation from me would prove, as it did, a diversion which, by drawing off a considerable part of the natives, would permit me to continue my journey with less interruption. I now advanced with Anderson as fast as the paths would admit, being anxious to arrive at our point of destination that evening. My companion, however, was desirous of passing the night at the hut of a chief in the neighbourhood of the beach, and endeavoured to dissuade me from prosecuting our journey this evening. I have already spoken of the qualifications of this man as an interpreter, and have now to observe that he possessed others which made him a useful medium of communication with the natives. For instance, he was a good-tempered fellow, could laugh heartily whenever they laughed, eat and drink whatever was placed before him, however repugnant to an European stomach, and being somewhat of their own colour, that is, not many shades darker, they were inclined to be particularly partial to him. Our path was at first tolerably good, and lay through a level country, but when we had proceeded about halfway, became hilly, rugged, and slippery, particularly after passing the second of two streams which intercepted our road. A number of the natives, principally women, continued to follow, passing evidently a variety of jokes upon us, and laughing heartily at every false step I happened to make. Before we reached the end of our journey, the number had increased to many hundreds, who shouted and hallooed incessantly at the novelty of our appearance, similar to a European rabble when following any extraordinary sight. To relieve Anderson, who had the luggage, I took hold for a short time of the arm of a native, who conducted me well until we became surrounded by a crowd of his countrymen, and then, whether he felt compelled to answer their queries, or was proud of his charge, or anxious to exhibit the high confidence reposed in him, I found him a very troublesome guide, for he was constantly turning his head over my shoulder and speaking or hallooing to those who were behind him. At length we arrived at the royal village, where Elwood and his companion came to receive us at the hut that his Majesty had appointed for our accommodation. It was so late that my countrymen were surprised to see us, and the king having retired, we were obliged to relinquish the honour of an interview until morning. I therefore took tea, and was happy in lying down for repose after my fatiguing journey. It was not without much concern I learned from Elwood that during the present visit neither he nor his companion had met with the hospitable treatment or attention which they had expected. On the contrary, they had been compelled immediately after their arrival to expose the contents of their bags, and actually obliged to surrender up to the king one half of the little stock of iron with which they had provided themselves for the purpose of barter. The consequence was that, after paying 3 pieces to the natives who had conveyed their luggage, another for a couple of fowls, and presenting a 5th to Canning, a chief who had been Elwood's principal friend on his former visit, and to whom he had given this distinguished name, to secure his good services, they had only 1 remaining for their future resources, and it was by no means satisfactory to be thrown upon the casual generosity of the natives. It is true they had with them some salt beef and biscuit, and it was understood when they quitted the ship that Captain Owen had engaged to compensate the king for their protection and entertainment. Tuesday, 20, at daybreak, we were visited by Canning and several other chiefs, who brought with them a large yam and some palm wine intended for our breakfast. We were from time to time, in reply to our inquiries, assured that the king was coming. We waited, however, 2 hours in vain expectation, and at length sent Anderson to inquire into the cause of delay, when we were informed that his Majesty was busily occupied at his toilet, or in other words, having his head dressed in order, as I suppose, to enable him to appear with more dignity on this important occasion. About 8 o'clock he made his entree, accompanied by several of his chiefs. At first his manner was somewhat reserved, but after a short conversation, which held up to him the prospect of receiving presents, confirmed by the actual gift of 2 large knives from myself, he became highly animated, loquacious, and agreeable. He now ordered a plentiful supply of palm wine, which he caused to pass freely round, and after staying with us about an hour, returned to his own residence, from whence he shortly after sent us 6 yams. There was a native priest resident in our hut, probably placed there to observe our conduct, and who for the whole morning had been occupied in smearing himself with coloured clay. We noticed that this man during our visit performed every morning a few religious ceremonies and repeated prayers, in which the natives appeared to join. After the king's departure he began to exercise some of the more mysterious functions of his office. I know not what the occasion was, but the ceremony consisted in frequent repetitions of certain short sentences, in which the individual on whom he was operating occasionally joined, and in the intervals between these sentences he shook a bundle of rods over the head of the latter, making at the same time a noise which resembled the squeaking of a pig. I am enabled to communicate but little respecting the religious sentiments of this people. The duties of the priests appear to be more surgical than clerical, of which opinion the following are illustrations. A female applied to one of the priests with an inflammatory tumour on the hand. After making an incision into the tumour, and squeezing it in a manner which made his patient grin with pain, he blew and spat upon the part. Upon another person who had an abscess of the eye with an accumulation of some white matter in it, he performed the following delicate operation. Having first applied his mouth to the part, he began to suck it with great eagerness and perseverance, after which he ejected from his mouth a chalky-looking substance, which he appeared to have extracted from the diseased structure. This process he repeated several times with a similar result. These were at least substantial duties. Our priest had a sacred corner in the hut, with a particular seat which none else presumed to occupy. The former are respectable for dirt, the latter formed of a large stone, with 4 smaller ones, which served for legs or supporters. I endeavoured in vain to gain any satisfactory account of their funeral ceremonies. No indications of graves have been seen by our people, and the probability is, as is not unfrequently the custom in Africa, that they bury their dead under the earthen floor of their huts. I know not whether this opinion will be deemed as confirmed or not by the fact that in returning from a walk this afternoon we passed a closed hut with 5 hats hanging in front of it, the owner of which, we were informed, had died shortly before our arrival. Our friend Canning supplied us with a fowl for dinner, and when it was dressed appeared perfectly ready to assist us in disposing of it. The following is probably the general mode which these people adopt of hunting or catching wild animals, of which we had the fortune this day to meet with a specimen. A goat, which was very wild, had been secured to a rail. When taking fright at the approach of my companions, it contrived by floundering to break loose from its confinement. The king and some of his chiefs were at hand, immediately ran for some long grass nets rolled upon poles, and which were about 4 feet wide. These they expeditiously unfolded, and then, encircling the goat, very skilfully and speedily recaptured him. They have, however, other methods of taking wild animals, or on enclosing yam plantations with stakes 7 feet high, they place traps at the sides of the fence. Wednesday, 21. We returned His Majesty's visit this morning at 8 o'clock. He received us on the outside of his hut and seated me on a stone at his right hand, but immediately after a few words had been exchanged, he made signs to us to return to our own residence, where on our arrival we found he had sent us sheep with a view of giving us a sumptuous feast. His Majesty, accompanied by his chiefs, soon after joined us, and they immediately proceeded to the operation of killing the sheep, which was conducted in the following manner. The animal having been first hung up by the hind legs, its throat was cut, care being taken in effecting this not to wound the windpipe. The blood as it flowed was caught in a calabash and then given to the priest, probably to be reserved for some religious ceremony. The next process was to skin the animal, in doing which the operator commenced with a foreleg, then the corresponding hind one, then the other foreleg, and so on. He then proceeded to the abdomen, and afterwards completed the operation in the usual manner. The gall bag and bladder were now extracted and thrown away, after which the whole of the remaining viscera were removed and placed aside for subsequent use. A large portion of the flesh from one of the shoulders was now presented to the king, who cut it into the form of a long string, beginning at the outside and proceeding to the center. This he wound round a stick and held over a blazing fire until half broiled, and then dividing it into a number of small pieces, distributed them to the party around him, doing myself the honour of presenting me with the first piece. The remainder of the animal was in the next place taken within our hut, where the stomach and intestines, without any other preparation than imperfectly squeezing out their contents, were warmed over the fire, and then, in nearly a raw state, divided among the natives, who ate them with great relish, the king receiving his portion with the rest. His Majesty now presented our party with a leg, shoulder, breast, and small saddle, and afterwards divided what remained among his chiefs, reserving the head for himself, which, after being well scorched, he ordered to be taken to his hut. A more curious part of this singular feast remains to be described. On opening the animal, it was found to be with young, when the uterus, containing 2 lambs, each about 6 inches long, was as a particular mark of favour or respect placed in my hands. But not appreciating the gift so highly as probably had been expected, I immediately laid it aside. After the departure of the king, it was a second time brought to me, and I now contrived by shaking my head and other demonstrations to make them comprehend that I did not intend to make use of it, and that it was entirely at their service. This was, without doubt, very agreeable intelligence, for having pricked the sack to allow the liquor to drain away, and laid it for a short time before the fire, the whole was divided into portions, and eaten up apparently with avidity and delight. End of Chapter 9, Part A. Chapter 9, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The above meal was purely carnivorous, for neither yams nor palm wine were introduced as accompaniments. In the afternoon, however, His Majesty made us another short visit, and sent a quantity of wine. We offered the natives salt to their meat, but they refused it with every sign of disgust, and even wanted to throw away our little store of this to us so necessary a condiment. They also showed an equal dislike to tobacco, and when one of our party made preparations for smoking a cigar, the priest held out his rod as if in prohibition, while others endeavoured to prevent him from lighting it. Canning, indeed, who had witnessed more frequently the practice of smoking on board, showed less aversion. Though we were at a considerable distance from the settlement, we could hear the reports of the morning and evening gun. For the first 2 or 3 days the natives appeared or pretended to be much alarmed at this, as they hallooed for some time after. They would frequently come up to us, levelling a stick like a musket, and accompany the action with bang, bang. We had reason to consider them much afraid of every species of firearms, and I cannot but think it would be good policy to keep this apprehension alive, rather than to endeavour to remove it by attempts to explain the principles of their action, and to familiarize them with the effects. In this respect I deem the general practice of our voyagers and travellers to be decidedly faulty, since the superior advantages which firearms give may be said to constitute our chief compensation for deficiency of numbers, and thus enable us to preserve that vast preeminence which we possess over the uncivilized inhabitants of newly discovered countries. If the policy of our government requires an intercourse with savage nations, both prudence and humanity justify our retaining the means of commanding that intercourse by the superiority of our modes of defence, for in the event of hostile collision, the numbers of the savages, possessed as they are individually of physical strength and bodily activity at least equal to our own, could scarcely fail to be overwhelming. This also agrees with Vaillant's opinion, for he remarks that when you travel among savages you ought never to employ your arms or show the use of them except to render them a service, either by procuring them game or destroying such ferocious animals as are obnoxious to them. Vaillant, Volume 2, page 127. About 10 o'clock this evening a great noise from persons talking commenced in the village, accompanied at times by loud hallooing and a clattering of a kind of rattle boxes which many of the natives wear around the neck, and which somewhat resembles the upper half of the leathern case of a spirituous liquor bottle, within which is appended a clapper, made generally of a sheep's jawbone. This noise, the meaning of which I could not comprehend, continued with little interruption throughout the night. Thursday, November 22. Soon after breakfast the king sent for us to his hut, and regaled us with palm wine, poured out by the fair hand of a young female, whom my companions pronounced the most beautiful they had seen in this island, and whom we supposed to be his Majesty's favourite wife. On this occasion he took the opportunity of reminding us of the presents he expected to receive from Captain Owen, and directed some of his chiefs to show us those which he intended to offer in return, consisting of sheep, fowls, etc., etc. We were then conducted to our hut, and given to understand by signs that it was his Majesty's pleasure we should forthwith pack up our luggage and return to our settlement. We thought, however, it would be more pleasant to take an early dinner first, and with this intention commenced the preparation of a kind of Irish stew, consisting of mutton and yams. Being defective in the latter article, we requested a further supply, but this did not please our hosts, and it was intimated that we should find plenty at the end of our journey. We still, however, urged our wishes. When at length they brought us a couple of pieces, we could not avoid expressing dissatisfaction at this scanty supply, when they began to assume a very savage and sulky appearance. Even our friend Canning arose with a menacing countenance, and laying hold of his spears, threatened to compel our immediate departure. It would have been imprudent to continue to irritate them at this juncture, and at best have only exposed our own weakness. We therefore thought we should most preserve our dignity, and at the same time retain a just ground of complaint of their want of hospitality, by giving way to their wishes, yet not without evident signs of our high dissatisfaction. I believe they had subsequently reason to repent of their conduct, as Captain Owen afterwards treated them with apparent coldness, and probably abridged his intended presence, not but that they were amply remunerated, although the measure of it fell short of their own expectations. We took our dinner deliberately, notwithstanding this urgency, and then commenced our journey, accompanied by Canning and another chief, besides an old man who had resided in the hut with us, carrying our luggage. We were soon joined by the persons who carried the presents intended for Captain Owen. We also met the king, but he, instead of accompanying us, as we had expected, went off immediately to his own residence, bearing on his shoulders a quantity of wood for the use, as we supposed, of the royal household. We shook hands with his Majesty on taking our final leave. As on the journey up the country we had on our return great numbers of idle people following us, either from motives of curiosity or interest, and teasing us to give them palm wine, iron, etc. The road in various places was extremely rugged and narrow, with steep declivities from the sides to the centre, and very slippery from the rain that had fallen in the morning. We again crossed two streams, the chief of which, although broad and rapid, was not sufficiently deep to be dignified with the title of a river. Towards evening we arrived at King Cove, where, proceeding to the beach, we washed the clay from our trousers, and then went to our quarters for the night. The hut in which we took up our residence consisted of a wooden roof, thatched with palm leaves and supported on stanchions of wood, the leaves on all sides approaching within 2 or 3 feet of the ground, indeed so low that it made it very inconvenient to get in or out, for unless great caution was observed, there was considerable risk of getting wounded by the prickles on the leaves of the palm tree. Previously to its becoming dark, we were invited to drink palm wine on the outside of our hut, and afterwards retiring within, our native companions employed themselves busily enough in roasting and eating their yams, while we enjoyed the refreshing beverage of tea. We then lay down for the night, but alas, not to sleep, for although our hut was not very large, it contained about 20 persons of different sexes and ages, who were, of course, pretty closely stowed, and from its not being closed at the sides, with much thunder and lightning taking place, accompanied by high wind and heavy rain, which continued throughout the greater part of the night, the latter beat in under the roof, and also drove the smoke of 3 fires towards us, until we were nearly suffocated. It will be conceived that our situation was not the most enviable. Those near the outside were exposed to the pitiless storm, while they who occupied the centre, where we had spread our hammocks, were necessarily oppressed with heat and smoke. About 2 o'clock, some of the natives, finding it impossible to sleep, got up and amused themselves until daylight in conversation and roasting yams on the fire. Friday, 23. At daybreak the whole of the natives rose and commenced their yam feast, succeeded by plentiful supplies of palm wine. As the heavy winds and rain showed no appearance of abating, we began to doubt whether we should get on board today. However, about 8 o'clock it moderated, and before noon the weather was sufficiently favourable to induce us to make the attempt. Having taken our seats in the canoes together with the chiefs who accompanied us, a party of the natives urged them over the surf, and away we paddled for the ship, which we reached in less than a couple of hours. Before getting on board, however, we were treated with a specimen of eager covetousness and want of decorum in our late friends, for instead of waiting to allow us to get up first, or offering to assist us, no sooner did the canoe touch the ship, which she happened to do under the main chains, than away they all started with their presents, leaving us to bring the boat to the gangway and get out as well as we could. They even gave up all care for the safety of the canoe, the consequence of which was that they left us adrift in it, and the commanding officer was obliged to send a boat to bring her alongside again. Saturday, 24. Having now spent some days in what may be termed the domestic privacy of the island, it would be inferred that I have become more intimately acquainted with the character of its inhabitants, who may justly be considered as constituting one of the most extraordinary races of savages at this time in existence. I shall therefore avail myself of this opportunity of developing farther than has yet been done in the preceding pages whatever occurred to me as being most interesting in their manners, habits, customs, and peculiarities. This I shall follow up with some details respecting the natural history and productions of the island, which, however imperfectly they may be treated, will probably be deemed worthy of attention as subjects of scientific research. In these descriptions I must, however, plead strongly for the indulgence of my readers, as many serious obstacles have opposed themselves to the inquiry after satisfactory information, among which none have been more uncompromising than those experienced in acquiring a knowledge of the language. For although we have been in constant communication with the natives, at present so little progress has been made that our attempts in this respect may be said to have almost entirely proved abortive. We have indeed some reason to believe that the natives are desirous of throwing impediments in our way, since notwithstanding they evince much quickness in catching words of our language, repeating the orders issued by the officers, and are also possessed of considerable power of mimicry, they show little inclination to communicate their own terms or names. It has not unfrequently happened that when, according to the usual custom of persons who are not conversant with each other's language, we touched significantly anything which we were desirous of knowing, they used different words in reply, as if with the intention of confusing us. And again, when we believed that we had ascertained the right name from one source, on acquiring from others a very different word was given, so that we eventually remained in doubt as to the proper one. The few small vocabularies we have succeeded in collecting seem to prove that there are distinct dialects or idioms among the different tribes. This is particularly exemplified in the case of the numerals, for not only are are different words used to express the same number, but peculiar modes of counting are made use of. For instance, one tribe, after counting 5 in the usual way, proceeds to 10 and 20, while another, after going on progressively to 10, starts at once to 20. The language itself is, generally speaking, harmonious, most of the words terminating in vowels, as will be perceived from the subjoined vocabulary, which is as correct as circumstances would admit of our obtaining. The mode Captain Owen adopted of gaining an insight into the Fernandian language was perhaps the best that could have been devised, viz. The sending a person to reside with the natives in the interior, as has been before stated, but the result proved very unsatisfactory, for he added little to what we had previously acquired. Another mode adopted was the promise of a reward to that individual who might gain the earliest and best knowledge of the subject. A vocabulary of the native language of Fernando Po. Etwi, head. Isilla, hair of the head. Loto, ear. Buya, mouth. Noko, eye. Lopapo, eyelashes. Kaka, lako, chief or headman. Mohunka, chief's wife. Ika, ku, ni, little one. Ibio, boy. Ternapo, mother. Muru, gudu, eyebrows. Bumpo and mampo, nose. Bello and wello, tooth. Ezadu, beard. Loba, bow, tongue. Lobak, arm. Diella, hand. Obu, bu, so, wrist. Ane, finger. Japapo, thigh. Edo and Itoko, knee. Lopola, leg. Inca, kasi, ankle. Dakoto, foot. Dabala, female bosom. Babilla, belly. Dajaki, navel. Bopa, moto. Dajikja, epo, buttocks. Ella, bu, trinket of wood in form of a bell. Matu, ko, belt of shells and pebbles. Tepibo, bracelet. Legibo, armlet. Turno, black shell bracelet. Ebebo, snakeskin collar. Lapolo, vertebrae of a snake. Ebota, hat. Muu, bulls or cattle. Mihi, sheep or goats or their flesh. Hoko, fowls or their meat. To nachatolo, tattoo or marked. Empo, dog's jaw. Toko, round shell ornament like a button. Epa, hana, purse, sheep's scrotum. Luka, man. Daka, woman. Labola, ship. Lobo, lychee or ipudi, boat. Watu, canoe. Ika, hati, long reed in the stern of canoes. Kasakula, sail. No sapo, mast. Inkapa, paddle. Bono, key, fishing. Itaka, sun. Tolo, moon. Bakeo, eggs. Poka, water. Muhi, lia, bar of iron. Puri, pudi, cloves. Soko, la-i, chili, pepper. Epi, pi, tomatoes. Itoka, potato. Sali, yams. Bien, toke or lilo, cocoa tops. Topi or nako, palm wine. Loma, to drink. Luba or bata, give. Talepa, take it away. Omita, to hold. Vali, anger. Atahi, done, no more, finish, end. Anju, come here. Sheer, scala, fine, pretty. Bula or lila or ili, 1. Epa or taba, 2. Bieli or twelli, 3. Butu or to, 5. Bo, 10. Bo, 15. Iki, 20. Oleto, 30. It would be superfluous to repeat the descriptions which have already on various occasions been given of the persons, dress, and characters of the male inhabitants of this island. The reader will have inferred that they are generally a harmless and inoffensive race of savages. It may be added that they are probably the most dirty people existing under the face of the sun, for with the exception of occasional immersions in the sea when occupied in the affairs of business, we have never known them to wash themselves. The only systematic method they appear to adopt of cleansing as well as of dress is to give themselves a new coating of clay and palm oil whenever the previous one happens to be injured. Some few individuals indeed appear to renew this covering as a matter of fashion, particularly one dandy chief who frequently changed the color of his skin, and in consequence became familiarly known to us by the name of Chameleon, and what is singular, this man, like our European dandies, was in the habit of scenting himself. The transition from the male to the female sex through the intermediate species of macaroni is easy, if not natural, and I shall indulge my own particular feelings and partialities in entering upon that part of my observations which relates more exclusively to the fairer and softer portions of this aboriginal people. The infinite modifications of person, mind, and manners exhibited by the sex in the different grades of society throughout the world, whether formed by the influences of climate, government, or education, present a most interesting subject to the speculative observer of human nature, and to one who from early life, both by profession and inclination, a traveller, has wandered under every temperature of our eastern hemisphere, who has studied and admired the sex under every variety of character. No wonder that the contemplation of woman, as nature left her, inartificial, unsophisticated, simple, barbarous, and unadorned, should seem fraught with peculiar interest. Are there any who imagine that my loss of eyesight must necessarily deny me the enjoyment of such contemplations? How much more do I pity the mental darkness which could give rise to such an error, than they can pity my personal calamity. The feelings and sympathies which pervade my breast when in the presence of an amiable and interesting female are such as never could have been suggested by viewing a mere surface of colored clay, however shaped into beauty, or however animated by feeling and expression. The intelligence still allowed me by a beneficent Providence is amply sufficient to apprise me of the existence of the more real, the diviner beauties of the soul, and herein are enjoyments in which I am proud to indulge. A soft and sweet voice, for instance, affords me a twofold gratification. It is a vehicle of delight, as operating on the appropriate nerves, and at the same time it suggests ideas of visible beauty, which I admit may, by force of imagination, be carried beyond reality. But supposing I am deceived, are my feelings the less intense, and in what consists my existence but in those feelings? Is it otherwise with those who see? If it be, I envy them not. But are those who think themselves happier in this respect than I am sure that the possession of a more exquisite sense than any they enjoy does not sometimes at least compensate, or more than compensate, the curtailments to which the ordinary senses, and particularly the one of eyesight, is liable? And if they should think so, let them not at least deny me the resources I possess. I shall not, however, persist further in a description of that situation, those circumstances, and those consolations which the all-feeling comprehension of the poet has so justly caught in one of its diviner moods of inspiration. And yet he neither drooped nor pined, nor had a melancholy mind, for God took pity on the boy, and was his friend, and gave him joy of which we nothing know. End of Chapter 9, Part B. Chapter 9, Part C of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The personal appearance of the females of Fernando Po is by no means attractive, unless de gustibus non est disputandum, a very ordinary face, with much of the contour of the baboon, be deemed so. Add to this the ornaments of scarification and tattooing, adopted by the sex to a greater extent than by the men, and the imagination will at once be sensible how much divinity attaches to Fernandian beauty. Like the men, the women plaster the body all over with clay and palm oil, and also in a similar manner wear the hair long and in curls or ringlets, well stiffened with the above composition. The children of both sexes, or those who have not obtained the age of puberty, have the hair cut short, and are not permitted to use any artificial covering to the body. One trait is perhaps peculiar to the women of this country, and may be regarded by some as an indication of their good sense, that they have no taste for baubles, or, at all events, do not appear to desire them more than the men. With respect to articles of clothing, they are equally exempt from such encumbrances as the other sex. Happy the climate where the beau wears the same suit for use and show, and at a small expense your wife, if once well pinked, is clothed for life. Their lords and masters contrive to keep them in great subjection, and accustom them to carry their burdens. They evince also a considerable degree of jealousy, and show evident marks of displeasure whenever strangers pay attentions to them. As, however, this is equally the case whether the lady be young or old, it is not improbable that it may in some measure arise from their considering it too great a condescension on their parts to notice persons whom they deem so inferior. They rarely brought them to the ship, and for some time did not allow them to appear at market. If we are to credit our people, some of the young women are great jilts, and very expert in wheedling them out of iron and other property, under pretence of admitting them into their favour, and then running away with a laugh at their credulity. Mr. Jeffrey witnessed the following ludicrous occurrence. He went one day for the purpose of barter to a part of the shore eastward of Hay River, where the surf was too great to allow his boat to remain on the beach, and he was therefore compelled to lie off in deep water. This, however, did not prevent the natives from carrying on their traffic. Some young women in particular came off to the boat, bringing a calabash of palm wine in each hand, and treading the water so soon as they were out of their depth. These they contrived to deliver safe, without the wine becoming in the slightest degree impregnated with the briny wave. One of these females, having been taken into the boat, began to ingratiate herself into the favour of an honest tar, who nothing loath seated her near him, and with his arm around her neck. At this juncture, the boat beginning to move, she made a sudden plunge over the side, and nearly carried the astonished seaman into the water. In short, he only escaped a good ducking by laying fast hold of the seat. The lady now in an instant dived under the boat, and reappearing at some distance on the opposite side, swam laughing to the shore, evidently much amused at Jack's surprise and disappointment. This was not the only instance Mr. Jeffrey met with of the superior talents of the fair sex in swimming and diving. On one occasion, having thrown into the sea a few small pieces of iron, which had been rejected in barter, a number of natives of both sexes dashed after them with a view to their recovery, when it was evident that the females were the more active and successful. To elucidate more fully the character of the native women, I shall conclude my account of them with the details of an occurrence which possesses enough of the romantic to be capable of exciting, in the hands of a better painter than I am, an interest in the bosoms of such of my fair readers as may delight in tales of love and jealousy, with their sequel of rage and revenge. A female about 25 years of age, who resided at a village in the neighbourhood of our settlement, had been guilty of an offence, probably infidelity to her husband, which subjected her to the dreadful penalty of having her hands cut off. Hoping to avert this punishment, she adopted the resolution, accompanied by her child, a fine and engaging boy of 2 years old, of entering our lines and throwing herself on our protection. Captain Harrison received her favourably, and for additional safety sent her on board the Eden, where she remained several days before an inquiry was made respecting her. Although evidently of much firmness and decision of character, her personal appearance was by no means attractive, the face being greatly seamed with scars, and the abdomen tattooed all over. Captain Owen directed her to be placed under the care of our European females, who, either from envy or the force of habit, not approving the Eve-like dress in which she came on board, immediately clothed her in blue cotton garments. The poor child of nature, unused to such encumbrance, which probably, in her opinion, served only to irritate the skin and prevent the contact of the refreshing atmosphere, felt anything but easy or gratified with this addition to her circumstances, and availed herself at first of every opportunity to lay it aside. But our unrelenting countrywomen were equally zealous in persisting to replace it. At length she either became more accustomed to it, or aware of the necessity of compliance with the wishes of her new friends. This effort was, however, not unaccompanied by some ludicrous occurrences. For instance, whenever her tormentors were out of sight, she lost no time in tucking the grievance up round the waist, and dropping it below the shoulders from above, thus leaving her limbs and the general surface as free as nature intended them to be. On being taken on shore some days after, and placed under the protection of the wife of a seaman who had charge of the guns and ordnance stores, she had become sufficiently reconciled to her new dress to wear it with less apparent inconvenience. She was indeed once caught dripping, having one evening taken an opportunity of throwing it off, when, finding herself light and free like a bird on the wing, she ran into the jungle, where she frisked about and enjoyed herself for some time, after which she returned to the seaman's hut and resumed her dress. When this woman had been with us about a week, her husband came to Captain Harrison, bearing with him a present of 2 calabashes of palm wine and a couple of fowls, intimating his wish to have the child restored to him. With regard to his wife, he at this time showed no anxiety to recover her. He afterwards, however, returned with a deputation of chiefs, and expressed his wish to have both of them restored to him. This being represented to Captain Owen, in order to convince them that she was under no restraint, he conducted her to the boundary line, and pointing first to her countrymen and then to our settlement, gave her to understand that she was at liberty to make her choice. One of the chiefs now advanced, and taking her by the hand, evinced his intention of leading her away, but Captain Owen would not permit this without her free consent, and that his presence might be no restraint, left her to walk with her husband on the outside of the boundary line, attended by a sailor armed with a musket. They had not walked many paces before 5 natives started from the bush and attempted to carry her off by force, when she immediately ran towards the sailor, and putting her hand on his musket, intimated her wish that he would fire at them. He did so, and they all immediately scampered away as fast as they could, leaving her to return with the sailor to his hut. Foiled in this attempt, the husband soon after came again, and induced her to permit him to stay the night with her, and to take away the child in the morning, under the promise of bringing it back next day. A promise which he failed to perform, and which rendered the lady so indignant that, although he afterwards came to visit her himself, bringing some fowls and palm wine as a peace offering, she persisted in rejecting all compromise. This produced a violent quarrel, which ended in their parting in high wrath, the husband threatening to return in the night and inflict some dreadful vengeance upon her for it, but he did not dare to carry his threats into execution. I regret that my circumstances do not permit me to investigate the general aspect and natural history of this island, as it abounds with many interesting subjects which would well repay the trouble of inquiry. It is to be hoped that government will ere long send out some intelligent naturalist for the purpose. The general appearance of the island is rocky and volcanic. On the northeastern extremity, where our settlement is situated, one mountain named Clarence Peak rises to the elevation of 10,655 feet above the level of the sea, the easiest descent to which is from its eastern side, being only interrupted by a few valleys of no great depth, while the western side exhibits a series of chasms and precipices, the sides of which from the sea appear almost perpendicular. The southern part of the island, although the least populous, is very picturesquely mountainous, being broken into several peaks, each supposed to be from 1,000 to 3,000 feet in elevation, with numerous streams and beautiful cataracts descending in various parts and directions. In consequence of the hilly nature of the country, admitting of no lodgment of water, we have reason to believe that few marshes exist throughout the island, a circumstance which must contribute greatly to its salubrity. The soil of that part of the country with which we are best acquainted is of a red argillaceous nature, generally forming a stratum of 9 or 10 feet in thickness, lying over one of sandstone, in which are embedded fragments of lava. The latter stratum at Point William appears to decline to the east at an angle of 10 or 12 degrees. The whole of the island is most luxuriantly wooded, even to within 300 or 400 feet of its highest peaks, while some cleared spots, particularly in the northeast part, which is the most populous and cultivated, affords evidences of its great fertility. There is an immense variety of timber, comprising some of the finest trees in the world. I've already mentioned the Indian rubber tree as indigenous here. The island also produces a species of black pepper, and we have reason to believe that cloves and nutmegs are to be met with. Yams are cultivated in abundance. They are remarkably fine and large, and constitute the principal food of the natives. Of this root they prepare a food called fufu, made by beating a quantity of well-boiled ones together for a long time in a wooden mortar, which forms it into a highly tenacious mass, somewhat similar to birdlime. But this mode of preparing them is not peculiar to Fernando Po, for it is commonly practised among the African nations. There is also a variety of other edible plants, particularly the edo, which is well known in the West Indies, and whose leaves, when young, form a good substitute for spinach. It is in general use when yams are out of season. A few plantains have also been brought to us. Wild fruits not generally known are found here, but there do not appear to be any oranges, lemons, limes, pineapples, bananas, soursop, or sugar canes, which are peculiar to such climates. The following is the mode adopted for procuring the sap of the palm tree, commonly known by the name of palm wine. The lower branches of the tree having been cut off near the trunk, the sap exudes abundantly from the extremity of the divided part, and is received in calabashes appended thereto, which are secured from the aggressions of insects by enclosing the mouth of the vessel with the end of the branch by leaves, and secured with wooden pins. The natives are remarkably expert in ascending the tree for the purpose of attaching and removing the calabashes. To assist them, they make use of a hoop sufficiently large to encircle the trunk, and allow also the body to move freely within it. This the individual moves upwards or downwards whenever he wants to change the position of his feet, according as he wishes to ascend or descend. The juice, when procured, is in the first instance sweet and not unlike cider, but rapidly undergoes a process of fermentation by which in the course of 2 or 3 hours it acquires a slightly vinous flavor. In both those states I found it a very pleasant beverage. If procured in the morning, by the afternoon it becomes slightly acid, and on the following morning perfectly sour. Sufficient alcohol is, however, formed to produce considerable exhilarating effect when taken in even moderate quantity, but when drank inordinately it stupefies and intoxicates. The natives, notwithstanding they are fond of it, much to their credit, rarely abuse this bountiful gift of nature, and in this respect are well deserving of imitation by more civilized people. The preparation of the palm oil is conducted as follows. A circular and slightly concave hole, about a yard in diameter and a foot deep, is made in the ground and paved with small stones. In this hole the palm nuts are beaten into a pulp, and the oil afterwards extracted. It is then preserved and brought to market in native boxes, each containing from a quart to a gallon. The island abounds with monkeys, which are eaten by the natives. Many are of considerable size, some having been killed above 50-pound weight. Several species have been noticed, particularly one with long, shaggy, jet-black hair, another with short, silver-gray hair, and a third auburn, inclining to gold, with the hair of an intermediate length, so that it might be said to have gold and silver monkeys. The Kroomen, who are very partial to their flesh, hunt them successfully with sticks and stones. If anyone makes them a present of a monkey after feasting on the carcass, they thankfully return the skin well dried. The only domestic animal on the island is a dog of a peculiar cur species, very diminutive, and of a red and white color. These we have reason to believe the natives eat, and they use the under jaw for a clapper to their rattles. There is a great variety of fish, and also 2 species of turtle, viz. The green and hawk's bill, the former good for eating, and the latter only desirable for its shell. It is now time that I revert to the proceedings which had taken place at the settlement during my absence. The increased confidence of the natives, and even violent proceedings subsequently to our purchase of land and establishment of a market, have already been noticed. The numbers, indeed, which crowded within our boundary line were immense, and their conduct in wandering about the settlement with the view of inducing our people to make purchases contrary to regulation, together with the irregularities arising from the temptation to sell their tools, to procure the means of privately feasting and tipping among the bushes, became so obnoxious that Captain Owen determined to remove the market beyond the boundary line. He therefore directed the stakes to be removed, and took measures for preventing any number of natives from entering in future within the works, giving them to understand that no barter could be made, excepting at the place appointed for that purpose. The spot selected for the new market was a point to the eastward beyond Hay River. Although much pains were taken to convince the chiefs of the advantages of this arrangement, it did not appear to give them satisfaction, as for several days fewer natives were to be seen on shore, and no canoes came off to the ship. It is probable that the chiefs were holding a conference respecting the affair, a mode of proceeding which they appear to adopt when anything of moment occurs. End of Chapter IX, Part C. Chapter IX, Part D, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days afterwards, Captain Owen, accompanied by Captain Harrison and Mr. Jeffrey, went to examine the shore to the eastward of Hay River, and observing 2 canoes making towards a small cove, followed them until they landed at a village near the beach, the inhabitants of which received him with every demonstration of friendly feeling, pawing the gentlemen of the party with their clayey hands, and pressing upon them so close that they were also rubbing their bodies against their clothes. At the same time that they thus expressed their welcome, they did not forget to solicit for iron, knives, and other presents. The chief occupation of the people of this village was fishing, and as, contrary to all other assemblages of the natives we had yet witnessed, the larger proportion present consisted of women, it is probable that the men were at the time engaged in that employment. Captain Owen purchased a few articles from them, and expressed his intention of establishing a market at the place, after which he returned to his boat, both parties appearing satisfied with each other. Our market was for some days afterwards carried on at the above village with reciprocal satisfaction, the supply of the several articles being abundant. It was soon, however, evident that the tribes who were excluded by this arrangement were by no means contented, and as Captain Owen was anxious to do justice to the whole by giving each a fair opportunity of barter, and as the immediate neighbourhood of the settlement was more convenient for the greatest assemblage of persons from the different tribes, he ordered, after first having a clear understanding with the chiefs, a new market-place to be fenced in near the boundary line, which from its situation and circumstances ought to be regarded as neutral ground. This establishment of a neutral ground was a measure of great importance and advantage, as we had now discovered that the natives are not only divided into distinct tribes, but that each tribe possesses a distinct portion of territory, and is extremely jealous of admitting others within its boundaries. The new market having been completed today, and a pole erected for the purpose of hoisting a flag during the appointed hours of barter, it was opened about noon, with some ceremony, in consequence of hoisting, for the first time on this island, an Union Jack, under the hearty cheers of a large assembly, composed perhaps of as great a variety of people as ever before witnessed the first display of the British flag in a foreign land, comprising, besides our own countrymen and the inhabitants of the island, natives of various parts of Africa. The ceremony concluded by drinking palm wine. Monday, November 26, a circumstance unfortunately occurred today to interrupt the good understanding so lately established. One of our black labourers, who was occupied by himself in cutting wood within our lines, had drunk some palm wine which had been offered to him without his having the means of paying for it. The natives, in consequence, forcibly took from him the bill hook he was using. The theft having been communicated to Captain Harrison, he assembled the chiefs who were at the market, and explained the affair, when 2 of them, Chameleon and Cutthroat, formed their respective followers into lines, each being armed with his equipment of spears. A parley now took place between the chiefs, who addressed their respective parties, with a view, no doubt, of finding out the thieves. A man having the appearance of a priest next harangued the whole body. Each party in succession sang a war song, the chiefs going on one, and the men on both knees. Each party now marched 3 times round a space which described a circle, after which those under Chameleon suddenly started off at full speed, and were immediately followed by Cutthroat and his party to the boundary of Hay River. The stragglers of the former in their flight disencumbered themselves of their yams and calabashes of palm wine, which the others on coming up amused themselves with breaking to pieces. Thus ended this curious specimen of warlike movements, which might appropriately be called the Battle of the Calabashes, and is sufficient to prove that a system of organization exists among the people, and confirms our former opinions on this subject, for on our first landing at Barracuta we perceived they had guards regularly stationed to watch and follow our movements. This system, I have some reason to believe, extends itself into the heart of the country, for during my visit in the interior I was sensible the people were running about at all hours of the night, ready for action. This may probably be the result of necessity, as the different tribes, if we are to judge from the numerous large scars in various parts of the body, are evidently engaged in frequent warfare with each other. Tuesday, 27. Mr. Jeffrey held a market today at the village near the beach, but an old chief who had been named Bottlenose was apparently out of humour, probably in consequence of the affair at the border market the day before. Wednesday, 28. At the conclusion of the market, which was held at the Bottlenose village today, a party of chiefs came hallooing after Mr. Jeffrey at the moment of his leaving the shore, but he did not offer to return. They then followed along the beach in the direction of his boat until they nearly reached Hay River. He now perceived they held something in their hands which they gave him to understand by signs was intended for him. This induced him to pull for the shore again, when he found they had brought back the unfortunate bill-hook that had been carried away on the preceding Monday. The men who had stolen it, however, were not forthcoming. Mr. Jeffrey conducted them to Clarence, where an interview took place between Captains Owen and Harrison and some of the chiefs, at which the former directed a couple of iron hoops to be given as a reward for the recovery of the bill-hook. After this, several chiefs came on board, bringing with them a sheep as a peace offering, which the captain immediately ordered to be killed for their own entertainment. In this operation they assisted very effectually, for one of them took his knife, and after skinning the head and neck, the animal being yet alive, cut its throat and extracted the windpipe, which was given to our friend Cutthroat, who first slapped it for some time about his shoulders, and afterwards, having merely warmed it on the fire, devoured it voraciously. The skin being removed, others of the natives tore off with their teeth and ate the portions of raw flesh which remained attached to it, while some cut off portions from the animal and disposed of them in the same manner. The remainder of the body was partially dressed on the coals and dispatched by the party generally. Notwithstanding this demonstration of their high relish for raw meat, it is remarkable that two of the chiefs, Cutthroat and Good-tempered Jack, who were honoured with a second dinner at Captain Owen's table, when presented with meat supposed to be done to their taste, showed a repugnance to it, and wished it to be put on the fire again. Cutthroat had shown so much disinterested zeal in our favour on various occasions, and particularly in the affair of the bill-hook, that Captain Owen took the opportunity of rewarding him for it by presenting him with some iron and a pair of shoes. It is singular that he is the only native we have as yet been conversant with who never begged for anything. Thursday, 29. Our little establishment, considering a few hands and the many irons we have in the fire, is making a rapid progress. The greatest activity pervades every department. The whole of our people, whether ashore or afloat, live uncommonly well, having plenty of yams and palm wine served out to them daily, with fowls and fish occasionally, which are extra provisions supplied gratuitously, the former being purchased from the natives with iron hoop, the latter taken by our fishermen. We have also caught a few hawk's bill and green turtle, and occasionally dig turtles' eggs from the sand on the beach. Saturday, December 1. Our establishment has hitherto been remarkably healthy, the sickness which has occurred being almost entirely the result of accidental wounds or the bites of mosquitoes and sandflies. The latter, being irritated by rubbing, have produced in some instances very serious sores, which have baffled the greatest attention of our surgeons. One feature in these ulcers is that frequent changes of applications are required, no individual remedy appearing to agree at farthest for more than 5 days, generally but 3 or 4, nor has any kindly disposition to heal shown itself until a degree of salivation has been produced by giving the patient a grain of calomel night and morning. Both my companions in the country are unfortunately on the sick list. Elwood with remittent fever, with which he was seized immediately after his return; the other Debenham, in consequence of getting his legs bitten by insects. I have myself, thank God, escaped without illness or injury of any kind. Sunday, 2 chiefs, Cutthroat and Bottlenose, with some other natives of consequence, dined with Captain Owen today, who was entertaining a party of the officers and other gentlemen attached to the establishment. The natives always appear particularly gratified in being allowed to dine on board, and Captain Owen, as a matter of policy, intending to promote a friendly intercourse, frequently indulges them in this way. It is offering, however, no trifling sacrifice at the shrines of the gods of friendship and cleanliness, to sit down with them, for their bodies not unfrequently emitted a most offensive odour, particularly when much heated by exertion and the influence of a tropical climate. Imagine the action of these upon a mixture of perspiration, rancid palm oil, clay, and dust, the whole producing an effluvium little inferior to that which Sir John Falstaff describes to have been generated in his ducking basket. That rankest compound of villainous smells that ever offended nostrils. Besides, as our guests were all dressed in buff, it was necessary to clean after them the chairs and other places on which they might happen to sit. Cutthroat and one of his tribe slept on board on a sail placed between 2 guns. Monday, 3. After breakfast our visitors took their leave, accompanied by Mr. Jeffrey, who, in consequence of a previous arrangement, was going to spend a couple of days with them at a village about 8 miles in the country, and from which he returned at the expiration of the appointed time, well pleased with the attention and hospitality that had been shown him. A remuneration of bar iron was the price of these civilities. Our fishing party have taken in their seine today 2 flying fish of the gurnet species and a hawksbill turtle. A party of natives from King Cove, headed by a chief named Toby Limp, came on board with a native woman who was far advanced in that happy teeming state which is peculiar to females in all parts of the world. This was in fact one of the few instances of any female coming on board, for although old Bottlenose had once brought 2 alongside the ship, he kept them concealed at the bottom of his canoe. We have some reason, however, to believe that his original intention was to have honoured us with a full introduction, but that he waived it in consequence of finding the chief of another tribe in close conference with Captain Owen. With respect to Mr. Toby Limp's lady, the general opinion, drawn from various signs and appearances, was that she was intended as a sort of present or peace offering to the captain, and what amused us exceedingly was the peculiar mode which Toby adopted of recommending her more fully to his good opinion by frequently passing his hand over her abdomen, while regarding Captain Owen with a most animated countenance, he seemed to express something like the following: "Look here, surely this is worthy of your attention." But however powerful the native charms of this lady might have been, and in spite of the above felicitous mode of showing her off, the speculation proved totally ineffectual. Another circumstance concurred in diminishing the effect of any impression that might have been made, namely that 3 or 4 clay-coloured chiefs appeared to be co-partners with Mr. Toby in the affections of the lady. The whole party passed the night together on board, between 2 guns. So much for the delicacy of sentiment among savages. The following is a specimen of the delicacy of this people in another respect. On the occasion of Captain Owen visiting the brother of the King of Barracuda, a calabash of palm wine was produced, which, in consequence of some imperfection in the vessel, leaked out its contents. In order to cure this defect, the hospitable chief took off his hat, and scraping with his thumbnail a portion of the clay and grease from his head, effectually checked further leakage with this veritable Fernando Po cement. Tuesday, 4. An increase in the number of the sick has been reported today, several of the men on board and of the mechanics and labourers on shore being affected with ulcers of the hospital gangrene kind. One seaman of the Eden has had his leg amputated above the knee in consequence of the nature of the ulceration. Having gone on shore this morning, I had the pleasure of finding the works in rapid progress. The floor plates were being laid in one of the frame houses. The roof of a large saw pit was also being put on, while a great part of the labourers were occupied in bringing up some frames of houses which had lately been landed from the transport. We were treated to-day with a monkey for dinner, cooked in the manner of an Irish stew, with yams as a substitute for potatoes. I must admit that I found it by no means a disagreeable food, which is not to be wondered at from its being a very clean animal, living on vegetable substances. Our fishermen have taken 1 green and 1 hawksbill turtle, also a skate weighing 90 pounds, and 2 buckets full of other fish of various descriptions, principally mullet. Lieutenant Vidal brought a native on board, charged with the following crimes, namely, stealing a dinner night from on board the steam vessel, and an attempt, in conjunction with others, to plunder our forge on Adelaide Island. Lieutenant Vidal, fortunately passing in that direction, observed a canoe lying on the beach. This he secured. The men belonging to it, however, contrived to make their escape in another canoe, but left behind them 2 of their hats. The prisoner had the audacity to venture on board the steam vessel, in hopes of recovering the lost canoe. He was immediately attempted to be seized, but he contrived, in consequence of his greasy skin, to give our men the slip, and effect his escape. Yet he was not deterred from making a second attempt, having, as he imagined, sufficiently disguised himself with a different hat and headdress. But he was immediately recognized, and having been enticed into the cabin, effectually secured. Captain Owen ordered him to be put into irons, with the intention of keeping him under confinement for a week, and then dismissing him with some slight punishment. Wednesday, 5. A brig was observed in the offing, which had the appearance of a slaver. The steam vessel was immediately ordered in chase, and returned in the evening, reporting her to be an English brig from Liverpool, bound for the Cameroons. Thursday, 6th, our tender, the Horatio, sailed this week for Sierra Leone. Among other supernumeraries sent in her were a sergeant and 2 privates of the Royal African Corps. The conduct of these men was so notoriously bad that Captain Owen apprehended their example would corrupt the black soldiers with whom they were associated. I cannot avoid again calling in question the policy of our government in sending out condemned soldiers to the colonial African Corps, for nothing tends more to degrade the general character of our country, in the opinion of the native Africans, who are too apt to form their estimate of our morality from these specimens of their masters. Friday, 7, the unloading of the transport which came with us from England was completed today. Among other stores, she brought out the frames of a blockhouse, 6 large and 10 small dwelling houses, 6 long 18-pounders and 2 long 9s. Saturday, 8, Lieutenant Caldwell of the Royal Marines died this morning and was buried at 4 in the afternoon. He had never been in health since our departure from England, or even been on shore, excepting for an hour or 2 at Sierra Leone. He was to have returned by the first opportunity to England, and with that view had, previously to his death, been removed from the Eden to the steam vessel. End of Chapter 9, Part D. Chapter 9, Part E of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monday, 10. Our fishing party took today no less than 10 turtle in their seine. The native prisoner, having now been confined 6 days out of the 7 awarded him, Captain Owen thought it better to inflict his intended punishment of 39 lashes today, in order that his immediate rage might have time to subside before being set at liberty on the morrow. It was accordingly carried into effect, and although he made a most lusty bellowing on the occasion, the whipcord appeared to make very little impression on his thick skin. I believe he deemed himself peculiarly fortunate in coming off so well, as, judging from his signs, he expected at least to have had his throat cut. During his confinement he roared and blubbered frequently, particularly whenever he was sensible of any canoe approaching the ship. His countrymen, however, appeared to care little about him. On the contrary, they frequently mimicked his noises as if in ridicule. His father, indeed, and 1 or 2 other relatives took some interest in his fate and offered ransom for him. Tuesday, December 11, Captain Owen, at an early hour, went on board the steam vessel to commence his intended survey of the island, and did me the honour of inviting me to accompany him. At 7 o'clock we left Maidstone Bay, and proceeded towards a place to the eastward of Point William, where Captain Owen intended to land his native prisoner, and from whence he was expecting to receive on board Cutthroat, Bottlenose, and another chief known by the name of Good-tempered Jack. The 2 latter only kept their promise, but on coming on board they were so impressed with fear and astonishment, particularly when the paddles began to move, that their hearts failed them, and they retreated to the boat with all possible celerity. The prisoner was allowed to accompany them, but no sooner did the boat approach the shore than, doubting the reality of his freedom until entirely out of our reach, he jumped overboard, and alternately swimming and diving, as if to elude pursuit, he at length reached the shore. About a week afterwards he ventured to make his appearance on the beach, accompanied by Bottlenose, but was careful not to approach our party until the officer on duty threw out a signal of encouragement, when he came forward, exchanged his palm wine for iron hoop, and afterwards joined in the laugh with those around him. Pursuing our voyage, about noon a party of natives were observed on the beach, and Captain Owen determined on paying them a visit, ordering a boat to be lowered for the purpose. Unfortunately, however, it being necessary, while in the act of lowering, to make a few retrograde strokes of the paddle, the boat was drawn into the vortex on the right hand, and nearly cut in 2. By this accident one of the seamen who were in it was thrown within the paddle, but miraculously taken out unhurt. Another made his escape on board the vessel, while 2 more were set adrift in the sea. They were, however, soon picked up by a second boat, which was instantly lowered, and which also succeeded in recovering the wreck of the first. On approaching the shore, the surf was found to be so strong that Captain Owen was obliged to communicate with the natives from the boat. A few yams were purchased for some pieces of iron hoop, which the natives were so eager to become possessed of, that during the exchange they trembled exceedingly from the intensity of their desire. A piece was intentionally thrown into the sea with the view of giving them a scramble. They all immediately darted with the utmost eagerness into the water, and exerted themselves most strenuously until one had the luck to find it, when the remainder left him in quiet possession, without evincing the slightest disposition to deprive him of his treasure. A small island lay off the shore of this place, which Captain Owen did not consider of sufficient importance to induce him to give it a name. We now continued our survey along the southeastern side of the island, advancing at the rate of 6 or 7 miles an hour, until 5:30 in the evening, when we arrived abreast of the southeastern point, Cape Barrow. We then took our bearings, let the steam down, and stood off the land under easy sail for the night. Wednesday, December 12. An hour after midnight we tacked and stood towards the land. At daylight got the steam on and furled the sails, and at 8 in the morning we were off the same point at which our survey of the previous evening had concluded, the current having during the night carried us to the southwest, at the rate of about 1.5 miles per hour. The part of the island we were now coasting along was possessed of a very considerable degree of sublimity, the shore being bold and rocky, with various picturesque cataracts descending from the mountains, and the whole face of the country having a wild appearance. During the forenoon we had 2 high peaks in view, one of which Captain Owen named after Dr. Byrne, the surgeon of the Eden, who first observed it. About 10:30 we passed a snug little cove, where the natives were occupied in building canoes, and where we observed a considerable quantity of wood piled up, intended for making paddles. Soon afterwards we passed the entrance of a river, which, out of compliment to myself, Captain Owen named Holman River. A remarkably large stone lay on the beach near its mouth. At noon we were off a bluff cape, which received the name of Cape Eden. At this time our previously fine weather disappeared, and we had, throughout the remainder of the day, a very hazy atmosphere, with occasional rain. About 1 o'clock a rakish-looking schooner made her appearance, which, from her manoeuvres, such as frequently altering her course, as if she wished to avoid us, we suspected to be a slave vessel. We therefore made full sail in chase, and at 3 o'clock had approached near enough to fire a gun at her, when she immediately hoisted English colours, brought to and proved to be the African Captain John Smith, 25 days from Sierra Leone, and 7 from Cape Coast Castle, laden with provisions for the colony, and having on board hospital assistant Cowan, of the medical staff, who had volunteered to join the establishment. Captain Owen, having received his letters, ordered her to proceed to Maidstone Bay, while we stood in Fort George's Bay, on the western side of the island, where we came to anchor soon after 4 o'clock. Thursday, December 13. Soon after breakfast, Dr. Byrne landed with 3 men and proceeded to a native village about 3 miles from the beach, where he was kindly received by an elderly chief, who appeared well acquainted with our countrymen. He could pronounce King George and a few other English words, and wore as an ornament suspended from his neck a brass plate, which had belonged to the cap of a soldier of the Royal African Corps. He had also another brass plate with GR upon it. This chief, with his son, accompanied Dr. Byrne on board, and was entertained by Captain Owen with fish, yams, and palm wine. At length he began to express such anxiety to be gone, and was sent on shore. During the morning Captain Owen and Lieutenant Badgley occupied themselves with surveying the bay. After this we went ashore, when many of the natives assembled round us, and behaved themselves very civilly, although they were, as usual, importunate for iron, offering in exchange yams, palm wine, fowls, etc., etc. Only one canoe came off to us at this place, containing 12 men, who had a few yams with them, which they appeared very indifferent about parting with. At least they demanded very exorbitant prices as a piece of iron for a single yam, for which at Maidstone Bay we could have purchased 8 or 10. We caught here a large dogfish, a species of ground shark. Friday, December 14, at daybreak, we were again under way, and stood out of George's Bay, making a little to the southward of it, for the purpose of resuming our survey at the point where we left off on the preceding day, in order to give chase to the schooner. We then returned into the bay, running close along and surveying its shores, leaving it at its northern extremity, and passing round Goat Island. We then stood for Maidstone Bay, where we anchored at 1 in the afternoon, having surveyed the intermediate coast, as well as the whole extent of the bay from Cape Bullen to Point William, from whence we had commenced the survey. Thus we completed the circumnavigation of the island. An account was developed giving a few of the geographical and meteorological observations which have been made since our arrival, with every due attention to accuracy. The Cameroon Mountain bears from Clarence Peak north 32 degrees 30 minutes east at a distance of 48 miles, and from Clarence Town north 27 degrees east, the distance being 31.5 miles, while the nearest point from the mainland is only about 20 miles. From the proximity of this island to the equinoctial, there is only 14 minutes difference between the longest and shortest day, and the temperature is so equable that the thermometer throughout the year never varies more than 10 degrees in the 24 hours. The spring tides have a rise and fall between 7 and 8 feet, and it is high water all round the island at the full and change of the moon at half after 4 o'clock. During our absence, the first house erected in the settlement had been completed, and Mr. Glover, who was to inhabit it, had invited his friends to the housewarming on the day of our return. This house consisted of only one floor, 20 feet square, and built on piles, with a store-room beneath, the sides of which are constituted by the piles. 10 other houses of similar form and dimensions are in progress of construction, besides 6 larger ones of 40 feet square, and the blockhouse, which measures 50 by 30, the whole consisting of single floors with store-rooms underneath. Saturday, December 15, the system of labor among the workmen is to commence at 6 in the morning and leave off at 11 for dinner, recommencing at 1 and concluding at 5:30, after which during the remainder of the day they are allowed to amuse themselves. The laborers and mechanics have been formed into a militia corps under the command of Captain Harrison, with the rank of major, and are occasionally taught to march en militaire and exercise with the pike, which is at present their only weapon, the Eden having but 20 muskets to spare, which have been distributed among the artificers who came out with us from England. This afternoon our transport, the Diadem, sailed for Cape Coast Castle. In the evening the bugles at Clarence sounded an alarm, in consequence of the flames of some burning brushwood accidentally communicating with one of the huts. It was fortunately soon extinguished without any serious injury having been sustained. Monday, December 17, the Diadem, which sailed on Saturday, was detained during the whole of yesterday within sight of the island, but about noon today, a fresh wind springing up from the eastward, she was soon out of sight. A few days since, our gardener, while digging in Paradise, turned up a Spanish copper coin of Charles III, dated 1774, probably a relic of some ship which had touched here for water. Tuesday, December 18, Anderson, a black soldier of the Royal African Corps, whom I have previously mentioned as an interpreter on our arrival here, was today found sleeping on his post and committed to the guard-house, from whence he contrived to escape into the woods with a view of seeking protection from the natives. Another black soldier was punished this morning for having quitted his post and lost his musket a few days since in the following manner. A party of crewmen being employed in cutting down wood, some of the natives contrived to steal an axe and bill hook. The theft, however, was immediately detected, and a scuffle ensued, during which this soldier, who was a sentinel near the spot, threw down his musket and ran away. The musket was taken possession of by a native, but subsequently recovered by a crewman, not, however, without his first receiving a severe cut on his hand by the knife of the native. After throwing a few spears, one of which slightly wounded the head crewman, the natives got clear off with the bill hook and axe. A spear was also thrown at Mr. Davis, the master's assistant, who was accidentally passing at the time, and whom one of the natives had even the audacity to attempt to make prisoner, a fate which he only escaped from, his shirt giving way under the grasp. When this affair was made known to Captain Harrison, he immediately proceeded to the marketplace, and finding some chiefs there, communicated to them what had happened. Cutthroat, who was present, instantly arose, and after making a speech to his countrymen, formed them into line, each being armed with the usual number of spears. After singing a war song and making 3 circular tours or evolutions, the whole started off in quest of the thieves, and in less than an hour returned with the axe and bill hook. Some few days after this event, one of the natives, who had taken an active part in it, had the effrontery to enter our lines for the purpose of selling his palm wine, when he was immediately secured by the crewmen and conducted a prisoner to Captain Harrison, who sent him on board the Eden, where he was put into the irons. However, this man had committed a previous offence, namely, having struck Mr. Jeffrey 2 severe blows with a stick about a month since, which compelled him to give up the pursuit of a fellow who had been endeavouring to impose 2 calabashes of water upon him instead of palm wine. During the last week we have had little communication with the natives, and our supplies of palm wine, etc., have consequently run short. This circumstance, we are informed, is attributable to their being occupied in the yam plantations. I am inclined to infer that if the necessity really exists for thus employing the whole of the inhabitants in the culture of this root, the population of the island is not so great as we have been led to consider it. Wednesday, 19. At 1:30 this morning, a loud splash was heard in the water, succeeded by the cry of "a man overboard." A boat was immediately sent, and from the phosphorescence of the water someone was discovered swimming towards the shore. On approaching him, he turned round in the direction of the Eden, and when within 20 yards of the ship, he all at once disappeared and was not seen afterwards. On inquiry, it was found that the native prisoner who had been confined in irons on the forecastle for his participation in the affray I have so lately described, and had contrived to effect his escape. To accomplish this, he had put his hand down the scuttle over the coppers, and taken from thence the iron that turns the handles of the dischargers. With the point of this he had contrived to break off one of the sides of the padlock, which secured his fetters, and thus setting himself at liberty, he crossed the deck to the gangway, opposite to where the sentry was placed, when he mounted the railings and immediately plunged into the sea. It is singular with respect to this prisoner that his countrymen showed very little solicitude about him, and we therefore had reason to think that he was no favourite with them. When they did inquire after him, it was to know whether we had not cut his throat. The King of Barracouta's brother once asked Captain Owen what he intended to do with him, and on being informed that he meant to keep him for a time in irons, and then after a gentle flagellation dismiss him, expressed his astonishment at this lenity, and made signs that we ought to cut his throat. It is true we sometimes had, as might be expected, very different versions of the signs of these natives, but in the present instance they could not well be misunderstood. End of Chapter IX, Part E. Chapter 9, Part F of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Owen, attended by a small party of marines, went on shore at an early hour to hold a court of inquiry on 12 African soldiers for refusing to attend the punishment of their comrade, an Ashanti, on the preceding day. They were found guilty and sentenced to receive 300 lashes each. After a part of this punishment had been inflicted, they were sent on board the Eden. Thursday, 20. Anderson, the African soldier who escaped from confinement on Tuesday, was met in the woods this morning by a sergeant of his company, to whom he immediately surrendered himself, and who placed him under charge of another soldier. Apprehensive, however, of the consequences of his double offence, he shortly after contrived to give his guard the slip, and again effected his escape. The above-mentioned sergeant also detected a labourer in the act of lowering a piece of iron from a cliff with the intention of selling it to the natives, whose canoes were lying off the beach. Having first secured the offender, he then fired his musket at one of the canoes without injuring or intending to injure the men whom it contained, and the aim was so unerring that the ball penetrated through the bottom of the canoe in such a manner that it immediately began to fill with water. This terrified the natives so much that they all leaped overboard, and swimming to another canoe, left their own with her cargo of sheep, fowls, etc., to its fate. This might truly be termed a good hit. In the afternoon I went on shore at Adelaide Point, where it is said the Spaniards had a battery. Whether this be true or not, the spot is well adapted for one. It is now entirely covered over with remarkably thick brushwood, which Captain Owen has ordered to be cleared off, with the intention of forming a road through the woods to Longfield Hospital. Assistant Cohen found today a silver Spanish coin in Paradise, near the same spot where the copper one before mentioned was discovered, and which bears the same date. Friday, 21, this morning Matthew Elwood died after an illness of 25 days. His complaint was a remittent fever taken on our short journey into the interior. On the third day after our return he took to his bed, from which he never rose again, excepting on the day previous to his death, when, under a state of mental aberration, he secretly took off his shirt and threw himself from out of the porthole near his bed into the sea. He was soon taken up, but his delirium continued until he expired. At 5 this afternoon he was buried in paradise. My other companion, John Debenham, has also been ill ever since our return, with an ulcerated leg, occasioned by the bites of insects, and which at present shows little disposition to heal. Saturday, 22, a sheep was killed this morning, one of whose hindquarters weighed 4 pounds and 2 ounces, and which, although not fat, was the largest native sheep we have yet met with. About a fortnight since 5 were slaughtered, which altogether weighed but 60 pounds, and consequently averaged only 12 pounds each. Sunday, 23, during the last week we have experienced much thunder and lightning. Our fishermen attribute their want of success to this cause, for the fishery has been unusually unproductive. Early this morning it began to rain, and for an hour continued to do so, more heavily than any of us had before witnessed, after which a smaller rain continued until 11 o'clock, when it cleared off, and the remainder of the day was fine. In the evening a number of native fishing boats assembled between Point William and the Eden, and as their proceedings on the occasion particularly attracted our attention, I shall take this opportunity of describing the peculiar method of fishing which they make use of. A number of canoes containing from 3 to 12 men put out to sea to look for a shoal of fish. When discovered, they surrounded on all sides, shouting and splashing the water with their paddles in every direction, endeavoring to drive it towards a centre. This done, they commence fishing, using for the bait a small fish with which they are previously provided, and they occasionally throw a few of these into the midst of the shoal. The fish appear to take this bait very eagerly, but as the hooks which the natives use are made of bone or nails, and without barbs, not more than half the number struck in the first instance are eventually secured. 2 men paddle the canoe in the direction of the shoal, while the remainder are occupied in fishing. Captain Owen went in his boat and pulled towards the party. We were much interested with their operations and success. At his invitation, after the fishing had concluded, one of the canoes brought us some very fine ones, a species of bream, weighing from 2 to 3 pounds each. This was the first time I ever knew fish caught in deep water at sea with a rod and line. Monday, December 24. In the course of the day, a party of natives brought on board 3 black men, inhabitants of the island of St. Thomas, who 6 months before had taken refuge in Fernando Po under the following circumstances. During the time they were engaged in fishing, a strong wind arose, which drove them out to sea. Unable to contend against the power of the gale, they deemed it prudent to keep the canoe before it, and even assist with their paddles, in hopes of sooner falling in with land, and thus escape starvation. In this manner they continued drifting for 8 days without fresh water, or any kind of provisions, excepting the few fish they had caught before the gale arose, the greater part of which were thrown overboard in consequence of their getting into a state of excessive putridity. At length they came in sight of Fernando Po. Some of the natives came off to them in their canoes and took them ashore on the eastern part of the island. Here they had been compelled to remain, devoid of all hopes of returning, until they saw our steam vessel making its late circumnavigation of the island. This opened to them a new and cheering prospect, and they determined to attempt reaching our settlement overland by travelling at night and secreting themselves during the day, in order that the natives might not interrupt their escape. Previously to the discovery of our steam vessel, they had frequently heard the reports of our morning and evening gun. This had led them to the belief that some Europeans were resident on the island, and now afforded them the proper line of direction for their march. After travelling for 3 nights, and at the time of their approaching our settlement, they were discovered by the natives, who in the first instance attempted to force them back to their former residence. The poor creatures, however, made so much noise and resistance that, apprehending the fact would transpire and excite our displeasure, it was at length determined to conduct them to us. One of them was a Fantee, and had resided at the Dutch settlement of Elmina, where a black man of our party, who was no less a personage than a son of the King of Cape Coast, although now discharging the humble office of gun room steward of the Eden, had frequently seen him. At the time these men arrived on board, several natives were with us, and among the rest our friend Cutthroat. No sooner did the Fantee fix his eyes upon him than, to the astonishment of all present, they began to flash with indignation, while the countenance of Cutthroat assumed proportionably the expression of sheepishness. The cause of this proved to be that, when they first landed on the island, our old friend had stolen a shirt from him. In other respects, however, I believe they had little reason to complain of the treatment they experienced, for they had not been compelled to work, excepting occasionally assisting in fishing, and they had been permitted to reside by themselves. It is true, on the other hand, that they had little hospitality to be grateful for, having been compelled to subsist on a scanty supply of yams and palm wine. During the last week the natives had, without any apparent reason, absented themselves from the settlement. Today, however, they returned in great numbers, and among the rest our old friend Cutthroat, exhibiting a large gash on his forehead. He gave us to understand that there had been some warfare between the various tribes concerning a quantity of iron, probably that which Chameleon's party had stolen from Messieurs Vidal and Jeffrey. Tuesday, December 25. This being Christmas Day, Captain Owen selected it for taking formal possession of the settlement in the name and on the behalf of his sovereign, George IV. At 7 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by most of his officers and ship's company, he went on shore for this purpose. The different parties of our colony being assembled, the whole marched in procession from the border parade in the following order, with bugles, drums, and fifes playing alternately: Captains Owen and Harrison, Surgeon Cowan and Lieutenant Holman, Messieurs Jeffrey and Carter, the surgeon and purser of the Eden, the European volunteers commanded by Lieutenant Glover, Lieutenant Vidal with half the Eden's ship's company and the midshipmen of his division, the colours carried by Mr. Wood, the band, Lieutenant Badgley with half the Eden's ship's company and the midshipmen of his division, the Marines and Royal African Corps under Lieutenant Menz, the Clarence Militia under their respective officers, 1st Division, Lieutenant Morrison, 2nd Division, Lieutenant Abbott, 3rd Division, Ensign Matthews, Tom Liverpool's party under Bell, Ben Gundo's party under Miller. On arriving at the point, the different divisions were formed around the flagstaff, and the colours having been first hoisted, the following proclamation was read. Proclamation by William Fitzwilliam Owen, Esquire, Captain of His Majesty's ship Eden, and Superintendent of Fernando Po. His Majesty George the IV, King of Great Britain and Ireland, has been graciously pleased to direct that a settlement by His Majesty's subjects should be established on the island of Fernando Po, and His Royal Highness the Lord High Admiral having selected me for the performance of this service, the formation of the said settlement has been entrusted to me under the title and denomination of Superintendent. In obedience to the orders of His Royal Highness the Lord High Admiral, I directed the first operations of clearing the land on this point, Point William, to be commenced on the 1st day of November last, and on the 10th and 12th following, purchased from the native chiefs and from the tenants of one small part of that ground which I desired to occupy, the full right of property and possession, for which iron was paid to the amount of 3 bars, and landmarks fixed by the native chiefs to show the extent of ground so bought. Therefore, in the name of God, by whose grace we have been thus successful, and for the sole use and benefit of His most gracious Majesty George the IV, King of Great Britain and Ireland, I do by this public act take possession of all the land bought by me as aforesaid under the future name of Clarence, being all the land bounded on the north by the sea, on the east and south by Haybrook, and on the west by a line running from the sea due south by the magnetic needle, or south-southeast by the pole of the world, until it joins Haybrook, the peninsula of Point William included in the same, being in north latitude about 3 degrees and 45 minutes, and east longitude from the observatory of Greenwich about 8 degrees and 45 minutes, and the aforesaid western boundary being taken from a tree marked by the natives, which is 218 yards from the gate of the ditch across the gorge of Point William, and bearing therefore south 20½ degrees, west by the magnetic needle, or south 2 degrees and 30 minutes east by the pole of the world. And in testimony of this public act, I command all persons present to attach their names to this proclamation as witnesses of the same. Done by me on Point William, in the settlement of Clarence on the island of Fernando Po, this 1827th anniversary of the birth of our blessed Saviour and Redeemer, and in the 8th year of the reign of His present Majesty. William Fitzwilliam Owen, Captain of His Majesty's ship Eden and Superintendent of Fernando Po, God save the King. The following additional proclamation was then read. Proclamation by William Fitzwilliam Owen, Esquire, Captain of His Majesty's ship Eden and Superintendent of Fernando Po. It has become necessary to extend our lines for the purpose of keeping the natives more separate from our working parties, which are at times much incommoded by them, and for the purpose of possessing ground enough for our own establishment. Therefore I do by this act formally take possession for His Majesty of all unpossessed lands lying between a line running south by the compass or south-southeast by the pole of the world, from Cockburn Brook on the west to Haybrook on the south, and the coastline between the said Cockburn and Haybrooks, including therein the two islets named Adelaide, guaranteeing at the same time to the natives of Fernando Po perfect security and unmolested possession of all such grounds within the said limits as are now settled or appropriated by them, being apparently 4 small spots where they have parks for store yams, which grounds are to be purchased whenever the chiefs can be assembled for that purpose, and the said natives are disposed to receive an equivalent for their value. Given under my hand at Clarence this 25th day of December 1827, William Fitzwilliam Owen, Captain of His Majesty's ship Eden and Superintendent of Fernando Po, God save the King. The above proclamations having been read, 3 general cheers were given on a signal from the boatswain's pipe, after which the band struck up God Save the King, succeeded by a feu de joie from the Volunteers, Marines, and African Corps, which was immediately responded to by a royal salute from His Majesty's ship Eden, the steam vessel, and the African, a merchant schooner, and afterwards from small cannon at the settlement. The ceremony being thus concluded, the different parties marched off in the same order as before and were dismissed to their respective quarters, the band playing Rule Britannia. On returning to the Eden, Captain Owen performed divine service, Captain Harrison doing the same to the civil establishment on shore, after which Captain Owen gave a dinner at Mr. Glover's house to the whole of the officers engaged in the establishment. It only remains to be added to the events of this day that many of the natives, including our friend Cutthroat, were present during its different ceremonies. Tuesday, January 1, 1828. During the past week, nothing of importance has occurred, excepting that our works are rapidly advancing. As respects our general pursuits and intercourse with the natives, much sameness must necessarily exist. Soon after 8 o'clock this morning, Captains Owen and Harrison, attended by a party of marines, proceeded to a native town 8 miles to the eastward for the purpose of meeting an old chief, who was said to be the principal one on that part of the island. After they had waited a considerable time at the place appointed, the chief made his appearance, accompanied by 150 spearmen, who entertained our party with an exhibition of warlike evolutions, when Captain Owen, in return, directed his marines to go through their military exercise, but before they had proceeded far, the chief became evidently much alarmed, and requested them to desist. His apprehension appeared to be more particularly excited by the bayonets. Having spent a short time with the chief, partaking of his palm wine, and inviting him to return the visit on the following Tuesday, Captain Owen took his leave. In the course of the afternoon, Chameleon came to our market, accompanied by nearly 150 of his followers, all well armed with spears, and walked up to Mr. Jeffrey in a menacing and insulting manner, as if to demand satisfaction for some injury he had sustained. He even carried his daring so far as to make a seizure of Mr. Jeffrey's person. That gentleman immediately dispatched a messenger to Captain Owen to communicate what had happened, requesting at the same time that some soldiers might be sent to his assistance in order to prevent further aggression on our lines. Captain Owen immediately hastened to the spot with a party of the Royal African Corps, and at length succeeded in conciliating the natives, although for want of a good interpreter he could by no means satisfactorily ascertain the cause of their violent proceedings. It probably originated in the discontent of the chief, who had on the day preceding, in consequence of some misconduct, been excluded from the market. End of Chapter 9, Part F. Chapter 9, Part G of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 5 o'clock, I had the pleasure of accompanying Captain Owen on shore to a banquet that had been prepared in honour of him by the civil and military officers of the establishment. On this occasion the Eden's band attended, and we were also favoured by the presence of many of the natives, who were thus enabled to gratify their love of music. The following ludicrous instance of their enthusiasm in this respect occurred one day while the band were playing on the quarter-deck of the Eden. A chief named Good-tempered Jack, while listening to the music, was so absorbed in his feelings that he became totally insensible to the circumstance of a native woman who stood behind him giving way to her own raptures by beating time with no little vehemence on his back. Thursday, 3. Lieutenant Vidal, Captain Smith of the African schooner, and others made an excursion about 8 miles up the Barracuda River this morning. They proceeded partly by walking along the banks and partly by wading up the bed of the river. They met with little of interest, excepting that about 3 miles from the mouth they observed some fine basaltic pillars. They also shot a few snipes and saw the tracks of many deer. Friday, 4. Our old acquaintance Bottlenose was today found guilty of an indirect mode of stealing by demanding payment a second time with the greatest possible coolness and effrontery for a sheep and a goat with its kid, for which he had previously received the stipulated price. Mr. Jeffrey, of course, resisted the demand and brought forward several persons who most satisfactorily proved the former payment. Mr. Bottlenose, however, would not be satisfied with this, and had even the presumption to complain to Captain Owen, who, on inquiry, was convinced that he was guilty of an intentional attempt at imposition. He, however, ordered the animals in question to be returned, but gave directions that he should never in future be permitted to enter the market or in any shape trade with our establishment. This man had also, on the very same day, been detected in 2 or 3 attempts to steal a knife and various pieces of iron. It is evident from the above and other traits that the natives of this island, like all other savage nations, are naturally addicted to thieving. From the fear of detection, however, the instances of their venturing to indulge the propensity do not appear to be numerous. Monday, 7. After breakfasting on board the steam vessel, I accompanied Lieutenant Vidal and Mr. Cowan on shore for the purpose of making observations. In the first place, we investigated the process of making a beautiful lake red pigment, which is conducted by the women, the paint being used as an ornament for their skins. On entering the hut of an old chief to whom our visit was more particularly directed, we found him sitting on the ground with one of his wives in the same position, holding a calabash containing a mess of fowl and palm oil, which he was eating with one hand, while the other held a roasted yam, which he also occasionally partook of. Having finished his repast, he took a draught from a large calabash of palm wine, which he then presented to us, having, however, previously poured some into another vessel, which he gave to his wife. When the lady had finished her draught, she went to a tree near the hut, whose leaves and berries resemble those of our laurel, and plucking off about a dozen of the younger leaves, made them up into a bundle, which she first dipped into water and afterwards into wood ashes. They were then ground into a pulp on a stone, whose surface formed an inclined place, from which the material was allowed to run off when sufficiently prepared. On rubbing a portion of this pulp on our hands and faces, it became, after drying, a most beautiful and delicate rose colour, which required several times washing with soap and water before it could be removed, and which, if allowed to remain without washing, would retain its brilliancy for a comparatively long time. Mr. Cowan professed his intention of preparing a quantity of this dye to send to his fair friends in England. We also observed the process for preparing the palm oil, which I have before described. This oil from the great number of palm trees in the island will, without doubt, ultimately become a considerable article of trade. Indeed, Captain Smith of the African schooner has already opened a traffic for it, giving iron in exchange. 2 of the crewmen today knocked down a fine buck deer, one of the haunches of which weighed 6 pounds. Tuesday, 8. Our market at Longfield, which of late has been held only twice in the week, when the natives are summoned by the sound of the bugle, has been well attended today. Hitherto Mr. Jeffrey has had the superintendence of it, and it is impossible to pay too high a tribute to his exertions and the manner in which he has discharged the very arduous task of conducting the barter with the natives. The system acted upon has now become so well defined that Captain Owen deems it sufficient to commit the future charge to a corporal of marines who has today entered on this duty. Thursday, 10. A native afflicted with insanity came within our lines this morning and continued there until the afternoon. The conduits or chutes from the watering place to the beach were this day reported to be completed. Saturday, 12. We have for some days been experiencing close, warm weather, which I regret to say has proved unfavorable to our invalids, the ulcerations having in consequence been apparently aggravated. Monday, 14. Mr. Abbott, the storekeeper, Clarence, and John Earl, seaman of HMS Eden, had charge of the ordnance at the settlement, died this afternoon from intermittent fever. Thursday, 17. At daylight, the African steam vessel got up her anchor and steam when she stood out of the bay and parted company for England, intending to call at Sierra Leone for a fresh supply of coals. She was under the command of Lieutenant Vidal, who was charged with dispatches relating to the proceedings of the settlement, etc. Mr. Bremner, master of the Eden, as well as several invalids, went home passengers in her, and I availed myself of the opportunity of sending home numberless specimens of articles used by the natives, amongst which were the following: the model of a canoe, spears, fishing lines, and stone slings, made from the fiber of the bark of a tree, bracelets, armlets, and other trifling ornaments worn about their person, a knife made out of an iron hoop and fitted into a wooden handle, a bell-shaped wooden rattle, some small boxes made of split cane, monkey skins, etc., etc. A building composed of the frames of two small houses, each 20 feet square, having been erected near Point William for an hospital, it was this day reported to be ready for the reception of the sick, and 17 seamen of the Eden with bad ulcers were sent on shore to occupy it, leaving 15 on board with the same complaint, besides a few fever cases. There were also 8 more ulcer cases that had been on shore for some time under a tent near Point William. This situation was chosen by Captain Owen for the hospital, as it was near the extreme point of a small peninsula, on which the prevailing wind blows transversely. Therefore, if any spot on the settlement or near the seashore of any part of the island was healthy, it is reasonable to suppose that this would be. The house consisted of only one floor, with a good broad veranda all round it, shingled in the same way as the roof of the house. Friday, 18. This morning one of the African Corps followed the example of our interpreter Anderson, with this difference, however, that when he ran away he took his musket and accoutrements with him. I do not see what advantage they proposed to themselves by going amongst the islanders, as they did not speak their language and could not expect to procure the means of support without working hard for it. The only point in their favor was that they were of the same color. This afternoon the Eden's boats were sent after a vessel in the offing, which proved to be a sloop laden with palm oil from the Calabar River, bound to Liverpool. A few iguanas have been seen here, and the crewmen caught one a few days since, which they considered a great treat, and had cooked agreeably to their taste, but no venomous animal, except a few snakes, has yet been discovered. The guana is harmless, and in some countries is used for food. It is common to Asia, Africa, and America. Fortunately, the alligator has not been seen in any of the rivers here, notwithstanding that they are native to all the rivers of the proximate continent. The cause, no doubt, is that the rivers on the island are mere mountain streams, which are very unfavorable to the retreat or repose of those reptiles. Saturday, 19, soon after midnight, I accompanied Lieutenant Badgley from His Majesty's ship Eden on board the schooner African, Captain Smith, when we got under way to proceed round the coast of the Bight of Biafra, between the Cameroon River and Cape Formosa, for the purpose of cruising off and entering any of the rivers in quest of vessels trading for slaves, where we might have reason to believe that the inhuman traffic was pursued. The weather was very unpropitious during the night, for we had it squally, with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, but it cleared up in the course of the morning, and at noon it was calm and fine. Soon after which we saw a strange vessel, which we supposed to be a slaver. We therefore used every effort to overtake her, getting out our sweeps and sending the Eden's pinnace ahead to tow, which boat, with a good crew of English sailors, Lieutenant Badgley had brought with him to assist in performing the service. We had not advanced far towards the strange sail before we observed 2 boats coming from her, which came alongside of us about 3 in the afternoon, when we found that they belonged to His Majesty's brig Clinker, which was well manned and armed, and that they entertained the same suspicions of our purpose as we had held of theirs. The Clinker was in the very best order, and was commanded by Lieutenant Matson, a most active and experienced officer. I would here remark that if we desire to be eminently successful in putting down the slave trade, our government ought to select vessels of a peculiar description. I mean vessels constructed principally for sailing, for in the first instance the very service on which they are employed is that of chasing vessels that have been built with a special regard to swiftness on the water. The consequence of the unfitness of our ships for this particular service is that of the number of slavers that we descry in these seas, the captures make but a small proportion. If we had a few of the large class of Baltimore schooners with a long 12 or 18-pounder amidships for a chase gun, and a few carronades for close action with a good crew well trained to the sweeps, and a few brigs similar to the well-known Black Joke, I would venture to say that they would be more successful and less expensive to government than the class of vessels that have hitherto been employed on this service. Instead of a large frigate with a Commodore's pennant, we might have a first-class flush-deck sloop of war, built principally for fast sailing, with a distinguished young post-captain to command her. For activity and experience on this coast are more wanted than large ships and officers of high rank, as there is not much diplomatic business to be carried on with the African nations. It may also be observed that it is a very safe coast to navigate, for if you will but sound in time, you may always be apprised of danger soon enough to avoid it. The worst weather is during the tornado season, and these squalls, of which there is always timely notice, generally come off the land and do not last on an average more than a couple of hours. At 6 we anchored off the entrance of the main channel into the old Calabar River in company with H.M. brig Clinker, entrance of the Rio del Rey, bearing east-northeast. Sunday 20 we got under way at an early hour this morning, with the intention of proceeding up the old Calabar so far as Dukestown, off which place the palm oil vessels and slavers generally anchor. H.M. brig Clinker also got under way at the same time, with the intention of accompanying us a short distance within the bar where she was to have anchored, while our boats were to have gone with us for the purpose of assisting in the capture of any slave vessel that might be up the river. But it unfortunately fell calm about 9 o'clock, when Lieutenant Matson came on board and acquainted Lieutenant Badgley that he was afraid the expedition up the river would detain him longer than he had expected, and he must therefore relinquish his intentions and proceed direct for Fernando Po, in order to obtain a supply of provisions of which they had much need. At noon there was a moderate breeze and the fine clear weather. The east point of the old Calabar, northeast 7 miles, but the wind being down the river, we were employed working up all the afternoon, and having no pilot on board, we occasionally got rather too close to the mud banks on either side, and once we tacked into 2 fathoms water, which is just as much as would keep the vessel afloat. She was fortunately a very beautiful American pilot boat schooner, that with the least breeze was as manageable as a boat. We scaled the guns, and otherwise prepared for action, for there was no doubt but that any slave vessel would resist to the utmost if there was the least chance of escape. We were afraid that they might obtain information of our movements before we got up to Dukestown, where they generally receive their slaves on board, for when they are nearly ready for sea they always keep a canoe on the lookout at the mouth of the river to report when any men of war appear on the coast, so that they might have time to disembark their slaves before men of war or their boats can reach them. For although vessels may be fitted up with a slave deck and have every preparation on board for their reception, you cannot condemn them unless you actually find slaves on board. At 4, the east point of old Calabar River, west-northwest 7 miles, anchored at midnight. Monday 21, unsettled weather and wind variable. At daylight got under way. At noon, light breezes and hazy. From 4 to 6 this evening we passed between 2 lines of fishing stakes. Indeed, we found that a number of large stakes were driven into the mud banks in different situations outside the entrance of the old Calabar, some of them a considerable distance from the land, and there were long lines of them a short distance from each other. I endeavored in vain to find out the reason for placing these stakes in such situations, many of which were covered with water at the highest time of the tides. They are called fishing stakes, and boats certainly do sometimes go and make fast to them for that purpose, as well as to wait the turning of the tide when they are going to places at any distance along the coast. Yet one would think that they would hardly take so much trouble as to bring and place so great a number as there are, and many of them several miles from the land, merely for the above purposes. They make it very dangerous for boats or small vessels navigating those places in the dark, who are not acquainted with their existence. If I were allowed to hazard a conjecture on the subject, I should think they were placed there for the above reason, as men of war often send their boats up the rivers at night in quest of slave vessels, for the purpose of coming on them by surprise, and thereby prevent them from landing the slaves which might be on board preparatory to sailing; also to get quietly alongside of them in any part of the river where they might have anchored for the night or the turning of the tide, with their slaves on board on their way to sea. About 9 o'clock we unexpectedly found ourselves within the bar of the old Cameroon River, where we anchored for the night. The tide was running strong, taking the various directions of the coasts and rivers, and very perplexing to strangers. Unfortunately, there was no one on board who had ever been here before, and not having been able to procure a pilot, we were compelled to grope our way both by night and by day, with only a rough sketch of a chart to guide us. Tuesday, 22, at daylight, we got under way and endeavoured to regain the channel of the old Calabar River, but we found the tide stronger than the wind, and that it had carried us on a mud flat off Little Key River, which at about half ebb left the schooner aground. This obliged us to get some spars out to prop her up on each side, at which time we were in the following situation: west point of old Calabar River, west by South Fish Town Point, north by west, 1/2 west, and the entrance of Little Key River, north northeast. At 5 in the afternoon we got the spars in and laid a small anchor out, with the assistance of a boat, by which and other aid we hoped to get the vessel entirely clear of the bank, but we only partly succeeded that tide, for on the return of low water we were obliged to have recourse to the same means of propping her up, from there not being 2 feet water left on the bank. End of Chapter 9, Part G. Chapter 10, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Slave canoe, Duke's pilot, old Calabar town, consternation on shore and disappearance of the slave vessels, fruitless pursuit of the slavers, Ayo, Ayo, King Ayo's brother, old Calabar, festivals, attempted assassination, and Duke Ephraim's dilemma, obesity of the king's wives, ordeal for regal honours, Duke's English house, coasting voyage to the Bonny, author discovers symptoms of fever, the rivers of St. Nicholas, Sombrero, St. Bartholomew, and Station Barbara, the smokes, capture of a Spanish slave vessel in the river St. John, Nun or First Brass River discovered to be the Niger, natural inland navigation, New Calabar River, pilots Juju, Foch Island, author sleeps on shore, Bonny Bath, interview with King Pepple, ceremony of opening the trade, rashness of a slave dealer, horrible fanaticism, schooner at sea, return to Fernando Po. Wednesday, January 23, 1828. Fortunately the wind was light, for had it blown hard, the result might have been fatal to the vessel. At 7 in the morning we found the vessel afloat, and attempted with a small anchor and cable, assisted by the sails, to get her over the mud. But at 11 o'clock we were again stuck fast. In the afternoon we sent a letter by a crewman in a small canoe to Captain Cummings of the brig Kent, lying off the town of Old Calabar, commonly called Dukestown, as the king of that country is generally known by the name and title of Duke Ephraim. In about a couple of hours the crewman returned, in consequence of having met with a very large canoe coming down on her passage to the Cameroon River to purchase slaves. He induced the captain to come on board, but the appearance of a schooner with so large a boat and so many hands evidently created some suspicion in his mind. He was too much a man of the world, however, not to affect a confidence which we were all persuaded he did not feel. He drank some rum, and carried himself with consummate self-possession, gave us all the Calabar news he could recollect, and demanded our latest intelligence in return. When the conversation was exhausted and a good opportunity occurred for taking leave, he departed, heartily rejoiced, no doubt, at escaping with so much tact. His canoe was about 50 feet long, with a small thatched house built on a platform in the centre. The paddles were worked by boys under the direction of 2 men, who gave out a song when pulling. There were 2 poor creatures, whom we supposed to be slaves, confined in irons at one end of the boat. About 9 we got clear of the mud flats, after a great deal of trouble, with hawsers and a small anchor. We then stood up the river, and at 11 anchored for the night. Thursday, 24. Fresh breezes from the northward, and very hazy. The wind coming from the Cameroon Mountains increased the haziness of the atmosphere, and made it feel very cold. Soon after daylight, when the tide answered, we got under way and beat up the river. About 11 we came to the anchor off Parrot Island, the north end of which bore southwest 1/2 west, and the north end of James's Island north by east. At 3 in the afternoon a pilot came on board, and at 5 Captain Smith with Lieutenant Badgley went up to the brig Kent off Dukestown to procure information. Friday, 25, at 3 this morning the same party returned, and soon after daylight we got the schooner under way to beat up the river, and the Duke's head pilot came on board, when, to prove the confidence that might be reposed in him, he brought a certificate from Lieutenant Corey of HMS North Star, which stated that he had piloted that ship's boats up the river, as well as conducted them down with a slave vessel that they had seized. We blackened the schooner's yellow sides with a mixture of gunpowder and water. This, however, was not a very safe pigment, for if a spark of fire had happened to have come in contact with any part of her side, it would have communicated from one extremity to the other, but it served for a temporary disguise, which was all we required. About noon we came abreast of the town of Old Calabar, where we observed the greatest confusion. Armed men of different colours and nations were running about in all directions, preparing, as we imagined, to oppose our landing, for it was evident they were alarmed at our appearance, which sufficiently indicated our intentions. The slave vessels, afraid of being seized, had disappeared from before the town, and gone farther up the river before we arrived, so that however we might have been otherwise disposed, we did not drop anchor, but continued to advance as long as the tide served, which was till 1:30, when the wind failing, we were obliged to anchor. The Duke's pilot, when we were off the town, requested to leave us for a short time. He said he must go to tell Duke news, and come back directly. We afterwards discovered that his pretence to go ashore was merely a subterfuge to get away altogether, for he never returned, and we had good reason for believing that all the people, from the Duke or King, which is the same thing, to the meanest of his subjects, secretly abet the unlawful proceedings of the slavers, by whom they realize much larger profits than by the regular traders. At 3 we sent the small canoe with 2 crewmen up the river to ascertain the situation of the slave vessels, and soon got under way to follow them, but the wind dying off towards sunset, we were obliged to anchor again. About an hour afterwards our canoe returned with information that 3 slave schooners and a brig had gone still farther up the river, indeed as far as the navigation of the river would allow, where they had fortified themselves in the strongest manner to resist any attack on our part, having also the support of all the authorities of the native towns and villages that could, with any show of prudence, be extended to them. We also understood that they had not a slave on board of either of them, which was likely enough, as it is not customary to put them on board until they are on the point of sailing. These circumstances determined Lieutenant Badgley to return to the town, in which resolution he was also influenced by the consideration of the inferiority of our force. A schooner of 120 tons with no more than 20 Europeans on board, the crew of the vessel being Africans, as the crews of most of the colonial vessels that navigate this coast are, could have but a poor chance against 5 vessels mustering not less than 150 white men of different nations and reckoning 30 guns to our 6. The caution evinced by this step, however justified by circumstances, did not, I must confess, appear to me to be very creditable to our character, and must have made us look very foolish. After having chased the slavers so far up the river, we ought to have brought the matter to an issue, particularly as we had the eyes of all the country upon us, and were regarded with great anxiety by the people of old Calabar town, as well as by the crews of the British merchant vessels in the river. The affair gave the slavers an opportunity of exulting over our failure, and their own good fortune, which I think was to be regretted. On going down the river, a large canoe came alongside, with one of the great men of the country on board, named Ayo Ayo, a brother to King Ayo. When he asked for a present and something to drink, the customary demand of the natives, we presented him with a few leaves of tobacco, which appeared to amuse him exceedingly. He held them up with a contemptuous sneer, and asked if that was a present. This man was as shrewd a fellow as any we met with in old Calabar, and had long been accustomed to trade and receive presents from captains of slavers and palm oil vessels. At 9 we arrived off Robinstown, where a canoe met us, with a note from Captain Cummings of the Kent, informing us that a Frenchman had entered his palm oil house and deliberately shot his second mate through the body. There are 2 grand festivals here, which take place every 8th day in succession: Old Calabar Day, which was yesterday, and Duke's Day, which happens today. The succession of these festivals is curious enough. That which takes place on Thursday in this week will be on Friday in the next week, and the one on Friday this week will be on Saturday in the following week, and so on. Saturday, 26, we got under way and dropped down with the ebb tide abreast of Dukestown, a distance of 3 miles, where we anchored. We had not been long here before the Duke, attended by a number of his black gentlemen, and followed by Captain Cummings of the Kent, came on board to have a grand palaver with Lieutenant Badgley concerning the attempted assassination of Captain Cummings' mate on the preceding day. The Frenchman's name was Ferrard, and this monster was no less than the captain of a slave vessel. The cause of this palaver was an imperative demand on the part of Captain Cummings that the Duke should deliver the Frenchman into our hands, in order that he should be given up to justice in the event of the mate's death. But the Duke made great difficulties concerning the practicability of securing this man, and offered many excuses to escape the acknowledgment of any responsibility in the matter. It was clear enough that he wished to protect the assassin, as indeed it was his policy to shield the slavers, whose trade was more lucrative to him than that of any other class of persons. Finding himself somewhat embarrassed in the conversation, he made an apology for leaving the vessel, saying he would go on shore and see what could be done, inviting us at the same time to finish the palaver at his house. Accordingly, we all went on shore after breakfast, attended by 2 marines. A second palaver took place, which was merely a repetition of the first, and when it terminated, he presented us with some excellent champagne, and then exhibited a quantity of fine clothes, with a variety of other articles, all of which he said he had received as presents. The only dress his Majesty wore when he came on board was a cotton cloth round his middle, and a fine white beaver hat bound with broad gold lace. Captain Cummings, at our request, asked permission of the Duke to allow us to see his wives, who live in a square formed of mud huts, with a communication from the back part of his house. The Duke very courteously complied with our wishes, and sent persons to attend us. There were about 60 queens, besides little princes and princesses, with a number of slave girls to wait upon them. His favourite queen, the handsomest of the royal party, was so large that she could scarcely walk or even move. Indeed, they were all prodigiously large, their beauty consisting more in the mass of physique than in the delicacy or symmetry of features or figure. This uniform tendency to embonpoint on an unusual scale was accounted for by the singular fact that the female upon whom his Majesty fixes his regards is regularly fattened up to a certain standard previously to the nuptial ceremony, it appearing to be essential to the queenly dignity that the lady should be enormously fat. We saw a very fine young woman undergoing this ordeal. She was sitting at a table with a large bowl of farinaceous food, which she was swallowing as fast as she could pass the spoon to and from the bowl and her mouth. And she was evidently taking no inconsiderable trouble to qualify herself for that happy state which Pope tells us is the object of every woman's ambition, that of being queen for life, the royal road to which in this country lies through a course of gormandizing. The same custom extends to the wives of the great men who undergo a similar operation before marriage. On the morning of their wedding day they are seated at a table to receive presents from their relations and friends, a yard of cloth from one, some silk from another, some beads from a third, according to the taste incapacity of the donors. My companions were not much struck with the beauty of the queens, for they declared that some of the pretty young slave girls had much more lovely looks. Each of the Duke's wives being or send a jug of water for his large brass pan bath every morning, and his favourite wife remains to assist in his ablutions. On leaving the Queen's Square, we were invited to go over the Duke's English house, as it was called, which in fact it was, having been sent out and framed from Liverpool with carpenters to erect it by Mr. Bold, formerly a merchant of that town. This wooden edifice stood by the side of his mud hut, in which, by the by, such was the force of habit, he preferred residing. In the English house there was a grand display of European articles, consisting of furniture, mirrors, pictures, a quantity of cut glass on the sideboard, and to crown all there was a large brass armchair, weighing 160 pounds, a present from Sir John Tobin, with an inscription engraved on it to that effect. About 2 o'clock we took leave of the Duke, and went on board the Kent, where the poor mate was lying dangerously ill, and we all apprehended the worst result, not having any medical man to dress the wound or tell the exact nature of it. After dining with Captain Cummings, we returned to the Duke's house to learn if he had ascertained the name of the vessel the Frenchman commanded. The reply was unsatisfactory, as he still declared his ignorance on the subject. It is not unusual for the blacks, like the Chinese, to identify the ship and the captain. For instance, if they want to speak of the Jane, Captain Brown, they say, "That Brown's ship." It was therefore possible that the Duke might really have spoken the truth in protesting that the name of the vessel was unknown to him. Finding there was nothing more to be done with the Duke that evening, we left him with an assurance that we should persist in our demand of having either the captain or his vessel delivered up to us, that we should go and report the circumstance to the governor of Fernando Po, who would send a frigate to blockade the port, stop all the trade of the river, and perhaps come and burn the town. These threats were not apparently without their effect, although his Majesty was as much afraid of opposing the slavers as he was of quarrelling with us. The following morning at daylight we left Dukestown and proceeded down the river, not, however, with the intention of going to Fernando Po, but merely to visit all the rivers between the Calabar and Cape Formosa, in quest of slavers, first going to the celebrated Bonny, off which river we arrived on Thursday 31. Here we saw a brig at anchor, which proved to be the Neptune, of and from Liverpool. She had been lying here 10 days waiting for clear weather to enable her to pass the bar and get into the river. On the day we left old Calabar town, I had all the symptoms of approaching fever, such as headache, foul tongue, hot and dry skin, loss of appetite, prostration of strength, etc. I therefore took calomel and adopted prompt measures of regimen, abstaining from all food, taking nothing but diluents, keeping myself quiet and occupying the mind with amusing thoughts. By following this practice, at the expiration of 3 days I found myself quite convalescent, after which I soon recovered my former health and spirits. At noon we parted from the Neptune, and stood to the westward for the river St. Nicholas, having had information that 2 Spanish vessels trading for slaves were in that river. At 6 we passed the entrance of the Sombrero River, and at midnight that of St. Bartholomew's River. Friday, February 1. In the afternoon the Eden's pinnace went to examine a small river, which was found to be the station Barbara, but there were no vessels there, and about sunset we anchored off the river St. Nicholas. Saturday, 2, at daylight, the Eden's pinnace, the schooner's boat, and a canoe manned with crewmen, all well armed, left the schooner to go in search of the 2 vessels said to be in the river. But they returned on board, having examined a large river, 3 creeks, and 1 town, without success. All they saw on the banks of the river was a large dog and a rattle like those at Fernando Po. Sunday, 3 at daylight, weighed and stood to the westward. About 9 o'clock we anchored off a long line of breakers, but no land in sight in consequence of the haziness of the weather. That peculiar state of the atmosphere which we call hazy is perhaps more characteristically designated the smokes. On these coasts Lieutenant Badgley and Captain Smith went in the schooner's boat to sound and trace the passage into the river St. John, at the entrance of which we supposed ourselves to be situated. In the afternoon the party returned, having not only found the entrance of the river St. John, but also one of the vessels of which we were in search. At 4:30 the pinnace, schooner's boat, and crew canoe were dispatched, well manned and armed, to bring the schooner out of the river. At 11 Captain Smith returned on board and informed us that at sunset they boarded the Spanish schooner Victoria Felicita, armed with one long 9-pounder and 20 men, and that they took possession of her with scarcely a show of resistance. The Spaniards endeavoured to get the gun ready, but the boats came so suddenly upon them, by rounding a point close to their moorings, that they were completely taken by surprise and boarded before they could carry their measures of defence into effect. There were but 2 slaves and a part of the crew on board, the rest of the slaves and the remainder of the crew being at the barracoon, or slave yard, to which place they are always consigned so soon as they are purchased, and left until the vessel is ready for sea, to escape from the responsibility which would fall upon the commander of the vessel in case any slaves were discovered on board. There were many slave dealers on the schooner's deck when the boats came in sight, but they all jumped overboard and swam to the shore. End of chapter 10, Part A. Chapter 10, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monday, 4 at daylight, Captain Smith left us to assist in bringing the prize out of the river, but the day being calm, she was not removed. We burnt blue lights at intervals during the night, as signals to the prize or any boat that might be sent from her. Tuesday, 5 at 9, we saw the Spaniard under way, and at 10 she anchored close beside us. She was well supplied with water, of which we stood in need, and of which we availed ourselves. A midshipman with some men was then appointed to take charge of her to Fernando Po. We parted company and proceeded on our further examination of the rivers on this coast, when we stood to the westward, anchoring off Nun River at 9 in the evening. Wednesday, 6 after breakfast, we sent on shore to procure information of slavers, in consequence of having seen the smoke of a fire, which is a well-known signal on the coast, to invite vessels to trade with them. The fire is made by night, and the smoke forms the signal by day. Our boat returned, bringing a poor Spaniard from a small town just within the entrance of the river, called Pilot's Town. He was a native of Manila, and had been left behind by his vessel, but from what cause he did not state. He told us the blacks informed him that there had been a man of war on the coast, but that she had left some days since. Thursday, 7, light airs. At daylight we got under way, and came to an anchor off the mouth of the Bonny River again, soon after sunset. We had now examined the entrances of all the rivers between the Bonny and Cape Formosa, all of which communicate with each other in the interior, some being navigable by vessels, but all by canoes. For instance, a vessel may go in at St. Nicholas, and by passing through a creek come out at the St. John's. This piece of intelligence had the effect of occasionally placing us in some perplexity as to our movements. For, according to one person, a vessel freighted with slaves was on the point of coming out of one river, while at the same time, agreeably to another informant, the same vessel was stated to be coming out of another river. There is, however, but little doubt that the interior of the country is intersected by very extensive water communications, lying between the Bight of Benin and Biafra, and I heard Captain Owen say that in his opinion the Niger would be found to discharge itself in one of these bights, a fact which I have The satisfaction to learn is now proved by the recent discovery of the landers. Friday 8 at daylight we made sail. At 10 we received a pilot on board, and in 3 hours entered the channel of the new Calabar River, which must be passed before an entrance into the Bonny can be effected. This position of the Calabar is, however, on the coast, usually denominated the Bonny, in reference to the superior trade of that river. The pilot here requested the captain's permission to make a juju, which is a superstitious rite performed by the natives in these rivers. The object of the ceremony is to propitiate their deity for a safe passage and a good trade. The operation consists of spilling a wine glass full of rum twice on the bowsprit, upon which the operator stands, and once on each side of it into the water. They practice a similar rite when they anchor, cutting some bread and meat into small pieces, scattering it in like manner on the bowsprit into the river, and also on the deck, while those who stand around mingle in the act by tasting their offerings. The objects worshipped by the people of the New Calabar are the tiger and the shark, while the Bonny people worship the shark and the guana. At 4:30 we anchored for the night off Foch Island, inside the first bar of the river, and the pilot went on shore. The town on this island had been burnt to the ground only a few days before we arrived, owing to the carelessness of some new slaves, and the people of the town had determined upon selling the woman to whom the slaves belonged, as a punishment for her own neglect. The dogs on Foch Island were observed to bear a close resemblance to those of Fernando Po, a common sort of small cur. I mention this because it has been thought that the Fernandians have had very little connection with the people of the continent, as a proof of which we have never found any one, out of all the varieties of the African nations, who could speak with or understand the language of the natives of Fernando Po. Saturday 9, soon after daylight, the pilot returned on board. We found the natives of Foch Island very cautious in coming off. Even the pilot would not reply to our signals until we had sent a messenger to tell him what we were, nor would he even then consent to sleep on board. I've little doubt, from the timidity he exhibited, that the slave vessels have occasionally enticed pilots and their people on board, and carried them off for slaves. Our breakfast this morning consisted of smoked and dried herrings, corned mackerel, fresh prawns, beef steaks, cold roast beef, cold ham, roast and boiled yams, eggs and toast, a supply that will not be thought despicable for the passengers of a merchant schooner in the Bight of Biafra, where the sun was so powerful that our anchor was hot enough to serve the purposes of a heated oven. At 4 in the afternoon I accompanied Lieutenant Badgley with 6 crewmen in a small boat to visit the town of Bonny and the English shipping in the river. Soon after dark we went on board the Neptune, which was lying off the town of Bonny, and was the same vessel we had boarded outside the river. After refreshing ourselves with tea, we accompanied the surgeon on shore to look for Captain Cudd, whom we found visiting one of King Peppel's great men. We wished to call upon the king, but were informed that we could not be allowed to do so, as his majesty was too drunk to receive company, and exceedingly dangerous in his cups, a state of bliss to which he commonly arrived by that hour every evening. We therefore contented ourselves by passing the night at the house of the prime minister, with the intention of waiting upon his majesty the following morning. I slept in the same apartment with the doctor. Our beds, by courtesy so called, were made on a mud floor. They consisted merely of a mat spread for each, with a koya cushion, the outside shell of the cocoa nut, for a pillow. Fortunately, the climate is too hot to require any covering. We therefore lay down without removing our nether garments. Sleep was, however, quite out of the question, for so soon as the lights were out, the rats and mice came in, and, assisted by myriads of cockroaches and ants, contrived to keep us constantly employed, driving them away from our bodies, until we were in so feverish and exhausted a state that we anxiously longed for the return of day. On the following morning, Sunday 10, I was invited to take a bonny warm bath, which I accepted with pleasure, for after such a night the very name of a bath was refreshing. The doctor therefore kindly conducted me into the open space, where I was informed that everything was prepared. I was seated in an armchair with a large brass pan before me, full of tepid water, about 2 feet deep, into which I was requested to put my legs. 2 or 3 attendants, provided with bowls of warm water, soap, and cloths, now began began to operate on my body. The sensation produced by this process was similar to the effect of shampooing. After they thought they had sufficiently polished me with their cloths, they began to pour cold water over me, which was the most refreshing part of the business, but the reader may imagine what my feelings were when, to my utter surprise, I discovered that the whole ceremony had been performed by women, many of whom, although black, were both young and handsome. I had detected a good deal of giggling from the beginning, and objected to the presence of so many persons, but I was indifferently told, it was the custom of the country. We accompanied Captain Cudd on board his vessel to breakfast, after which we all came on shore to wait upon the king, to whom we were conducted by our friend Bill Pepple, at whose house we passed the night, and whom I understood to be the king's most confidential minister. His Majesty received us in a very easy, friendly manner, and in what he perhaps considered a fine dress, consisting of a neat striped fine calico shirt, a pair of white trousers, and a silk cap with a long tassel. We talked on a variety of subjects, selecting those which we supposed were interesting to him, such as the regular trade in palm oil and the illicit one in slaves, but our conversation principally turned on England, in courtesy to the king, who had been at Liverpool in the capacity of cabin boy with one of the captains of the palm oil vessels. He ordered some Membo palm wine to be presented to us. We found it flavoured with a strong bitter, produced by the use of a native nut. To our European palate this taste was by no means agreeable. It is with palm wine so prepared, however, that His Majesty contrives to get tipsy with such punctuality. When this liquor first exudes from the tree, and before the process of fermentation has drawn its intoxicating qualities into action, it is a sweet and not unpleasant beverage. Our interview lasted about an hour, when we took leave of the king to return on board. In passing through one of the streets we saw a guana climbing up a tree. The doctor advanced and seized it by the tail, a proceeding by no means dangerous as regarded the animal, whose nature is extremely gentle. The natives, however, witnessed this act with horror, this creature being to them an object of worship. As these animals are protected by the superstition of the people, and are allowed to enter their houses at pleasure, they become extremely bold, and frequently help themselves to a chicken or anything else for which they have a fancy, upon which occasion the owner feels himself highly favoured, and imagines that some good fortune will attend him in consequence. I was informed that they have been known to devour young infants. A guana was once killed on board an English vessel, upon which the trade with that vessel was immediately stopped, and a grand palaver held, when the captain was sentenced to pay a fine of 500 bars. This was afterwards commuted to 200, and when it was paid, the ship was permitted to recommence trading. The ceremony of opening the trade with each vessel is as follows. A day being appointed by the king, a dinner is prepared, and His Majesty is entertained by the captain and his officers on board the trader. The black gentlemen who form the royal suite are obliged upon this occasion to trust to chance and the good nature of the ship's crew for their share of the feast. In order that no point of courtesy may be wanting, it is requisite to send a boat from the ship to meet His Majesty as he comes out of the creek in his own canoe. The king, upon joining his entertainers, immediately enters their boat, which condescension is acknowledged by a salute of 7 guns, fired from the ship. On arriving alongside, His Majesty throws an egg at the vessel's hull. He then ascends to the deck, which is usually covered from the gangway to the cabin with a piece of cloth, an armchair covered and ornamented with the same material being placed ready for his accommodation. The only beverage used by King Pepple is his favourite Membo, which is brought on board by his attendants. His Majesty commonly returns about sunset to the shore, when a second salute of 7 guns is fired from the ship, and the trade is declared free to all his subjects. Shortly before our arrival, a circumstance occurred which serves to illustrate King Pepple's good nature and forbearance. About the middle of December 1826, Captain Lawrenson, a slave agent, arrived at the Bonny to purchase a cargo of slaves, which he accomplished in about 2 months, and sent them away to the West Indies, remaining behind himself with a quantity of goods to make further purchases, having written his owners to send vessels and take the slaves away. In the meantime he contrived to ingratiate himself so much with King Pepple that His Majesty allowed him to live in his house, and consulted his opinion upon all matters of importance relative to the white people. Many months elapsed before any vessel arrived, but when they did the slaves were not ready, and the king continued to delude him with promises for 2 months longer, at the end of which period, finding his hopes still unrealized, the impatient Frenchman became enraged at what he considered the king's deceit, and resolved on taking summary vengeance. Accordingly, one evening he went on shore with a cigar in his mouth and a few squibs in his pocket, when he deposited the latter in the thatch of several houses and set fire to them. The huts, being composed of bamboo, palm leaves, and reeds, soon burst into a flame, which spread so rapidly in all quarters that nearly the whole town was destroyed. The people were greatly exasperated, and wished to kill the Frenchman who had not attempted to effect his escape. But King Peppo forbade them to injure a hair of his head, permitting him to return to his vessel, which immediately sailed for France. The captain, still vowing vengeance against the king, and threatening to return with a much larger vessel, well armed, to commit greater ravages and to carry off all he could lay his hands on, until he considered that he had received compensation for the fraud which he averred had been practised upon him. There is a superstitious ceremony performed at the Bonny River about once in 3 years, which consists of offering the most beautiful virgin they can find as a sacrifice to their juju, whereby they hope to propitiate the evil spirit and avert the dangers to which vessels are liable in crossing the bar. The victim is taken in a boat to the mouth of the river, where, after a preparatory ceremonial, she is made to walk to the extremity of a plank, from which she is precipitated into the water, where in a few seconds she is devoured by sharks. The mind of the poor wretch is prepared for this fate, which indeed appears to be a source of pleasure rather than of terror, from the idea that she is going at once to paradise to become the wife of Juju, and towards the conclusion of the ceremony it is not uncommon for the victim to display extravagant transports of joy. One of the English captains remonstrated with the native for going to witness such an exhibition. "What," replied the indignant black, "what you tink? Why, she now married to Juju, got large house, more big than any in Liverpool, plenty copper bar, plenty rum, plenty clothes. What you tink she want? Nothing." These articles, being the principal objects of the trade from England, are consequently most desired; and as the majority of the trading vessels come from Liverpool, where some few of the bonny people have been, they consider that town the ultimatum of magnificence and splendour. We went on board the Neptune about noon, where we took an early dinner, and returned to the schooner about sunset, when we learnt that a great deputation of black gentlemen from New Calabar town had arrived to invite Captain Smith to bring his schooner up their river to trade. They requested him to lose no time, and offered to leave a large canoe for our use when we returned from the Bonny. However, Captain Smith would not agree to their request, and when they discovered that instead of being a trader we were looking out for slavers, they were glad to get away. Our pilot partook of their alarm, and on the following morning he sent back the casks empty, with a message that he could not come on board again. There is much enmity between the Bonny and the New Calabar people, arising principally out of their rivalship in the trade with foreign vessels. A short time ago they had a fight on board an English ship under the following circumstances. The New Calabar people had got on board the ship Huskinson, and were taking her up to their town. On the passage they were attacked by a number of large canoes, well manned and armed, from the Bonny. A desperate struggle ensued. The Bonny people lost many lives, but they succeeded in boarding the vessel, dislodging their opponents, and triumphantly carried the ship into their river, thus securing all her trade to themselves. This fight did not on the present occasion produce war between the rival people, as such incidents usually do. It merely had the effect of suspending their intercourse for a short period. Their war canoes are very large, and will carry from 50 to 100 men, well armed with muskets, pistols, sabres, and sometimes a small gun in the bow. We got under way in the afternoon without a pilot, and worked the schooner over the bar, which is very narrow, and stood out to sea that evening, notwithstanding there was a fresh breeze against us, through a very intricate navigation. It was at the entrance of this river that one of the boats of HMS Maidstone was upset. She had come to an anchor in the evening, with the tide running in, which made the water very smooth, but in the middle of the night, at the turn of the tide, they found the boat rolling about very uneasily. This very much surprised them, because the wind had not arisen. The sea soon began to break over them, when the boat upset, and the surgeon's assistant, with several other persons, was drowned. This proceeded from the ebb tide encountering the ordinary set on the land. We left the Bonny with the intention of visiting our friends in the old Calabar, in the hope of meeting the Frenchman who had shot the mate of the Kent. Tuesday, 12 at 5 this morning, we came to an anchor. The weather had been squally during the night, and at daylight the wind increased, the squalls becoming more frequent and heavy, with continued thunder and lightning, and so heavy a swell that if we had not taken in the boat from the stern she would have been washed away. At daylight we discovered that Tom Shott's Point bore northeast by north 6 or 7 miles. Wednesday, 13. At daylight saw a vessel at anchor outside of us, which proved to be HMS North Star, and immediately after Lieutenant Mather came on board to examine us. On that officer's return, Lieutenant Badgley and myself went on board the North Star to wait on Captain Arabin, who gave us a most friendly reception. He pressed us to remain and dine, but Lieutenant Badgley's anxiety to return to Fernando Po obliged us to decline an invitation which otherwise would have proved extremely agreeable. And as Captain Arabin had sent his boats up the river under the command of his first lieutenant in search of slavers, it superseded the necessity of our going. We therefore got under way and sailed to rejoin Captain Owen. End of Chapter X, Part B. Chapter 11, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reverence for beards, native shields, petty thefts, tornado season, author departs for Calabar, water spout, palm oil vessels, visit to Duke Ephraim, escape of a schooner with slaves, Calabar Sunday, funeral of a duke's brother, Egbo laws, Egbo assembly, extraordinary mode of recovering debts, superstition and credulity, cruelty of the Calabar people to slaves, royal slave dealer, royal monopoly, manner of trading with the natives, want of missionaries, Captain Owen's arrival, visit Creektown with King Io, the royal establishment, savage festivities, Calabar cookery, old Calabar River. Thursday, 14. Arrived in Maidstone Bay at 10 o'clock, when we learnt that Commodore Collier, in the Sybil, with the Esk and Primrose, had been in the bay and left it only on the preceding day. We also heard of the decease of Captain Clapperton, Richard Lander, who was the bearer of the melancholy tidings, being on board the Esk for our passage to England. Received some letters and papers from England that had been left for me by my old friend Captain Griffinhoof of the Primrose, and whom I was unfortunately doomed never to meet again in this sublunary scene, for, having suffered from fever, he was invalided and died at Ascension on his way home. We found the Diadem transport here, which had arrived a few days before, with government stores from Cape Coast Castle. A remarkable occurrence took place between the agent, Lieutenant Woodman, and the natives on their first interview. That gentleman had, like Captain Owen and some of his officers, allowed his beard to grow from the time he had left England, having been induced to do so for the sake of the advantages which, from experience, Captain Owen considered were to be derived from it. In the first place, all the Arabs wear long beards, and they are held in much respect wherever they sojourn among the various African nations, not altogether for their beards, but from their intelligence. However, the beard is naturally identified with their character. They also command respect because they are generally worn by the old men of their own country, and on our first arrival the chiefs of Fernando Po advanced with delight to rub beards with all those among us who wore them. When Lieutenant Woodman left the island for Cape Coast, his beard was of considerable length, but meeting with Commodore Collier at Accra, that officer would not receive him in his Fernando Po costume, and being unequal to contend with the higher powers, yielded to the alternative of removing his beard in preference to subjecting himself to the consequences of his superior officer's displeasure. But mark the effect when he came back to Fernando Po. The native chiefs turned from him with contempt, believing that he could not have lost so dignified an appendage without having committed some crime. This reminds me of a passage in the 15th chapter of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, viz., the practice of shaving the beard excited the pious indignation of the fathers of the Church, which practice, according to Tertullian, is a lie against our own faces, and an impious attempt to improve the works of the Creator. I was sorry to learn that there had been some altercation between Commodore Collier and Captain Owen on the subject of wearing beards. Saturday 16 went on shore at daylight, and remained till evening, when I returned on board in the midst of a tornado, which, however, did not last long, and fortunately had no great strength. We observed a glare in the mountain, which the natives informed us proceeded from a fire of considerable extent, made by them for the purpose of driving the wild oxen or buffaloes to a certain spot, where they are hamstrung and afterwards slain. We never saw any animals in the island larger than sheep or goats. I have more than once, in a native hut, found a shield made of hide about 4 feet high and 2 broad, with a stick passed longitudinally through each end. But whether they procured these shields from vessels touching at the island, or from the wild animals described as being in the mountains, we had no means of ascertaining. Sunday 17, Captain Owen had some of the officers of the Eden, as well as civilians from the establishment, to dine with him to-day. Our dinner consisted of green turtle, a variety of fish, small mutton, fowls, etc., all the produce of the island. Monday 18, the weather was now getting very close, hazy and oppressive, as the season approached for the hot winds from the continent, named on this coast the Hermotan, similar to the Scirocco of the Mediterranean. Yet the thermometer was only 88 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. Tuesday 19, Mr. Goller ran after and secured a native who was making off with an iron hoop. But lo, what dangers doth environ the man that meddleth with cold iron! For on the following day Captain Owen ordered the thief to have his head shaved, for the purpose of shaming him out of the repetition of his crime, thus making him an object of ridicule among his own as well as our people. And as the natives display no small degree of dandyism in dressing their hair, he hoped that this rape of the locks would have a beneficial effect. He, however, considered an additional punishment necessary in consequence of the frequency of the offence, iron stealing having become a very common practice. He therefore ordered the offender to receive 39 lashes, but at the 25th he fainted, from fear, no doubt, certainly not from the severity of the chastisement. However, he was immediately taken down and carried into the guard house, where he continued bellowing in a most frightful manner for a long time. Monday 25, we have had very close weather for several days, with much thunder and lightning during the whole of the last night. At 8 o'clock this morning a heavy tornado came on, the rain and wind continuing for more than 3 hours. The greatest force of the hurricane was, however, expended in the first hour, from which time it gradually diminished. This produced a very agreeable change in the state of the atmosphere, the thermometer having fallen during the tornado from 91 degrees to 78 degrees Fahrenheit, being the lowest degree we have yet experienced. Wednesday 27, the Diadem transport, Lieutenant Woodman, agent, sailed this morning for Sierra Leone and England, by which conveyance I sent letters and a few curiosities. Friday 29, Mr. Wood was sent with a party of men to assist the gunner in erecting a battery on Adelaide Island. Having made bankrupts of the natives in the yam market, the African schooner sailed today for the purpose of procuring them in other parts of the island. Saturday, March 1, some days since, a native having been detected stealing a knife out of Captain Smith's store, he was sent on board the Eden to have his head shaved and be kept in irons for a week. The time having expired this morning, he was ordered to receive 39 lashes. Previously to his dismissal, he bore his punishment well, and was going away, when about 300 yards from the place he fell down in a fainting fit, doubtless from the apprehension that he was not yet quite out of our power. Mr. Cowan, the surgeon, ran to his assistance, but the natives surrounded the patient and would not allow him to receive medical aid from us. This was of the less consequence, as their method of proceeding proved completely effectual. They first bound a strong narrow leaf around the sufferer's body, stuffing as many more leaves within the bandage as it would contain. They then chewed some vegetable substance until it was reduced to a pulp, and when this preparation was blown up into the nose and ears of the patient, it almost immediately produced the desired effect. There had been much thunder in the distance, and we had seen a good deal of lightning playing about the Cameroon mountain for several days past, but more particularly towards the morning. Saturday, 8th. This being the tornado season, we have experienced one almost daily, lasting, however, only a few hours, the rest of the 24 being in part very cloudy and in part very fine. The Lady Combermere of Liverpool, which anchored here last night, sailed this afternoon to prosecute her voyage along the coast. The African schooner Captain Smith, intending to sail this evening on a trading voyage up the Calabar River, principally to procure bullocks for our little colony, I was glad to avail myself of the opportunity of going as a passenger, for the purpose of making further observations on the habits and peculiarities of the people. We left Maidstone Bay about 10 o'clock in the evening, taking with us by way of experiment 3 native views from the island, an event which certainly augured well for the future advancement and civilization of these islanders. Sunday 9, we this morning saw a very large waterspout which broke within 200 yards of the vessel, and it is remarkable that before it broke we observed it raining in 5 or 6 different parts of the horizon, while it was quite fair with the sun shining in the intermediate spaces. Soon after 4 in the afternoon we entered the old Calabar River, and at sunset we anchored in 3½ fathoms water, east end of Parrot Island, north-northwest, 4 or 5 miles. Monday 10, weather still variable, got under way at daylight, but it soon fell calm, and we made use of our sweeps. At noon abreast of James's Island, and at 3 we anchored off Old Calabar, or Duke's Town. We found the brig Kent, Captain Cummings, still here, also the ship Agnes, Captain Charles from Liverpool for palm oil, and a Spanish schooner from the Havana waiting for slaves. Captain Smith and I accompanied Captain Cummings on shore to pay a visit to Duke Ephraim, with whom Captain Cummings was a great favourite, which proved a fortunate circumstance for us. The schooner having last visited the place as a man of war, she was received with suspicion, and it was extremely difficult to convince the Duke and his people that there was not a ruse de guerre intended by her reappearance as a mere trader. Tuesday 11, a fine but very hot day. Paid a visit to the Duke after breakfast, and in the afternoon went 3 miles down the river to visit the Lady Combermere on her way up the river. In the evening we paid another visit to the Duke, at which period every day he holds a sort of levee for supercargoes and captains of vessels, to talk over news. Upon these occasions he discovers an acute knowledge of his own interest, remained on shore, and passed the night in the Duke's English house, where his visitors always sleep, but none of his family, except a few domestics in charge of it. This evening a tornado came on with heavy rain. Wednesday 12, a schooner that had secreted herself further up the river dropped down and anchored off the town last night, after it became dark, intending to take in her cargo of slaves during the night. She completed her object before daylight, when she got under way and sailed down the river without showing any colours. This day was the Calabar Sunday, but it was not kept as the usual holiday, in consequence of the recent death of the Duke's favourite brother. The funeral ceremony is horrible, but I feel bound to describe it for the sake of showing the extraordinary superstition and bigotry that still exists among a people who have not only been visited but regularly traded with by European nations for nearly 2 centuries. I shall introduce this individual case by premising that human sacrifices are lavishly made, not only in honour of the blood royal, but in a more or less degree upon the death of great, or as I should more properly say, rich men, for riches constitute greatness here, even in a higher ratio than they do in more civilized countries, the riches of these parts consisting in the possession of slaves. At the funeral obsequies of the Duke's brother, 6 human victims were destined to the sacrifice, namely 3 men and 3 women, who, however, were, with a strange mixture of mercy and cruelty, rendered insensible to the terrors of their fate by previous intoxication. 5 of these poor creatures were hung and placed in the grave of the prince, while the 6th, a young and favourite wife, was reserved for a destiny still more horrible, being thrown alive into the grave, which was immediately closed over the whole. These people practice many other superstitious customs equally dreadful. Unpersuaded, it needs but a recital of them to prove how much they stand in want of the benevolent instructions of Christian missionaries. The laws of the country are worthy of attention, being perhaps the most curious, as well as the most prompt and effectual of any that we are acquainted with amongst the African nations. The whole of the old Calabar country is governed by what are termed the Egbo laws. These are laws enacted by a secret meeting called the Egbo Assembly, which is held in a house set apart for that purpose, called the Palaver House. Of this assembly the Duke, by virtue of his sovereignty, officiates as the chief, with the title of Ayamba. There are different degrees of rank in the subordinate Egbo members, and each step must be purchased successively. They sometimes admit Englishmen into this assembly. Captain Burrell of the ship Heywood of Liverpool held the rank of Yampai, which is one of considerable importance, and he found it exceedingly to his advantage, as it enabled him to recover all debts due to him by the natives. The following are the names and prices of each step: 1 Abungo, 125 bars; 2 Aboko, 75 bars; 3 Makira, 400 white copper rods; 4 Bakimboko, 100 bars; 5 Yampai, 850 white copper rods; also some rum, goats, membo, etc., etc. The Yampai is the only class of Egbo men that are allowed to sit in council. The sums paid for the different titles of Egbo are divided among the Yampai only, who are not confined to a single share, for a Yampai may have his title multiplied as often as he chooses to purchase additional shares, which entitles the person so purchasing to a corresponding number of portions in the profits arising out of the establishment. Their mode of administering justice is as follows: when a person cannot obtain his due from a debtor, or when any injury has been received, personally or otherwise, the aggrieved party applies to the Duke for the Egbo drums, acquainting him at the same time with the nature of his complaint. If the Duke accedes to the demand, the Egbo assembly immediately meet, and the drums are beat about the town, at the first sound of which every woman is obliged to retreat within her own dwelling, upon pain of losing her head for disobedience, nor until the drum goes round the second time to show that council is ended and the Egbo returned are they released from their seclusion. If the complaint be just, the Egbo is sent to the offending party to warn him of his delinquency and to demand reparation, after which announcement no one dares move out of the house inhabited by the culprit until the affair is settled, and if it be not soon arranged, the house is pulled down about their ears, in which case the loss of a few heads frequently follows. This extremity, however, rarely occurs, for if the offender be not able to settle the matter himself, it is generally made up by his relations and friends. End of chapter 11, Part A. Chapter 11, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Egbo man, that is, the executive person, wears a complete disguise, consisting of a black network close to the skin from head to foot, a hat with a long feather, horns projecting from his forehead, a large whip in his right hand, with a bell fastened to the lower part of his back, and several smaller ones round his ankles. Thus equipped, he starts from the Egbo house, runs through the streets with his bells ringing, to the house of the offender, followed by half a dozen subordinate personages fantastically dressed, each carrying either a sword or stick. I one day asked King Ayo who this Egbo was who ran about with the bells. "What, you tink Egbo be man? No, he be debbil, come up from bush. Nobody know him," was his reply. It is their custom upon the death of a great man to have one of his slaves, male or female, taken down to the side of the river to make what they call a devil, which means, I presume, an offering to the evil spirit. This is done in the following manner. A stake is driven into the ground close to the water's edge. To this the poor wretch is fastened, the head being pulled as high as possible to stretch the neck for the sword by which he is to be decapitated, and after the deed is accomplished, they carry the head through the town rejoicing. These frightful orgies used to take place in the daytime, but in consequence of the repeated remonstrances from the captains of vessels, who were shocked by the frequency of these horrid scenes, performed in sight of all the ships in the river, they now take place in the night. For my own part, I think that the noise occasioned by their savage merriment and their running about during the stillness of night produces a more appalling picture to the imagination than even the reality of the scene in broad day. The only difference is that there are fewer spectators, as the greater number of those on board the vessels are wrapped in profound repose. The practice of burying the youngest and favourite wives with the corpse is by no means uncommon, and they resort to a variety of cruel practices for maiming and destroying their slaves. Thus they cut off parts or the whole of their ears, a part of the nose, a finger, or a hand. One of the servants who waited upon us at the king's house had lost an ear in this way for some trifling offence. After a recital of these facts, it is scarcely necessary to observe that the Calabar people are extremely cruel. Indeed, I am informed that they frequently cause their slaves to be put to death for a mere whim, a practice which they endeavour to excuse by saying that if the slaves were not thus kept in awe of their masters, they would rise in rebellion. They also plead the necessity of it for preventing them from becoming too numerous. These reasons form also their apology for countenancing the slave trade, a traffic which is most strenuously supported by the Duke, who also trades largely in palm oil. His method of procuring slaves is worthy of remark. He induces the captains to deposit a quantity of goods in his hands, which he sorts into such portions as would form an ordinary load for a man to carry on his head. He then sends his agents into the country with the goods to purchase slaves, promising the captains their cargoes, amounting to any given number within a stated time. In the meanwhile he employs other persons to collect in his own town and neighbourhood, and if he is very hard pressed, for the captains of slavers are always very impatient, he obliges his great men to furnish him with a certain number each. This is done by sending him every individual from the neighbouring villages who have committed any crime or misdemeanour, and should he still continue unable to make up the specified demand, they sell their own servants to him. The Duke has profited largely by this system, for he has several warehouses full of goods, some of which he has had in store for years, such as wines, spirits, liqueurs, sailcloth, cordage, manufactured goods, copper rods, iron bars, etc., etc. The palm oil he collects in small quantities from his subjects in the neighbourhood of the Calabar and other small rivers that fall into it. The Duke, however, does not engross the whole trade, for the commerce being once regularly opened may be carried on by any person who has property to barter. Their mode of proceeding is as follows. Those who desire to traffic come on board and select whatever they want, making their agreement with the captain as to what they are to bring in return. If the captain knows them to be honest men, they are allowed to take the goods away at once, but if they have not sufficient credit with him, they must get the Duke or some trustworthy person to be responsible for them. I was fortunate enough to be present during the time they were carrying on business. The principal part of the cargoes of the Liverpool vessels who trade for palm oil is salt, of which the natives are very fond, but they consider it more a luxury than a necessary condiment. The article next in estimation is rum, after which they eagerly desire all descriptions of manufactured articles, such as cotton cloths, especially those printed with fancy patterns, all sorts of beads, glass or china ware, umbrellas, hats, etc., for which they frequently send orders on board the vessels written in the following style. Notes. No. 1. Captain Cummins, sir, please let the bearer have 15 and the 13 crew cask to fill at Toby Creek. Duke Ep Brame. No. 2. Captain Image, sir, please give King Io trust for 800 crews of oil. Be down for it. If his no pay, I will pay. Duke Ephraim. No. 3. Dear my good friend Captain Almaga, sir, I have send you this letter to let you know that I send you 1 goat, and I send my dear John to send me that rum you promised me yesterday, and I thank you to let me know what hour you want me to come down to take my trust. I am your best friend, King Io, Honesty at Old Creek Town. Number 4, dear friend Captain Cummins, sir, I have to thank you to send me 8 empit cask for to go for market. I remain your friend, Io Honesty. Number 5, my friend Captain Cummins, if you please send me that rum, I been beg you and thank you for leetle beef too, if you got any. Toby Tom Narrow. Number 6, Captain R. Cummings, sir, I mush obliged to you for please spear me some nails for make door do, my friend I remain, sir. Tom Duke. Number 7, Captain Cummins, sir, I let you know, but I want to go to market for meself. In I send you book to give me 50 iron ba for 110 crew salt. Then now I want 70 crew salt. In them bring me book for 40 crew salt again. Then now I thank you to down hose head for my 2 small hat. I am your humble servant, Antigo Ambo. If the Christian missionaries were to establish schools in the towns on the banks of these rivers, they would be very likely to prove eminently beneficial to the people, who are very desirous of receiving every kind of instruction, more particularly a knowledge of writing, which at present the headmen teach each other in an imperfect manner, of which the above notes form an example. There is not one of them who ever read English or any other language in print, and I have heard the Duke express great regret at not being able to read the newspapers, of the contents of which, although he had seen many, he still remained ignorant. Thursday, 13. The Eden's prize, a Spanish schooner taken last voyage by the African, arrived this evening from Fernando Po, with Captain Owen on board, to whom Captain Smith and myself immediately went to pay our respects. Friday, 14. Captain Owen visited the Spanish slave schooner, the ship Agnes, the brig Kent, and mustered the crews of the 2 palm oil vessels, when he met with several volunteers for the Eden. In the afternoon he went on shore to see the Duke, who received him very civilly, but suspiciously, for notwithstanding their great professions of friendship for the English in general, and their real regard for some particular individuals who are regular traders to the country, the consideration of the profits they derive from the slave trade prompts them to feel no little annoyance at our interference in their lucrative commerce. They already perceive that our new settlement at Fernando Po is calculated to interfere with their proceedings, and they have clearly expressed their sentiments upon the subject, not, however, without clothing their observations so cunningly as to avoid giving offence. "What for," said one, "white man come to live in black man's country? What for can't white man stop in own country? Much better for white man than black man's country." Mr. Cowan, the hospital assistant at Fernando Po, and myself accompanied King Io this evening in his large canoe up the river to Creektown, a distance of 12 miles, where his Majesty resides. The town is built on the edge of a creek, a short distance from the river. On our arrival we found that King Io had a larger wooden-framed English house than the king of the old Calabar, but not in such good repair. It was also sent from England by Mr. Bold, of Liverpool, to the king's father. In the largest room there was an elevated seat in humble imitation of a throne, where the king sat to hear and give judgment in cases of dispute and other causes that required his interference. He had a number of articles of English furniture, for instance, drawers, sofas, chairs, etc. The principal articles in glass were a chandelier suspended in the centre of the room, several mirrors, glass shades for lamps or candles, rummers, wine glasses, etc. But like the Duke, his Majesty does not sleep in his English house, preferring a native hut, where he was surrounded by his wives and domestics, the latter, of course, being his slaves. King Io is more moderate in his conjugal establishment than the Duke, having only 20 wives, while Duke Ephraim's number amounts to 60. The captain of an English vessel calling on the Duke one day, he exclaimed, "Oh, my friend, you come very good time. I just sent away some of my wives that I have had to entertain me." The captain replying that he regretted he had not come sooner, as he would have liked to see them. The Duke answered, "Oh no, my friend, you could not. It is not Calabar fashion." "How many were there?" questioned the captain. "Oh," replied the Duke, "only 25." Saturday, 15. There was so much noise in the town all night that we imagined it must proceed from drunkenness or else some desperate rencontre. Indeed, it was impossible to think otherwise, for they were screaming, hallooing, and blowing cows' horns or conchs, which produced so horrid a din that there was no possibility of sleeping, and we expected no less than that a party would rush into the house where we were. The uproar, however, died away towards morning, and we learned afterwards that it was nothing more than the ordinary savage enjoyment of the natives. Captain Owen arrived this morning to pay King Io a visit. He remained a couple of hours, and then returned to old Calabar town. In the afternoon we left Creek Town with the king in Tom Io's canoe to return to old Calabar. We had been very hospitably entertained by his Majesty, who gave us what is called Calabar chop, a dish consisting of any sort of meat stewed in palm oil and highly seasoned with pepper. The idea of palm oil may be unpleasant to an English reader, but when it is fresh it is not unpalatable, and I must confess that I greatly relished a dish of fish and yams which was brought on board the Kent as a present to the captain. Of course it was cooked in their best style. I remember at one time having as much prejudice as any of my countrymen against oil, but when I went to France I partook of it insensibly until I began to like it, and when in Italy I fell into the custom of using it with vegetables as a substitute for melted butter, fresh oil in warm climates being generally preferred to butter, even where both are to be had, which is not always the case in southern latitudes. There are very few good fish in the old Calabar River. The best I met with was a species of sole, but very thin, which I suppose is owing to the muddiness of the river itself and to the extensive mud banks which flank the channel. The water in the river is also so bad as to be unfit for use, in consequence of the quantity of decayed animal and vegetable matter that must constantly be mixed with it in a climate where the progress of putrefaction is so rapid. However, fortunately for the shipping, there is a good spring on the bank of the river, about a mile below the town, where it is usual to send for supplies. King Io went on board the African schooner, and remained with Captain Smith to select goods equal in value to 20 bullocks. End of chapter 11, Part B. Chapter 12, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Owen's departure, runaway slave, Egbo again, Duke's Sunday, superstitious abstinence, anecdote of a native gentleman, breaking trade, author's visit to Creektown, bullocks embarked, departure from Calabar, chase by mistake, dangerous situation, mortality at Fernando Po, detection of a deserter, frequency of tornadoes, Horatio hove down, capture of a slave vessel, loss of Mr. Morrison, another slave vessel taken, landing a part of the slaves, author's daily routine, Garden of Eden, monstrous fish, continued mortality, market at Longfield. Monday, 17, after breakfast, Captain Owen sailed in the Victoria for Fernando Po. The Lady Combermere also departed for the same destination. The latter vessel, being on a trading voyage along the coast, contained a number of articles in her freight, much required by the people at the settlement. Soon after these vessels were out of sight, 2 parties of slaves came down from the barracoons to wash themselves in the river. They were chained in pairs, the right leg of one to the left leg of another. Before the Victoria arrived, they were brought down daily, but were not seen during the time she remained, notwithstanding there were several depots for slaves in the town. Some black gentlemen came on board today to barter for bullocks. The brig James from Liverpool arrived this afternoon. About 8 in the evening a Calabar man was brought on board from the Kent's oil house. He wanted to be secreted until we sailed, as he wished to make his escape, for he said his master wanted to cut his head off, or to make him chop nut, that is, to oblige him to eat a poisonous nut which produces speedy death, because he had Freemason, meaning witchcraft, and that his master had been sick ever since he had last flogged him. Picked up floating about the harbour the long-boat of a French slaver that had been taken while at anchor here by a French man-of-war brig. Thermometer at 1 p.m. 93 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. Wednesday, 19. We saw from the vessel today that Egbo was running about the town. A small canoe with a couple of the Eden's crewmen came up the river this evening with a letter from the Eden's tender for information respecting the Spanish slave vessel that was expected to sail. Thursday, 20. Fine day with a fresh sea breeze, which felt quite reviving after several hot days. Egbo again in action today, having been sent from old Calabar to Robinstown, a distance of 3 miles, to recover a debt for the Duke. Friday, 21. Old Calabar being yesterday, this was Duke's Sunday, but neither of these holidays were kept with the usual festivity, in consequence of the prescribed time of the morning for the Prince not having yet expired. When these holidays are observed, it is usual for the Duke to invite all the captains and supercargoes of vessels in the river, when he gives them an excellent dinner with plenty of palm wine. The dinner consists generally of goats, wild pigs, monkeys, fish, plain yams, foo-foo, etc. The latter dish is a preparation of boiled yams, which are pounded in a mortar until they obtain a tenacity that will admit of being drawn out like birdlime. When the Duke is at dinner or breakfast, he usually has some foo-foo before him. This he rolls in his hands into small balls of about 2 inches in diameter before he partakes of it. It is, however, but justice to remark that His Majesty always washes his hands both before and after each meal. There is a superstition prevalent among these people concerning food that is forbidden, which is pointed out to them from time to time by their doctor, or rather by the fetish men who are the interpreters of his supposed will, the doctor himself being a mere wooden image, one of which is always carried about in the suite of the Duke. At the time of our visit the Duke was forbidden to eat beef or fowls, consequently he never allowed them to be put on his table. He was occasionally permitted to eat fish, because I presume he was supposed to have a fancy for it. At these times the Duke's attendants are forbidden to taste fish. Although the Duke does not eat beef or fowls, he occasionally orders the animals to be sacrificed as an offering to the devil, for the Calabar people say that God is a good man and will not hurt them, but the devil is a bad man, and it is therefore necessary to appease him. The natives of this country all shave on the day previous to Calabar Sunday. It is curious enough that they all do so according to the Mohammedan mode, excepting when they make devils, that is, go into mourning, at which period they not only omit shaving, but put on their worst clothes. The captain of an English vessel, calling one day on a black gentleman, with whom he was on very friendly terms, opened the door suddenly without ceremony, breaking a slight fastening, and found his friend under the hands of one of his wives, who was performing for him the office of a barber, a discovery which so offended the prejudices of the native that he could never summon courage after that circumstance to look the captain full in the face. The Duke, King Ayo, and several black gentlemen breakfasted and began their trade on board the James today. The form of breaking trade here is not so ceremonious as at the Bonny, being merely done by the Duke's visit a few days after the arrival of a vessel, when refreshments are provided for him and his suite, after which he selects whatever goods he wants, and the trade is then open to all his subjects. Sunday, 23. There were 4 guns fired in the town this afternoon, the object of which was to announce the death of a rich old lady. As they were not minute guns, one would suppose her relations were rejoicing at the event which had taken place. Monday, 24. This evening I accompanied Captains Magar, Charles, Coxenham, and Smith, all commanding English vessels in the river, to visit King Io at Creektown, but our visit was rather a different character to that which would be paid to crowned heads in Europe. In this instance our host was the gainer as well as the honoured party, for his guests came amply provided with the luxuries of life, and he was only required to furnish a few necessaries, which are also presented to him by his subjects or his particular slaves. The excursion, however, procured us a little variety, and terminated satisfactorily to all parties, but after the novelty of a first visit has passed away, there is little interest to be found in a black town. The huts are all on the same plan, and the streets rugged and narrow. Tuesday, 25, about noon, we left Creektown to return on board our respective vessels. Early in the evening we experienced a slight touch of a tornado, which in a few hours after was followed by a very violent one and a good deal of heavy rain. Friday, 28, we completed our cargo of bullocks this afternoon, which we began to receive on board the preceding day. Our whole deck was now crowded with these animals, divided into compartments with bamboo and other spars, leaving only a small space in the fore and after parts to work the vessel. There was also a platform made in the hold for a further number. Took leave of our friends at Old Calabar and dropped down the river just below 7 Fathom Point, where we anchored for the night. Had a slight tornado this evening. Saturday, 29, got under way at daylight, but were obliged to anchor again before noon, both wind and tide being against us. We here found the Haywood, Captain Burrell, at anchor. She was from Liverpool, bound to Old Calabar for palm oil. The larger Liverpool vessels have generally a small one for a tender to collect palm oil, ebony, and ivory. At different places on the coast, as the ships generally remain in one river until their cargoes are complete. There was a dreadful accident happened to one of these tenders. She was boarded by a number of piratical blacks in canoes belonging to an island near the mouth of the Cameroon River, when they murdered all the trader's crew, and after plundering the vessel of everything they thought worth carrying away, they got clear off with their booty. At 5 in the afternoon we got under way, and at 8 crossed the bar, where there was a heavy surf and only 15 feet water, so that we and our livestock were in some danger. Soon afterwards we were chased and had 2 shots fired at us, being taken for a slaver escaping under cover of the night, and when the vessel was ranging up alongside with the intention of pouring in a heavy fire and boarding us in the smoke, our assailants, to their great mortification, heard the bellowing of our oxen, and we discovered the vessel to be the Eden's tender, commanded by our friend Lieutenant Badgley, who came on board when we enjoyed a good laugh at his disappointment in taking our horned cattle for slaves. We soon parted company, leaving him our best wishes. Sunday, 30, soon after midnight, the weather, from being very calm and clear, became overcast, and at 2 o'clock a tornado came on, which continued with frequent and most violent gusts of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, till between 5 and 6 in the morning. Our situation was not at all enviable, as we had both the deck and hold crowded with cattle. The violence and variableness of the wind soon raised a very rough and cross sea, which frequently broke over us, making everything fly from side to side, and producing the greatest disorder. All this time I was in a small movable bed place on deck, expecting every instant that the sea would overwhelm us and wash me and my bed place overboard, for I was in no danger of being washed out of my bed, as it required no little management to emerge from it at pleasure. This berth of mine was commonly called a dog house, a box about 6 feet long, 4 high, and 2 broad, containing a mattress fitted about 18 inches from the deck, above which there was a sliding door and curtain scarcely large enough to admit an ordinary sized man. I found it, however, much more pleasant in fine weather than sleeping below, where the cockroaches were so numerous that a large dishful might be obtained in a few minutes by putting a little treacle in it, to serve both for bait and trap. I used to think that if the old story were a fact instead of a fiction, namely that the Chinese make soy of these animals, a very lucrative trade might be carried on between them and the natives of these coasts. Our schooner was a low, sharp, fast-sailing vessel, but in an irregular sea she was tossed about like a cork. At daylight the weather cleared up, and the day turned out fine, with a moderate breeze, which died away towards noon, when, being in sight of the vessels at anchor in Maidstone Bay, Captain Smith and I left the schooner to pull thither in a boat, and got on board the Eden about 2 in the afternoon. We also went on board the Louisa from Sierra Leone. The accounts we received of our infant settlement were not so favourable as we could have desired, not with regard to the progress of operations, for that was greater than could be reasonably expected, but from the sickness that had prevailed, and the consequent loss of several valuable lives. Mr. Glover, the master of the house carpenters, died only the preceding evening, and it is much to be feared that the panic which took place on the first symptom of illness, from a deficiency of that moral courage which every Christian ought to possess, proved more fatal than the disease itself. This morning we had a most convincing illustration of this fact. One of the stoutest and healthiest of our Plymouth artificers, who exhibited no previous symptoms of illness, on hearing of the death of Mr. Glover, burst into a fit of crying, and exclaimed, "Oh, my wife, my children, I shall never see you again." From that moment he drooped, and in a few days died from despondency. Good Friday, April 4, about 11 o'clock. Last night the sentinel over the provision store at Newmarket observed a man lying on the ground, tearing away the watling off one side of the store. On being challenged, he rose up either to make his escape or to resist the sentinel, who was advancing with fixed bayonet. In the scuffle that followed, the culprit was wounded in his left breast, notwithstanding which he succeeded in releasing himself from the grasp of his adversary. The sentinel, however, returned to the charge, and following him up closely, felled him to the earth with a blow from the butt end of his musket. Still, however, the thief struggled violently, and prostrate as he was, endeavored to bring down his opponent by seizing his legs. The soldier was now compelled in self-defense to transfix his prisoner to the ground by running his bayonet through his left arm, until the sergeant came up, who took him to the guard-house, whither he walked, notwithstanding his severe wounds and great loss of blood. His appearance was that of a native, his body being coated with red clay, and the forepart of his head shaved, while he wore the usual ornaments, a girdle and armlets of beads. But he was soon discovered to be a soldier of the African Corps, named Gott, who had run away 4 months before, taking with him his arms, accoutrements, and clothes. The African schooner sailed this afternoon for the purpose of procuring yams and livestock from other parts of the island, our people having bought up the whole stock of the natives in the neighbourhood of the settlement. We found here a few oysters on the mangrove trees near the seashore, within reach of the tide. Saturday, 5. The Eden's tender Victoria returned from the old Calabar this afternoon. Heavy tornado this evening, but as it is almost a daily occurrence, it is scarcely worth noticing. Sunday, 6. The Eden's tender Horatio, with Captain Harrison on board, returned this afternoon from a week's trading voyage for stock round the island. A seaman belonging to the Eden was drowned through carelessness in upsetting a small boat on leaving the Horatio. The Victoria sailed this evening under the command of Lieutenant Robinson to blockade several slave vessels that were daily expected to sail from the old Calabar River. Monday, 7. The armourer of the Eden died this afternoon. I had been myself affected with feverish symptoms during the last fortnight, but although so many persons were dying around me, I still maintained my cheerful spirits, to which circumstance I attribute the restoration of my health, which was now daily improving. I mention this solely for the sake of impressing upon others the importance, which cannot be often urged, of not giving way to despondency in this insalubrious climate. Thursday, 10. The famed brigantine arrived here on her way from the Cameroon River, bound to Liverpool with palm oil, which afforded us an opportunity of sending letters to England. She sailed on Saturday, on which day the Horatio filled and sunk in Clarence Cove while in the act of heaving down. This event occasioned much trouble, and it required the assistance of 2 vessels to get her up again. The weather had been very unsettled throughout the past week, with a tornado during some part of each day or night. Monday, 14. The Africans sailed for the island of Bimbia to procure as much stock and vegetables as they could obtain. I regretted that a temporary indisposition prevented me from going, occasioned by a large boil in a highly irritable state, which is very common on this coast. Tuesday, 15. Mr. Mercer, midshipman of the Eden, who had sailed from hence in the Victoria, returned today in charge of the Elizabeth schooner under French colours, with upwards of 100 slaves on board. He had taken possession of her from the Eden's pinnace, while Lieutenant Robinson and the Victoria went in chase of a suspicious vessel in another direction. The Elizabeth was said to be from Guadeloupe, but from the testimony of her crew and other circumstances, it appeared that she had only got her French captain and papers from thence, and that she had sailed from St. Thomas's under Spanish colours, where she engaged a part of her crew, the rest with her Spanish captain having previously joined her at Puerto Rico. The Spaniard who acted as captain in the outward-bound voyage remained at old Calabar to go back in another vessel, while he sent the Frenchman with false papers for the voyage home, knowing that the Eden's tender boat were on the lookout for him at the mouth of the river. Wednesday, 16. Captain Owen employed himself in the examination of the papers and crew of the schooner brought in by Mr. Mercer. A short time before midnight there was an alarm that a man had fallen overboard. Every exertion was made to pick him up, without success. On inquiry, the unfortunate person proved to be Mr. Morrison, who had left England as schoolmaster of the Eden, and who, after the death of Mr. Abbott, was appointed acting storekeeper to the settlement. For want of lodging on shore, he used to come on board every night to sleep. Upon this occasion he had laid down in the hammock netting on the gangway, a favourite place with the young gentlemen, as most of the ship's company, as well as the crewmen and black labourers, slept on the deck. It is supposed that on awaking he intended going below, but being drowsy he mistook the outside for the inside rail and fell into the water. He struggled a very short time before he sunk, and it was therefore thought that he must have struck himself against a gun or the side of the vessel in his fall. Thursday, 17. We this day hove the Horatio down alongside the Eden to a pinnace filled with iron ballast. The pinnace sunk during the night in a squall, in consequence of her iron ballast not having been taken out at sunset. 81 adult female slaves and some female children were landed this afternoon from the Elizabeth. Sunday, 20, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lieutenant Badgley arrived in a Brazilian schooner, Voador, the Flying Fish, which he had taken with 230 slaves on board. Monday, 21, the Victoria, Lieutenant Robinson, returned from Old Calabar today without having met with any further success, landed this afternoon at the settlement from the Voador, 60 male slaves with 42 women and children who were to be employed, with an allowance of 6 per day and their provisions. End of Chapter 12, Part A. Chapter 12, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fired a royal salute from Adelaide Island in honor of St. George's Day. The African returned with stock from the island of Bimbia, landed 64 sick children of both sexes from the Voador, their complaints being sore eyes, scurvy, craws, itch, etc. The black mechanics and laborers and their wives showed the greatest anxiety to take one or two or more of these children under their protection, although they had been previously told that they would not receive any additional allowance for their support. One woman remarked that as she had left her child at Sierra Leone, she wanted another in its place to carry at her back, and before they obtained the governor's permission for the indulgence of their wishes, they took the beads off their own necks to decorate their newly adopted favorites. This philanthropic disposition was happily not confined to people of color, most of whom had fallen under the protection of the British flag from similar situations, that is, the holds of slave vessels, as most of the naval, military, and civil officers who resided on shore also received boys under their protection. Thursday, 24, the Wanderer transport, Lieutenant Young, agent from Deptford, arrived this afternoon with stores for this and Ascension Island, and in the evening the sloop Lucy from Sierra Leone with provisions for the settlement. Friday, 25, this afternoon the two prizes, Voador and Elizabeth, sailed for adjudication at Sierra Leone. The African left this evening for Old Calabar. Saturday, 26, this evening the Victoria sailed to blockade the Old Calabar River. Monday, 28, the French captain of the Elizabeth, having offered his services to superintend one of the working parties of black laborers on shore, commenced the performance of that duty this morning. The last of the two horses brought from Sierra Leone died today from a disease in the mesenteric glands. The Monroe, an American whaling brig, arrived this evening. 2 men who were taken ill with fever were ordered on board the Eden, and there were still 5 of the Plymouth artificers ill with the fever on shore, one of whom was in a state of delirium. We had likewise several seamen suffering from fever on board. Wednesday, 30, Ware, a fine boy about 14 years of age, whom Captain Owen had appointed to attend me, was unfortunately taken ill with fever today, which gave me great uneasiness. Thursday, May 1, went on shore soon after daylight with the working parties, attended by a new servant, and returned to breakfast. Went on shore again before dinner, this being my accustomed routine. I occasionally remained on shore the whole day, and sometimes at night, but I preferred sleeping on the deck of the Eden, where on the top of the captain's skylight I weathered out many a tornado. In this situation I was tolerably protected by the sloped awning from the violence of the wind and the heavy rain, by which it is always accompanied, but even a wetting now and then would have been preferable to sleeping in a close cabin between decks, where, in spite of every precaution, the heat was intolerable. Saturday, 3, we have had either a tornado or heavy rain, with thunder and lightning, at some part of every 24 hours since I last noticed the weather. Another of the artificers departed this life. We had cucumbers from the Garden of Eden for dinner. The following is a list of the seeds that have been sown there by the order of Captain Owen, who gave it its poetical appellation. Many of them were planted in December 1827. Early York cabbage, Emperor ditto, American cabbage, custard apple, sour sop, Sierra Leone plum, tomato, orchilla weed from St. Vincent's, doe St. Antonio, doe the Cape, doe Madeira, fruit stones from England, canna or Indian shot, large and small pepper, balsams, pride of Barbados, Madeira broom, rose apple, dahlia, sunflower, 4 o'clock, St. Iago lilac, marigold, Malta turnip, Spanish onion, kidney bean, lettuce, mustard and cress, American cress, leek, cucumber, pumpkin, lime, lemon, orange, coconut. Sunday 4. The American brig Monroe, whaler, sailed today on her return to her fishing ground. Monday 5. The African schooner arrived from Old Calabar with a cargo of bullocks, 76 in number, also a small cutter from Sierra Leone with rice, etc., for the settlement. Tuesday 6. Captain Hurst of the Wanderer towed a very large fish on shore and hauled it up on the beach for examination, the mate of that ship after some difficulty having killed it with a harpoon. The sailors called it a devil fish because perhaps they had never seen one so ugly or so large of its kind before. They endeavored to describe it to me, as I was too late to examine it myself, many of our black laborers having carried away pieces of it immediately after it was brought to land. The head was formed like the concave of a crescent, with an eye near the end of each point, and a small orifice just behind each eye, like an ear. In breadth it measured 14 feet and a half, that is, from the extremities of the fins or flaps, which resembled those of a skate, in length 7 feet in the body and 6 feet in the tail. A very pretty young native girl, about 15 years of age, took refuge in our settlement this afternoon, and placed herself under the care of a fine strapping young crewman, servant to Captain Smith of the African. Wednesday 7. Forster, the marine who was superintending a party on shore, was sent on board in a high fever today, and Thomas Welling, another of our Plymouth artificers, died this morning. We also found that our bullocks began to die very fast, without our being able to discover the immediate cause. My poor servant lad had continued in a high fever ever since he was first taken, and this evening about 9 o'clock his respiration became very low and quick, the rattles, and for a full hour no hope was entertained, but at the end of that time the alarming symptoms subsided, his respiration became more easy and natural, and after a composing sleep of several hours he awoke with every prospect of recovery. Saturday 10. The Lucy cutter sailed this afternoon to procure stock from the opposite coast. Monday 12. Forster, the marine, died last night after 5 days' illness, and although the sailmaker was called to sew him up in his hammock before he was quite cold, the work of decomposition had already commenced, and the corpse was so offensive that he had much difficulty in completing his object. This was a case of remarkable despondency. He entertained an opinion from the moment he was attacked that his illness would terminate fatally, and it was impossible to inspire him with the least hope, a state of mind which certainly tended greatly to the accomplishment of his prophecy. The Victoria returned from Old Calabar today, Tuesday 13. In the middle of the night a heavy tornado came on, after which it continued to blow very hard from the eastward till noon, when the wind died away to a light breeze, and we had a very fine afternoon. In the evening the Horatio sailed for Old Calabar. Wednesday 14. A tornado in the middle of the night. Friday 16. A market opened today at Longfield, where our people were allowed to purchase what they pleased from the natives, paying a small duty for this privilege to the colonial government. Hitherto an officer had been appointed to make the purchases and distribute the articles gratis to the establishment. The following were the rates of the impost. For every gallon of palm wine, 8 pence. For every gallon of oil, 2 pence. 100 yams, 2 shillings. Fowl, 1½ pence. Sheep or goat, 2 shillings. Kid or lamb, 9 pence. For my own part, I cannot perceive the policy of imposing duties upon such trifling articles, the whole of which would amount to a very inconsiderable sum. When collected, it had a bad effect of rendering the people dissatisfied. God knows there were sufficient privations for those living in this infant colony, without imposing duties upon the few additional comforts of life that were so scantily supplied by the inhabitants. End of chapter 12, Part B. Chapter 13, Part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scarcity of provisions in Fernando Po, diet of the natives, their timidity, its probable cause, the recovery of a liberated African deserter, departure from Fernando Po, reflections on the uses of the settlement, causes of failure, insalubrity of the climate, probabilities of improvement, arrival off the mouth of the Cameroon River, chase of a brigantine, her capture, her suspicious appearance, slave accommodations, pirates of the North Atlantic Ocean, Princess Island, visit to the governor, drunken frolic of a marine, provisions, delicious coffee, account of the town, population, varieties of color in the inhabitants, West Bay, inhospitality of the governor and merchants, visit to a Brazilian brigantine, difficulty of obtaining a passage to Angola, departure of the Emprendedora, the Eden leaves Prince's Island, crossing the equinoctial line, dolphin and flying fish, trade winds, Ascension Island at daybreak, landing, description of the settlement, turtle, goat's flesh, abundant poultry, island game, aboriginal foes, unfaithful friends, gladiatorial sports, privileges of settlers, traffic, roads, water, culture of soil, produce, vegetables, livestock, population, employments, hours of labor, recreations. Departure from the island, recollections of ascension on a former voyage, Dampier, the navigator, the variables, an affidavit on crossing the line, change of weather, Dutch gallio, passage for the Brazils, parting of friends. Saturday, May 17, 1828. Mr. Craig, who had come from Sierra Leone to set up a store, went into the country with a native chief this afternoon for the purpose of procuring palm oil. He returned, however, the next evening very much fatigued and disappointed, for he not only found the journey very harassing in consequence of the badness of the paths, but discovered that his mercantile project was fruitless owing to the poverty of the natives. Indeed, the people of Fernando Po are less abundantly supplied with provisions than the nations of Africa in general, their principal dependence being on yams, which are, of course, liable to occasional failure. They have very little livestock of any kind, and the chiefs alone appear to indulge in the luxury of animal food. It is only on particular occasions, however, that they treat themselves to a goat or sheep, as they are principally confined to fowls. That they are not plentifully supplied with fish is owing solely to their own negligence, as there are abundance to be had by those who take the trouble of toiling for them. But for many days together not a canoe was to be seen. It is difficult to ascertain the cause of this strange indifference. It may be that they are afraid to venture out to sea, and this is not unlikely, as they appeared on our first arrival to entertain much apprehension at the sight of a strange vessel on their coast. But as they became accustomed to our presence and began to entertain a feeling of confidence and protection in our friendship, this diffidence gradually wore off. It cannot be doubted that their island has often been visited by vessels engaged in the slave trade as well as by men of war. A circumstance occurred a few years ago which proves that they are not without hostile visitors, and which in some measure justifies the suspicions with which they regard all strangers. In the year 1820 or 1821, a Spanish vessel came over from the Cameroon River to this island, accompanied by King Aqua with a number of war canoes, for the purpose of decoying the natives, or in the event of failing in their artifice, to adopt hostile measures with the ultimate view of seizing upon all they could capture and selling them for slaves. They accordingly landed well armed, but met with a stout resistance, which proved, however, unavailing, the invaders succeeding in making about 150 prisoners, whom they carried off to the West Indies, and killing as many more in the skirmish. It is supposed that King Aqua received very little reward for his services on the occasion, or for the loss his subjects sustained in the fight. This anecdote was related to me by Captain Cummings of the Kent, who was trading on the opposite coast for palm oil at the time it occurred. Thursday, 22, the Horatio, schooner Eden's tender, arrived this afternoon with only her foremast standing, having lost her mainmast in a tornado. Mr. Craig has just opened his general store, which, with Captain Smith's, forms the second mercantile establishment in this infant settlement. Friday, 23, Mr. Adamson, the assistant surgeon of the Eden, who had the charge of the hospital as well as of the mechanics and laborers of the settlement, and who had resided on shore for the purpose of giving them his constant attendance, was sent on board the Eden today in consequence of an attack of fever, which lasted 5 days. Thursday, 29, the weather has continued unsettled, sometimes clear and hot, sometimes cloudy and close, with alternate rain and cold. We fired a royal salute today on Adelaide Island in commemoration of the Restoration. Friday, 30, one of the liberated Africans from the voter was brought in this morning by one of our black masons, having been absent with 3 of his companions ever since he was landed. We learned that he and his party had lived in the bush by day, emerging at night to steal yams and proceed on their journey, until after an absence of 4 weeks, being at some distance up the mountain, they were fiercely attacked by the natives with spears and stones thrown from slings. In this rencontre, one of them was killed and another taken prisoner, while he and his remaining companion effected their escape by taking different directions. They never, it appeared, met afterwards. From this circumstance it is evident that the islanders are unwilling to give shelter to runaways, an occurrence by no means unsatisfactory, as the newly liberated Africans desert very frequently, and sometimes in small troops, so many as 9 having been known to go away together. Saturday, 31, Captain Harrison, the superintendent of works, who had up to this time been living on board the Eden, gave a dinner to Captain Owen and a select party at his new residence on shore today, to which I had the pleasure of being invited. But alas, like most of those who accompanied the first part of the expedition to the settlement, his services have since terminated with his life. The master of the ship Agnes of Liverpool, trading for palm oil in the old Calabar River, arrived in his long boat this afternoon for the purpose of obtaining men from Captain Owen to navigate the Agnes to England, part of his crew having previously entered for and joined HMS Eden. Sunday, June 1. There has been scarcely a day during the last fortnights that some vessel has not arrived at or left the settlement, and 1 or more have been seen in the offing. In fact, the little colony appears to become extensively known already, and it is expected that the large palm oil vessels will find it more to their advantage to anchor in Maidstone Bay and carry on their trade with their tenders only, than to take their vessels up the river, where the long period occupied in procuring their cargoes affords time for the men to imbibe the pestilential disorders of the climate, frequently occasioning the sacrifice of many lives. Tuesday, 3. The day at last arrived on which I was to quit Fernando Po. Captain Owen, finding his crew much reduced in numbers from sickness which appeared unlikely to diminish, and fearing also that his operations would be retarded for the want of stores, determined to make a visit to Sierra Leone, by this step hoping to re-establish the health of his men and to procure the necessaries of which the colony stood in need. Accordingly, making the requisite arrangements on the establishment, and committing it entirely to the charge of Captain Harrison, he got under way in the afternoon, when we made sail out of Maidstone Bay, and stood for the opposite coast with the Agnes longboat in tow. On looking back at this incipient colony, and reflecting upon the probabilities of its future destiny, a few thoughts arise, which this appears to be the proper place for inserting. The formation of a new settlement amongst an uncivilized people must always be an event of interest, whether we regard it in a political or moral point of view, as extending the power of the parent nation, or spreading the advantages of improvement in regions hitherto sunk in the darkness of barbaric ignorance. The objects proposed by the British government in establishing a colony at Fernando Po appear to have been threefold, and not less connected with political than moral results. First, to create facilities for promoting our commercial relations with the districts of tropical Africa, in which many valuable necessaries and costly luxuries are produced. Second, to assist in carrying into effect the wise and benevolent regulations adopted by our government for the suppression of the slave trade, which has been so long the scourge and disgrace of our fellow men in this portion of the globe. Third, to increase the means of advancing the civilization of Central Africa. The determination to endeavor to carry these leading objects into full effect is sufficiently evidenced in the perseverance with which our government has established the British name on the African coast, in our different settlements at Sierra Leone, Cape Coast Castle, and other places. We have made as yet but slight progress towards the completion of designs so comprehensive in their purpose. We must look for the causes in impediments which time alone can conquer, and not in any lack of zeal on the part of those who were appointed to execute the plans of the government. If firm resolution, meritorious conduct, and indefatigable diligence could have mastered the difficulties which meet the English residents on this insalubrious shore, the ends which it was desirable to attain must have been speedily accomplished. But unfortunately the laws of nature and the force of habit oppose us at the very threshold of our proceedings, and seem almost to render our labor a work of despair. All our attempts to penetrate into Africa, to establish a friendly intercourse with the people, and to abolish the traffic in human life are repelled and frequently rendered abortive by the fatal influence of the climate and the obstinate resistance of the natives to our projects of liberty, which they oppose because they derive a lucrative source of income from the slave trade, while habit has made them insensible to its ignominies and miseries. This opposition to our progress would be of no moment if the barbarous notions of the people were not favored by the repulsive nature of the climate, which is even more pernicious than we originally believed when we ventured to form a British settlement within its range. It is so unpropitious to European life that the pestilential breath of death may be said to lurk in every calm and to be wafted in every gale. It has been supposed, and not without reason, that much of the insalubrity of the climate may be referred to local causes, and that if the soil could be completely cleared and drained, the operations of the air in the redeemed space would expel or reduce the baneful influences that at present produce such extensive mortality. But this would be a labor demanding almost an incalculable and indefinite period of time, and which the difficulty of procuring sufficient manual power must always render nearly impossible to any great extent. Hitherto the situation and prospects of the settlement of Fernando Po have been discouraging in consequence of the disease having been more universal in its ravages than we had anticipated. But it must not therefore be supposed that the place is more unhealthy than other parts on the coast, or even that the deaths which occurred during the period to which I more particularly allude were occasioned by the insalubrity of the situation. When the crew of the Eden suffered so much from fever, it broke out on board of that vessel while she was at Sierra Leone, and several of the officers and men died before she returned to Fernando Po. The mortality that ensued was in a great measure caused by the contagion which the infected sailors spread at the settlement. Several vessels also arrived before I left the colony with invalids on board, but the deaths that took place in their number certainly ought not to be introduced into the argument against the insalubrity of the island. That Fernando Po must always be liable to considerable atmospheric changes and become, at particular seasons, very unhealthy, there cannot be a doubt, but that is invariably the case in all low situations within the tropics, on the west coast of Africa, where the decomposition of animal and vegetable matter is so rapid in its progress. But the insular situation of Fernando Po, with its many local advantages and peculiarities, may ultimately have the effect of diminishing the production of miasmata, or at least of correcting their deleterious qualities and preventing such immense and dangerous accumulations as have on the adjacent continent produced so great a loss of European life. Wednesday, 4 daylight, we cast off the Agnes longboat, leaving her to prosecute her voyage up the Calabar to her own ship, while we stood to the eastward. Thursday, 5, unsettled weather. In the afternoon we anchored off the mouth of the Cameroon River, where Lieutenant Badgley and Mr. Wood went in separate boats to examine the river for slave vessels. Saturday 7, soon after daylight this morning, our boats returned, reporting that there was a Brazilian brig at anchor some distance up the Cameroon River, waiting for a cargo of slaves, and a Brazilian schooner at the island of Bimbia, near the entrance of the river, on the same service. At noon we got under way and stood to the southward. Wednesday 11, latitude 2 degrees 4 minutes north, wind from south-southwest to west-southwest, tacked and sounded occasionally, working up to Prince's Island, and also in chase of a brigantine. Thursday 12, at 10 in the forenoon we tacked to the southward in hopes of falling in with the brigantine, which we supposed had stood toward the land in the night, and at noon our expectations were realized. We also saw her in a more favorable point for pursuit, she being a little under our lee. Finding that she could not escape us, she put a good face on the matter and continued to stand towards us. Between 1 and 2 o'clock we sent a boat's crew on board to examine her. She proved to be the Emprendedora, a Spanish brigantine from the Havana, well armed, mounting one long 18-pounder on a swivel and 4 12-pound carronades, and having 32 persons on board. Her outfit and general appearance were extremely suspicious, for she had not only a slave deck with irons, etc., but also 2 slaves secreted in the forehold, from whom we learnt that they had been stolen from Popo, near Whydah. She had also a quantity of merchandise on board, without having any custom house certificate of clearance from the Havana, or indeed any other account of it, which circumstances led us to believe that it had been plundered from some American vessel. It was evident that she had been along the Gold Coast and round the bights of Benin and Biafra. The captain stated that he was going to Prince's Island to procure anchors, having only one remaining, and that one with but a single fluke to it. We afterwards learnt from the crew that he had endeavoured to enter the river Lagos, but had been fired on and forced to retire by several Brazilian vessels lying there at the time. We conjectured that she had left the West Indies on a pretence of going to the coast of Africa upon a slaving voyage, without any cargo, except perhaps a small quantity of specie in dollars and gold, but carrying an efficient crew composed of persons from various nations, and a good stock of provisions. Vessels thus equipped frequently traverse these seas, and being generally very fast sailors, they contrive to keep away from ships better armed than themselves, and to board only those that they can approach or run away from at convenience. When convinced that they are not likely to encounter any resistance, they plunder such vessels at their pleasure, but should they arrive on the coast of Africa without having succeeded in obtaining plunder on their voyage to enable them to purchase slaves, they entrap and steal such negroes as they can get into their power, and then return to the West Indies to dispose of their slave cargo. This is the general character of these pirates that are occasionally met in different parts of the North Atlantic Ocean, and also about the equinoctial line. I have heard numerous instances of vessels from Europe bound to these latitudes meeting on their voyages with one or more of such vessels. Prison ships going to New South Wales have been followed by them, and scrutinized with spy glasses from their decks, but they have never yet ventured to attack a prison ship, the sight of soldiers being quite enough to deter them from any hostile attempt. Indeed, I believe the best plan in meeting these marauders is to assume as bold an air and make as much show of resistance as possible. Knowing the character of these craft, Captain Owen thought it right to detain the brigantine, and therefore sent Lieutenant Robinson, Mr. Wood, midshipman, and 22 men to take her into Sierra Leone for adjudication. In the evening we parted company, but expected to find her at our rendezvous in Prince's Island. End of Chapter XIII, Part A. Chapter XIII, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saturday 14. At daylight saw Prince's Island, towards which we continued to make our course. At 8 came to anchor in Port Antonio, where we found Lieutenant Robinson with the captured brigantine, and also the Vengeance, a Brazilian brigantine on a slaving voyage, which had put in for cassada root, or mandioc, upon which these people principally feed their slaves. After breakfast I accompanied Captain Owen on shore to wait on the governor, who received us very politely and introduced us to his lady and family. On leaving the government house, we proceeded to that of Mr. Ferrero, who was said to be the richest and only respectable merchant here, but he had gone into the country. We therefore walked about the town until our curiosity was satisfied. There were no inns in the place, only some public houses, where nothing could be got but spirits and inferior wines. The sailors, however, considered it a very civilized place, because it afforded them the means of getting most agreeably drunk, a feat which they could not accomplish at Fernando Po. Captain Owen having allowed some of his men to go on shore for amusement, one of the marines contrived to get into a drunken frolic, and was so troublesome that it puzzled the whole guard of black soldiers to secure him. I regret to remark that in many foreign places the people intentionally lead our sailors into disputes, merely to obtain a fee for releasing them. Sunday, 15, after divine service, I accompanied Captain Owen in a walk to a negro village about 2 or 3 miles distant, and to which there was no distinct road, but merely a rough, irregular path. There was little of interest to be seen there, and scarcely any refreshment to be procured. The blacks brought us a few young cocoanuts, of which we drank the milk. The only fruits to be had on the island were pineapples, plantains, bananas, lemons, limes, and a few more common kinds, all of which the blacks brought to the ship in their own boats, as also vegetables, namely, pumpkins, onions, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. The oranges do not come into season until September. The principal plantations were mandioc and coffee, and there was also a small quantity of cocoa. The coffee is rather celebrated for its flavour and quality. The prices vary a good deal, but we found the average from 8 to 12 pounds for $1. The natives both roast and sell their coffee with a pellicle over the berry, and I should imagine it is to this circumstance that its singularly delicious flavour may be attributed. We found the place very gay, it being the festival of Saint Antonio, the patron saint, which, considering it is a Portuguese town, and situated in such a demi-civilized part of the world, may be called rather a neat one. It contained about 1,200 houses and 7 churches. Most of these, however, were in a miserable state. There were not more than 50 Europeans on the island, the whole population of which does not exceed 4,000. The principal part of these were negroes, who of course were slaves, and the remainder were of different shades from black to white. This island has still the character of slave dealing, in a small way, with some of the African nations. One of the gentlemen of the Eden rode across the island to West Bay, about 6 miles distant, but the road was a mere footpath, and scarcely entitled to be considered a bridle road. West Bay is where our men of war on the African station generally anchor to procure water. It is a place of no consequence in a mercantile point of view, as it consists merely of a small negro village. We heard that the great merchant, Mr. Ferraro, had been at his house in town to-day, but he left it again without having shown the courtesy to return Captain Owen's visit. Perhaps he feared that such an effort of politeness might lead to a demand upon his hospitality, a virtue for which the Portuguese are not very remarkable, especially in their intercourse with Englishmen. In this respect the governor was no less a niggard of his attentions than the rest of his countrymen, giving no invitation either to Captain Owen or any of his officers, whose ceremonious visit cost him, no doubt, infinite annoyance, as upon that occasion his Excellency was obliged to appear clean-shaved, and in his full uniform, a laborious sacrifice to cleanliness and grandeur, at the expense of his accustomed habits of luxurious indolence and personal ease. We found the latitude of Port Antonio, by a good observation with stars, to be 1° 38' north, while in the most books on navigation it is laid down in 1° 27' north. Monday, 16. Visited the Brazilian brigantine Vengeance with Senor Bagaro, who was sailing master of the Vodor, slave schooner taken by Lieutenant Badgley in the Eden's boat, in company with the African schooner. This gentleman had prevailed on his countrymen to accommodate him on board for a passage to the Brazils. However, they had first to procure their cargo of slaves, and told us that they were going southward of the line for them, but we thought if that were the case they would not have come to the northward of the line, merely to get provisions. From this circumstance we suspected it to be their intention to go to the Cameroon or some other river in that direction, where slaves are not above 1/3 of the price that they are to the south of the line, and where children, which they always prefer to adults, are also more easily procured. Could I have believed their assurance that they were southward bound, I should have endeavoured to have made arrangements with the captain to take me with him, being anxious to get to St. Paul de Loando for the purpose of visiting different parts of Angola, and in which view I had prepared myself with a letter of introduction to the viceroy of that country from a distinguished person in England. But although I had been about 7 months at Fernando Po and other parts of the Bight of Biafra, I had never met with an opportunity for proceeding to Angola. I was therefore obliged to leave that place out of my plan, and to make the Brazils the next point in my route. With this intention I thought it most desirable to return to Sierra Leone with Captain Owen, where I might meet with a captured slave vessel that had been bought up by the agents to be sent to some part of the Brazils, from whence there would be no difficulty in my ultimately reaching Rio de Janeiro. Captain Owen had a Portuguese Abbé, Senor Bagaro, and some of his officers to dine with him today. Tuesday, 17, as it was Captain Owen's intention to visit Ascension before he went to Sierra Leone, we parted company with the Emperadora, desiring Lieutenant Robinson to make the best of his way to the latter place. She accordingly sailed this morning at daylight, passing round to leeward of the island, while we followed soon after with the intention of working to the windward. Wednesday, 18, we had a fine fresh breeze, veering between south and southwest, and kept our course to the westward, latitude 1°0' north. On getting into the open sea, we found the weather much colder than it was at Fernando Po, notwithstanding we were 3 degrees nearer the equinoctial line than at the former place, while the thermometer for the last 24 hours has only ranged from 74 degrees to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Indeed, it is very commonly remarked that the poor slaves brought from the bights of Benin and Biafra for the Brazils suffer dreadfully from the cold when they get into the open sea and approach the line. Thursday, 19, there was a fine southerly breeze today, and we crossed the equinoctial line this forenoon without observing the usual custom of shaving, having gone through that ceremony on passing the tropic before we arrived at Sierra Leone, not expecting at that time the Eden would have occasion to cross the equinoctial line. Latitude at noon 0°6' south, steering west by south, with the wind south. There have been numberless flying fish, with a few bonitas and dolphins sporting round the ship at times today. Men of war are not very successful in taking these fish, but in a low, dull sailing merchant vessel it is otherwise, particularly if she is not coppered, and has been some time in a warm climate. I consider the dolphin and flying fish to be exceedingly palatable food, but the bonita is strongly flavoured and very close-grained, approaching to the solidity of animal flesh. Sunday, 21, latitude at noon 28°19' south, still a fresh trade wind, but as we advance from the Bight of Biafra into the southern Atlantic Ocean, increasing our distance at the same time from the continent of Africa, we found the wind gradually drawing from the westward of south to the eastward of south, until it arrived at that point southeast, which is the prevailing trade wind of the southern Atlantic, from the equinoctial line to about the 28th degree of south latitude, veering a few degrees from these extremes according to the season of the year. Being now in the regular trade wind, I shall not think it necessary to trouble my readers with any farther remarks on the common routine of the duties of a ship until we come within sight of Ascension, whose rocky shores to the glad sailor's eye reflect the gleams of morning. Having run for this little island in the middle of the ocean during the night, we saw it immediately on the break of day of Wednesday, 25th, within a mile of the computed distance, viz. 3 or 4 leagues. At 8 we anchored in Northwest Bay, in 11 fathoms water, about half a mile from the landing place, when the governor, Lieutenant Colonel Nichols, came on board, and after breakfast, Captain Owen and myself accompanied him on shore in the gig. We landed with facility, there being very little surf, and some marines ready to run the boat upon the beach the moment she touched the ground. The officers of the establishment were prepared to receive us, and we were introduced to them individually. We first visited the mess room, which, with some apartments attached to it for the officers' quarters, is one of 3 buildings that are distinct from the general establishment called Regent Square. The second building is a storehouse containing provisions for the African squadron as well as the persons employed on the island, and the third a house that was built for the governor, but which Colonel Nichols allows Lieutenant Stanwell to reside in, he being a married man with a family of 5 children. One part of Regent Square is composed of the barracks for the Marines, and the other for the liberated Africans that are employed on the island. All these buildings are of stone, which is the cheapest material that can be procured. The coral that is found on the beach makes excellent lime and enhances the utility of the quarries. It is fortunate that the island contains these resources, as it is entirely destitute of brick and timber. There was a tank of considerable size in progress not far from the establishment. Close to the landing place there was a large pond of salt water for keeping the turtle which are taken during the season for supplies to the shipping, etc. There were about 80 turtles in it at the time of our arrival. Colonel Nichols, Captain Owen, and myself dined with Mr. and Mrs. Stanwell, where, among other things, we had a large loin of wether goat, which, in my opinion, was equal to the finest mutton. Indeed, had it been called mutton, I should not have known the difference. It was so fat and highly flavoured. There are about 600 goats on the island, who are allowed to wander in herds, browsing on the sides of the hills and feeding on whatever herbage they can procure in the valleys. In this way, no doubt, they pick up many aromatic herbs, which give a peculiarly fine flavour to the meat. But the flesh of goats is not the only description of fresh provisions on the island. Those who reside here are much better provided in this particular than people in England imagine, for there is a moderate supply of cattle and sheep for general consumption, while most individuals have their own private stock of domestic poultry. Turkeys and fowls thrive well here, but geese and ducks very indifferently, from the want of fresh streams and pools, so necessary to their nature, in consequence of which they lay their eggs, but do not produce young. They have also a few goats and abundance of guinea fowls, in a wild state, which in flavour greatly surpass those that have been domesticated, and some of the domestic poultry of the gallinaceous tribe that have returned to their aboriginal state. These 3 species of ascension game, with the hunting of wild cats, occasionally afford no little amusement to the officers of the establishment. A number of cats were originally introduced in their tame state to destroy the rats, which at one period overran the island, but after routing the rats, the cats, like the Saxons of old, finding themselves masters of the soil, became greater usurpers than the foes whom they had been called in to vanquish. These treacherous animals and most unworthy allies, discovering that they could sustain themselves in freedom without the aid of the biped population, fled into the least inhabited parts of the island, where they lived most royally upon young guinea fowl and other wild poultry, regaling themselves occasionally upon eggs or such other dainties as fell in the way of their most destructive claws. So numerous had this band of quadruped freebooters become at the time of our visit that the inhabitants had been compelled to call in the assistance of a number of dogs for the purpose of putting them to flight, and the gentlemen sportsmen of the island declared that a battle between these belligerent powers and natural enemies presents a scene of unusual excitement and interest to the lovers of animal gladiatorship. The sale of spirits is prohibited on the island, but each man may purchase 1 pint of brown stout per diem. Butter, cheese, and other little comforts were to be procured from a stock that had been sent out by the dealers in England, having, it is said, 10% profit on their exportation, and 2% to the corporal who took charge of its disposal. It had no freightage to pay, as the owners were allowed the privilege of sending it out in a transport which annually brings stores to the island, and I was informed that the British government allowed the governor to exchange turtle with any vessel for such necessaries or tempered luxuries that may be required by the establishment. The turtle season here is considered to be the interval between Christmas and Midsummer Day, during which time parties are stationed almost every night on each of the beaches where the turtle are known to land, for the purpose of depositing their eggs. Upon these occasions they turn as many as are likely to be required for the use of the establishment until the following season, and also for the shipping that may call for them. These are kept in the pond to be taken out at pleasure. 2 pounds of turtle is allowed as a substitute for 1 pound of of ordinary meat. The wide awakes, or kittiwakes, as sailors call them, are also very numerous, both on the rocks and plains, in the laying and breeding season, and consequently an immense number of eggs are deposited, which are much used by the persons on the island. We returned on board for the night to avoid putting the officers to an inconvenience for our accommodation. End of Chapter 13, Part B. Chapter 13, Part C, of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thursday, 26, we went on shore to breakfast, landing in a smaller boat today than yesterday, namely a 4-oared gig instead of a larger one with 6, and yet we landed with more ease. About 11 o'clock I accompanied Colonel Nichols and Captain Owen on horseback to visit the colonel's residence on Green Mountain, distant about 6 miles from Regent Square. The roads have been made with a great deal of labor under the direction of the colonel, and considering circumstances there is no little credit due to that officer for his indefatigable exertions and perseverance in accomplishing what would to ordinary minds have appeared impracticable. When about 4 miles from Regent Square we arrived at Dampier's Spring, a stream of water that might pass through an ordinary-sized goose quill, and if allowed to spread over the surface of the ground in some climates, would evaporate as quickly as it flowed, but here, conducted into a cask, it affords no inconsiderable portion of the supply at Regent Square. It is sent down in barrels on the backs of asses or mules, and served out by measure according to the quantity procured. There were a few habitations near this spring, cut out of the solid rock, for the residence of soldiers who were stationed here, with their wives and families. From Dampier's Spring we continued to ascend about 2 miles further, when we arrived at the colonel's dwelling, which consisted merely of a ground floor, from whence all sterility ceases, the space between it and the top of the mountain being covered with a fine rich mould, partly cultivated with sweet potatoes, and partly covered with wild herbage, amongst which the Cape gooseberry is very abundant. This is an agreeable sub-acid fruit, pleasant to eat when ripe, and useful in a green state for tarts, etc. Before dinner I took an opportunity of walking to the top of the hill, which is the highest on the island, being 800 feet above the colonel's house, and 2,849 feet above the level of the sea. After dinner, Lieutenant Badgley, Dr. Byrne, and Lieutenant Carrington of the Marines left us to return by way of Regent Square to the Eden. These 3 gentlemen have all since that time paid the debt of nature on board that ship. I accompanied Mr. Butter round the side of the mountain to the black rock, beneath which stretched a wide and deep valley. In this walk we passed various spots set apart for the cultivation of vegetables, to which the soil is exceedingly favorable, while the deposition of night dews, with light showers and a genial climate, all combine to render vegetation here peculiarly luxuriant, so that the inhabitants are not only enabled to reserve an ample supply for themselves, but to spare a small quantity for most of the ships that call at the island. Colonel Nichols informed us that he had 1,000 pounds weight of vegetables, principally the sweet potato, ready to dispose of. At this period we had at dinner green peas and French beans, besides the more common vegetables, likewise turnip radishes with our cheese. In fact, all European vegetables may be, and most of them are, produced here. The greatest range of the thermometer on the mountain in the winter months, which are August, September, October, and November, is from 58 degrees to 70 degrees, and in the summer from 70 degrees to 82 degrees. Consequently, the greatest range of the whole year is only 24 degrees, being from 58 degrees to 82 degrees Fahrenheit. The sweet potato, of which there are a great many and very large, was first brought here from Africa. The best method of cultivating them is found to be from shoots. The following are the names and number of domestic animals now on the island, which is about 30 miles in circumference: 70 head of oxen, 60 sheep, principally from Africa, 600 goats, 8 horses, 4 mules, 27 asses, There are likewise the dogs lately imported, and a few rabbits from the Cape of Good Hope, which have been turned loose in the valleys to breed. It is feared, however, that the cats will destroy the young rabbits, if they do not the old ones. 2 red-legged partridges have also been brought from the Cape, and there are a few pigeons, likewise the English linnet, in a wild state. Friday, 27, fine morning with a few refreshing showers. Thermometer at 6 a.m., 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Soon after breakfast we left the colonel's house to return to Regent Square, but we walked nearly a mile before we mounted our horses. The officers of the establishment invited all Captain Owen's party and their colonel to dine with them today at their mess, which consists of Lieutenants Evans and Barnes, R.M., Mr. Mitchell, surgeon, and Mr. Trescott, agent, fiddler to the African squadron. The population of the island at that time was 192 souls, Europeans, except 40 liberated Africans, and they were then deficient of 10, the government having allowed the number of 50 to assist in carrying on the required improvements and other employments, which consists of road making, erecting buildings, gardening, conveying water, etc., etc. The officers of the establishment superintend the working parties. However, these only work 4 days in the week, Wednesday and Saturday being allowed them for fishing, cleaning their clothes, and other private purposes, while the Sunday is, of course, kept holy. Their working hours are from daylight until 8 o'clock, when they are allowed 3/4 of an hour for breakfast, after which they return to labor till 11. They then rest until 3 o'clock, from which time they work until sunset. This arrangement, which throws open to repose the hottest portion of the day, is highly to be approved of in a warm climate. At 7 o'clock we took leave of the colonel and his officers to return on board the Eden, when we got under way and made sail out of Ascension Roads for Sierra Leone, steering north-northeast. The island of Ascension. In the year 1801, when I belonged to HMS Cambrian, the Honourable Captain Legge, on our return voyage from St. Helena, we passed so near this island that we sent a 24-pound shot among the hills, and saw it scatter the dust around the spot where it fell, but we did not send a boat on shore, for we knew it was then uninhabited, and our commander was not disposed to lose his time in turning turtle, while he might be more gallantly employed chasing the enemy. We merely fired as a signal to any one that might have been left on the island by accident, for on the preceding year HMS Endymion took on board the crew of a brig that had been wrecked on the island, and the celebrated navigator Dampier was also cast away here in the Roebuck of 12 guns on his return voyage from New Holland. Little could I have imagined at the time of my first visit that I should ever have landed here under my present peculiar circumstances, or that after so many years I should find so much to interest me in a place that presented nothing to my recollection but utter desolation. The alteration in the island was indeed curious, and I am happy to learn that the improvements still proceed with at least equal energy and proportionate success. Since my last visit I am told that the inhabitants have greatly increased their facilities of obtaining and preserving supplies of fresh water, an achievement which must necessarily add much to their daily comfort. Saturday, 28, nothing material occurred on this or the following day, for we glided along pleasantly with a fresh trade wind, varying only a couple of points from southeast to east-southeast, until the morning of Monday, 30, when the wind got much lighter, and we were afraid of losing the trade altogether, for although at this season of the year it prevails much further from the southern towards the northern hemisphere, yet we can seldom hope to carry it beyond the equinoctial line, where we expect to get into what is very characteristically called the variables. At one season of the year these winds are very light and changeable, with frequent calms and occasional thunderstorms and waterspouts. At another season of the year the weather is dark, gloomy, squally, with occasional calms and much rain, until we advance to 12 degrees or 14 degrees north latitude, where we usually fall in with the northeast trade wind. However, ships are sometimes fortunate enough, on leaving the southern hemisphere for the northern, particularly in the months of May, June, and July, to carry the southeast trade to the northward of the line, even until they fall in with the northeast trade. Between 3 and 4 this afternoon we crossed the equinoctial line, at which time I took an affidavit before Captain Owen for my half pay. I was induced to do this from novelty of the circumstance, as well as a preparatory measure, in case I should have an opportunity of forwarding a letter to England, latitude at noon, for the last 3 days 5 degrees 39 minutes. to 2 degrees 25 minutes and 0 degrees 13 minutes south. Tuesday, July 1, there was a great change in the weather today. The wind was more unsettled, the clouds were heavy, and there was a general haze around the horizon. These were clear indications of our approaching the coast of Africa in the rainy season. There had also been a heavy dew last night, which aggravated these gloomy appearances. At sunset we saw a vessel a few miles ahead of us, which we came up with in about an hour. She proved to be a Dutch galliot from the island of Mayo, bound to Rio de Janeiro, with half a cargo of salt. Immediately on receiving this intelligence, I requested the boarding officer to engage a passage for me to the Brazils, which being accomplished, I took leave of my kind and respected friend Captain Owen, after having been his guest for nearly 12 months, during which time I had experienced an unvarying series of unequalled attentions, a consideration for my interest and pursuits highly flattering, and had derived from his conversation and society an acquisition of truly valuable information, for which I desire to acknowledge myself deeply and gratefully his debtor. End of chapter 13, part C. Chapter 13, part C of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thursday, 26, we went on shore to breakfast, landing in a smaller boat today than yesterday, namely a 4-oared gig instead of a larger one with 6, and yet we landed with more ease. About 11 o'clock I accompanied Colonel Nichols and Captain Owen on horseback to visit the colonel's residence on Green Mountain, distant about 6 miles from Regent Square. The roads have been made with a great deal of labor under the direction of the colonel, and considering circumstances, there is no little credit due to that officer for his indefatigable exertions and perseverance in accomplishing what would to ordinary minds have appeared impracticable. When about 4 miles from the Regent Square, we arrived at Dampier's Spring, a stream of water that might pass through an ordinary-sized goose quill, and if allowed to spread over the surface of the ground in some climates, would evaporate as quickly as it flowed, but here, conducted into a cask, it affords no inconsiderable portion of the supply at Regent Square. It is sent down in barrels on the backs of asses or mules, and served out by measure according to the quantity procured. There were a few habitations near this spring, cut out of the solid rock, for the residence of soldiers who were stationed here, with their wives and families. From Dampier's Spring we continued to ascend about 2 miles further, when we arrived at the colonel's dwelling, which consisted merely of a ground floor, from whence all sterility ceases, and the space between it and the top of the mountain being covered with a fine rich mould, partly cultivated with sweet potatoes, and partly covered with wild herbage, amongst which the Cape gooseberry is very abundant. This is an agreeable sub-acid fruit, pleasant to eat when ripe, and useful in a green state for tarts, etc. Before dinner I took an opportunity of walking to the top of the hill, which is the highest on the island, being 800 feet above the colonel's house and 2,849 feet above the level of the sea. After dinner, Lieutenant Badgley, Dr. Byrne, and Lieutenant Carrington of the Marines left us to return by way of Regent Square to the Eden. These 3 gentlemen have all since that time paid the debt of nature on board that ship. I accompanied Mr. Butter round the side of the mountain to the black rock, beneath which stretched a wide and deep valley. In this walk we passed various spots set apart for the cultivation of vegetables, to which the soil is exceedingly favorable, while the deposition of night dews, with light showers and a genial climate, all combine to render vegetation here peculiarly luxuriant, so that the inhabitants are not only enabled to reserve an ample supply for themselves, but to spare a small quantity for most of the ships that call at the island. Colonel Nichols informed us that he had 1,000 pounds weight of vegetables, principally the sweet potato, ready to dispose of. At this period we had at dinner green peas and French beans, besides the more common vegetables, likewise turnip radishes with our cheese. In fact, all European vegetables may be, and most of them are, produced here. The greatest range of the thermometer on the mountain in the winter months, which are August, September, October, and November, is from 58 degrees to 70 degrees, and in the summer from 70 degrees to 82 degrees. Consequently, the greatest range of the whole year is only 24 degrees, being from 58 degrees to 82 degrees Fahrenheit. The sweet potato, of which there are a great many and very large, was first brought here from Africa. The best method of cultivating them is found to be from shoots. The following are the names and number of domestic animals now on the island, which is about 30 miles in circumference: 70 head of oxen, 60 sheep, principally from Africa, 600 goats, 8 horses, 4 mules, 27 asses. There are likewise the dogs lately imported, and a few rabbits from the Cape of Good Hope, which have been turned loose in the valleys to breed. It is feared, however, that the cats will destroy the young rabbits, if they do not the old ones. 2 red-legged partridges have also been brought from the Cape, and there are a few pigeons, likewise the English linnet, in a wild state. Friday, 27, fine morning with a few refreshing showers. Thermometer at 6 a.m., 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Soon after breakfast we left the colonel's house to return to Regent Square, but we walked nearly a mile before we mounted our horses. The officers of the establishment invited all Captain Owen's party and their colonel to dine with them today at their mess, which consists of Lieutenants Evans and Barnes, R.M., Mr. Mitchell, surgeon, and Mr. Trescott, agent fiddler to the African squadron. The population of the island at that time was 192 souls, Europeans, except 40 liberated Africans, and they were then deficient of 10, the government having allowed the number of 50 to assist in carrying on the required improvements and other employments, which consists of road making, erecting buildings, gardening, conveying water, etc., etc. The officers of the establishment superintend the working parties. However, these only work 4 days in the week, Wednesday and Saturday being allowed them for fishing, cleaning their clothes, and other private purposes, while the Sunday is, of course, kept holy. Their working hours are from daylight until 8 o'clock, when they are allowed 3/4 of an hour for breakfast, after which they return to labor till 11. They then rest until 3 o'clock, from which time they work until sunset. This arrangement, which throws open to repose the hottest portion of the day, is highly to be approved of in a warm climate. At 7 o'clock we took leave of the colonel and his officers to return on board the Eden, when we got under way and made sail out of Ascension Roads for Sierra Leone, steering north-northeast. The island of Ascension. In the year 1801, when I belonged to HMS Cambrian, the Honourable Captain Legge, on our return voyage from St. Helena, we passed so near this island that we sent a 24-pound shot among the hills and saw it scatter the dust around the spot where it fell, but we did not send a boat on shore, for we knew it was then uninhabited, and our commander was not disposed to lose his time in turning turtle, while he might be more gallantly employed chasing the enemy. We merely fired as a signal to any one that might have been left on the island by accident, for on the preceding year HMS Endymion took on board the crew of a brig that had been wrecked on the island, and the celebrated navigator Dampier was also cast away here in the Roebuck of 12 guns on his return voyage from New Holland. Little could I have imagined at the time of my first visit that I should ever have landed here under my present peculiar circumstances, or that after so many years I should find so much to interest me in a place that presented nothing to my recollection but utter desolation. The alteration in the island was indeed curious, and I am happy to learn that the improvements still proceed with at least equal energy and proportionate success. Since my last visit I am told that the inhabitants have greatly increased their facilities of obtaining and preserving supplies of fresh water, an achievement which must necessarily add much to their daily comfort. Saturday, 28, nothing material occurred on this or the following day, for we glided along pleasantly with a fresh trade wind, varying only a couple of points from southeast to east-southeast, until the morning of Monday, 30, when the wind got much lighter, and we were afraid of losing the trade altogether, for although at this season of the year it prevails much further from the southern towards the northern hemisphere, yet we can seldom hope to carry it beyond the equinoctial line, where we expect to get into what is very characteristically called the variables. At one season of the year these winds are very light and changeable, with frequent calms and occasional thunderstorms and waterspouts. At another season of the year the weather is dark, gloomy, squally, with occasional calms and much rain, until we advance to 12 degrees or 14 degrees north latitude, where we usually fall in with the northeast trade wind. However, ships are sometimes fortunate enough, on leaving the southern hemisphere for the northern, particularly in the months of May, June, and July, to carry the southeast trade to the northward of the line, even until they fall in with the northeast trade. Between 3 and 4 this afternoon we crossed the equinoctial line, at which time I took an affidavit before Captain Owen for my half pay. I was induced to do this from novelty of the circumstance, as well as a preparatory measure, in case I should have an opportunity of forwarding a letter to England, latitude at noon, for the last 3 days, 5 degrees 39 minutes, to 2 degrees 25 minutes, and 0 degrees 13 minutes south. Tuesday, July 1, there was a great change in the weather today. The wind was more unsettled, the clouds were heavy, and there was a general haze around the horizon. These were clear indications of our approaching the coast of Africa in the rainy season. There had also been a heavy dew last night, which aggravated these gloomy appearances. At sunset we saw a vessel a few miles ahead of us, which we came up with in about an hour. She proved to be a Dutch galliot from the island of Mayo, bound to Rio de Janeiro, with half a cargo of salt. Immediately on receiving this intelligence, I requested the boarding officer to engage a passage for me to the Brazils, which being accomplished, I took leave of my kind and respected friend Captain Owen, after having been his guest for nearly 12 months, during which time I had experienced an unvarying series of unequalled attentions, a consideration for my interest and pursuits highly flattering, and had derived from his conversation and society an acquisition of truly valuable information, for which I desire to acknowledge myself deeply and gratefully his debtor. End of chapter 13, part C. Chapter 14, part A of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dutch Gallio, an agreeable companion, strange associates, melancholy account of Saint Iago, beauty in tears, manner of obtaining salt and water at Mayo, pleasures of a Gallio in a heavy sea, Dutch miscalculation, distances, an oblation to Neptune and Amphitrite, new style, mélange, devotion and gourmanderie, curious flying fish, weather, whales, Cape pigeons, anchor off Rio Janeiro, distant scenery, custom-house duties, Hotel du Nord, Rua der Cito, confusion thrice confounded, fruit girls, not fair but coquettish, music unmusical or borderich, with an obbligato accompaniment, landing places, an evening walk, a bad cold, Job's comforter, shoals of visitors, Captain Lyon's visit and invitation to the author, naval friends, packet for England, English tailors, departure for Gonco, Soko, the party, thoughts on self-denial, uncomfortable quarters, changes of atmosphere, freedom by halves or left-handed charity, Sarah Santa Anna, Valley of Beau Thais, the fair Inho, or Little Blacksmith, dangerous ascent of the Alto de Serra, pest and universal disease, an English settler, Rio Para, Haiba, Valencia, curiosity of the people, unceremonious inquisitors, comforts of a beard, castor oil for burning, Rio Preta, passports, entrance to the mine country, examination of baggage, attention without politeness, the green-eyed master, an old man would be wooing. At 8 o'clock I found myself and baggage on board the Dutchman under all sail for Rio de Janeiro. I had the good fortune to meet with a countryman in a fellow voyager, who proved to be excellent society, and who consequently became my principal companion, for although the captain and his mates were good sailors and honest men, they were unskilled in the polite usages of society, and as the best linguist amongst them had but a small share of broken English, much conversation with them was out of the question. Mr. Farren, my fellow passenger, having left England some time since for Sierra Leone, the vessel in which he sailed had called at St. Jago, where they found the consul general for the Cape de Verds lying dangerously ill with the fever. Mr. Farren was solicited to remain and perform the duties of that office, and a few days after had the melancholy task of attending the consul to his grave, and very shortly after of laying the widow by her husband's side. These melancholy duties being performed, he took upon himself the office of vice-consul, until a reply to his report of the consul's death could be received from the British government. But in the meanwhile he was himself taken so ill with the endemic fever, and found it so impossible to regain health at St. Jago, that it was deemed necessary to send him to the island of Mayo for change of air, where he attained convalescence, but still continued much debilitated when we met on board the galliot. The consul's sister at St. Jago, a most accomplished and attractive young lady, and whose acquaintance I had had the pleasure of making there at her brother's house, had also been, I learned, taken ill at the same time. I had, however, the gratification of meeting her afterwards at the Brazils as a married lady, both happy and healthful, after she had surmounted a variety of difficult adventures and many severe trials of fortitude and presence of mind. One of my first inquiries was respecting the manner of preparing the salt at Mayo for exportation. I learned that during the summer a portion of low land near the sea was inundated, between which and the sea, the communication being subsequently cut off, the water rapidly exhaled, leaving the salt in crystals on the surface of the earth. These in due time were collected in heaps, but as of course the longer they remain, the more concentrated the crystals become, it is necessary to observe considerable caution in loading vessels to select that portion which has been the longest exposed to evaporation. They procure water for the town and shipping at Mayo by digging a number of pits, too shallow to deserve the name of wells, near the beach, between the salt pan plain and the sea. They thus collect a stock of brackish water in small quantities from each pit. However, in the interior of the island they are well supplied with good spring water. Wednesday, too, we had a fresh trade wind to-day, which made me feel the difference between HMS Eden and this pile-driving galliot. My sleeping place, too, happened to be at the furthest end of the vessel, which might be compared to one of the horns of a crescent, and while I was dancing in the air, others in the centre of the concavity were scarcely out of the horizontal line. Fortunately, a very short repose is sufficient for me, as my bed was not the softest in the world, for as I had not brought one with me, I was obliged to lie upon an old sail, with a bag of clothes for a pillow. However, I have no desire to consider comforts when I am travelling, lest feather-bed indulgences and luxurious appointments should divert my attention from more useful objects. The latitude at noon to-day was 1 degree 36 minutes north, and longitude 16 degrees 28 minutes west, by the Eden's calculation, the correctness of which I might venture to swear by, for no ship ever kept a better, being 1 degree 27 minutes east of the galliot's reckoning. Thursday, 3, still a fresh south-east trade wind, which enabled us to go a point free, southwest by south. Noon, latitude 0 degrees 14 minutes at south, longitude 17 degrees 29 minutes west. Having crossed the equinoctial line this forenoon, I've passed it for the third time in as many distinct voyages within a fortnight, namely, first from Prince's Island to Ascension, second from Ascension towards Sierra Leone, third from on board the Eden on her way to Sierra Leone, more than 2 degrees north of the line, to Rio de Janeiro. There being no one on board the galliot who had ever crossed the equinoctial line before, except the chief mate, Mr. Farron, and myself, the usual ceremony of shaving, etc., was dispensed with, but to prevent the circumstance passing entirely uncommemorated, Mr. Farron presented us with some champagne as an oblation to Neptune and his spouse Amphitrite. About sunset 7 flying fish fell on board, which we had for supper, and found them very delicious. Friday 4, still a moderate southeast trade, latitude 1 degrees 56 minutes south, longitude 18 degrees 60 minutes west. Our mode of living is as follows. Between 6 and 7 in the morning, a cup of coffee is brought to us. At 7:30, the whole crew assemble in the cabin to prayers, immediately after which we all go to breakfast hours in the cabin, consisting of boiled barley, of which the captain and his mates partake freely, mixing with each portion a large tablespoonful of butter. This is followed by tea, cold meat, and biscuit, and concluded with well-buttered biscuits and cheese. At 11, coffee again, and so soon after noon as the ship's place is ascertained by the reckoning, a glass of wine is presented to each person, followed by dinner. At 3:30, tea, and at 6, tea again, but combined with supper. At 7:30, the crew again assembled to prayers, after which all not employed on watch retired to rest, with the exception of Mr. Farron and myself, who were neither such gourmands nor such sleepers as our Dutch friends. They, however, were very moderate in their use of ardent spirits or fermented liquors. They were also very moderate smokers, and seldom introduced smoking in the cabin. This evening 3 more flying fish fell on board, one of which, having 4 wings instead of 2, I preserved in spirits. Mr. Farron informed me that he had previously remarked this variation in the species, which, however, does not appear to be common, it having, as I think, escaped general notice. Saturday 5, saw a large ship today standing in the same direction with ourselves, but she did not approach us. At noon, latitude 3 degrees 52 minutes south, longitude 19 degrees 18 minutes west. Sunday 6, fresh breezes and cloudy with heavy squalls and rain at times. 4, more flying fish for breakfast. The sea getting up today made the vessel very uneasy. Latitude 5 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 20 degrees 12 minutes west. Monday 7, strong breezes and cloudy with a heavy sea. Course continues the same, and but little variation in the wind, excepting force, latitude 7 degrees 42 minutes south. Tuesday 8, the wind moderated today, and the weather cleared up. Only 2 flying fish for breakfast, which proved a sufficient relish for the passengers, but they would not have gone far towards satisfying our Dutch messmates. Latitude at noon 9 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 22 degrees 17 minutes west. Wednesday 9, breeze freshened again today, latitude 11 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 23 degrees 36 minutes west. Thursday 10, wind increased to a very strong breeze with a good deal of sea, which made the vessel roll about and plunge in a most delightful manner. Latitude 13 degrees 13 minutes south, longitude 25 degrees 7 minutes west. Friday 11, very squally weather with a heavy swell. Latitude at noon 15 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 25 degrees 7 minutes west. Saturday 12, fresh breezes and cloudy. Latitude 17 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 27 degrees 46 minutes west. Sunday 13, wind and weather moderated today. Latitude 18 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 29 degrees 48 minutes west. Saw a few whales playing about. Monday 14, fresh breezes and very fine weather. At noon, latitude 20 degrees 44 minutes south, longitude 31 degrees 42 minutes west. Cape Frio, south 76 degrees west, 564 miles. Tuesday 15, moderate and fine wind northeast, latitude 22 degrees 2 minutes south, longitude 33 degrees 22 minutes west. Cape Frio, south 82 degrees west, 472 miles. Afternoon, light breezes and variable from north to east. Wednesday 16, fresh breezes and cloudy with squalls at times. Wind northeast to east. A single flying fish for breakfast. Latitude 22 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 35 degrees 9 minutes west. Cape Frio, south 84 degrees west, 364 miles. Thursday 17, fresh breezes and cloudy until noon. Afternoon, moderate and fine. Latitude 22 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 34 degrees 7 minutes west. Found a sore throat coming on, accompanied with fever, the effect of a severe cold caught by remaining on deck late at night. I had also frequently got wet during the blowing weather by the sea breaking over the vessel, and unfortunately had not recommenced wearing flannel, having abandoned the use of it at Fernando Po in consequence of the exhaustion it produced by the excessive sultriness of the weather. Friday 18, 2 Cape pigeons were hovering over the vessel today. They were the first we had seen, and it is very possible that they had recently deserted some vessel which they had followed from the Cape of Good Hope. They are a small seafowl about the size of a pigeon, from which resemblance they derive their name. They are to be seen in great numbers off the Cape as well as in the higher southern latitudes. At noon, latitude 22 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 38 degrees 27 minutes west, Cape Frio south, 82 degrees west, 200 miles. Soon after noon, the discoloration of the sea indicated the proximity of land, although by our reckoning it should have been far distant. However, we saw it at sunset, bearing northwest by north about 15 miles, which we supposed to be the Cape St. Thomas, when we sounded in 33 fathoms sand, with black and white specks, stood to the southward for the night. Saturday, 19, soon after daylight, we saw the land at noon, Cape Frio, west-northwest, about 12 miles, latitude 23 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 39 degrees 25 minutes west. At 2 in the afternoon, we passed a warlike-looking schooner under Brazilian colors. At sunset, Cape Frio east-northeast, about 8 miles, continued our course for the harbor of Rio de Janeiro till midnight, when we hove to for daylight. Sunday 20 at daylight, we made all sail with a light breeze for the harbor of Rio de Janeiro. At 2 in the afternoon, sounded in 40 fathoms, Sugarloaf Hill bearing northwest. At 8 in the evening, we came to an anchor abreast of the forts at the entrance of the harbor. Monday 21 at daylight, we found the most splendid scenery open to our view, a clear atmosphere and a sky so serene that the distant mountains blended softly into the heavens, while the picturesque grouping of objects in the vicinity completed a beautiful which it is difficult to imagine and scarcely possible to be surpassed. The wind and tide being against us until 2 o'clock, the sea breeze then setting in, we got under way to go into the harbor, but at 4 o'clock the Portuguese authorities obliged us to come to an anchor in the outer harbor abreast of Fort Santa Cruz in 22 fathoms water. HMS Blossom, Captain Beechey, dropped anchor here this afternoon on his return voyage from his exploring expedition in Bering Straits, when she immediately saluted the flag of Sir Robert Otway, which was flying on board HMS Ganges. HMB Chanticleer, Captain Forster, was also lying in the harbor, an agreeable rencontre, I should imagine, for Captains Beechey and Forster, who were companions on the North Pole expedition. No small difference in climate and scenery from their present place of meeting. Captain Peters of our Gallio, the young Nicholas, and Mr. Ferron went on shore in the evening, but I was too ill with my cold even to venture exposing myself to the night air, or to remove until I had secured a comfortable lodging. However, on the following afternoon I landed, but without my baggage, as it was detained until special permission for its removal could be received from the custom house, where every packet was examined and paid for before I was permitted to take it to my lodgings. Mr. Ferron and myself took up our quarters at the Hotel du Nord, near the palace, at one end of the Rua del Rito, or Straight Street, which runs parallel with the sea. This is the broadest and best street in Rio de Janeiro, and as the custom house is situated in the centre, with the palace and dockyard flanking the extremities, this street is an immense thoroughfare, especially as all articles of merchandise, not excepting the slaves or any other object of traffic imported or exported, must pass through it on or from its way to the custom house. But as though the confusion necessarily attendant upon this continual bustle were insufficient, each group of porters, as they pass along with their heavy loads, chant their peculiar national songs, for the double purpose of timing their steps and concentrating their attention on their employment. To these sounds are added the variety of cries, uttered in an endless alternation of tones by the pretty negress fruit vendors, who, smartly dressed and leering and smiling in their most captivating manner, endeavor so to attract the attention of the sons of Adam. These, with the gabbling of foreigners hurrying on their several missions of pleasure or of business, the chattering of slaves waiting to be hired, and the occasional expostulations of those who are unceremoniously jostled from the pavement by the rude encounter of bales of goods, keep up altogether a din of discordance perfectly distracting. End of Chapter 14, Part A. Chapter 14, Part B of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There are three principal landing places at the city of Rio, one in front of the palace, one at the custom house, and one at the naval yard, where there are flights of stone steps for the convenience of the public. I took a walk in the evening with my friend Mr. Fearon to the Rua Pescadores, Fisherman's Street, one of the many that branch from the Rua de Rito, to find out Dr. Dixon, a naval surgeon settled in this city, for whom I had a letter of introduction from my friend Captain Owen. He was not at home, but we were received by his partner, who appeared much concerned at my state of health, and advised me to return home and not to think of leaving the house again until Dr. Dixon saw me, which he promised should be early on the following morning. I believed my catarrh had increased to pneumonia, and the medical gentleman appeared to consider the symptoms much more seriously than I did myself. Wednesday, 23. My cough was much worse today. Indeed, it had become so troublesome that I was almost exhausted, especially as I dared not partake of any stimulating food to support my strength. Neither could I obtain repose either by night or by day. Indeed, I found the horizontal position less endurable than any other. I, however, received in my bedroom a number of gentlemen who called upon me. Among these was Captain Lyne of the Royal Navy, who had charge of a very large mining establishment in the interior, under the title of the Imperial British Brazilian Mining Company at Congo's Soko. On hearing my intention to travel in the Brazils, this gentleman not only invited me to visit him, but also to accompany him to his establishment, to which he was about to return in a few days. This invitation was perfectly irresistible, and I promised to avail myself of it, if it were possible for me to sit on horseback at the time of his departure. This hope induced me to be doubly careful in promoting the measures judged advisable for my recovery. Captain Dunce and his friend Mr. Edward Walker, one of the directors of the mining company, also called with Captain Lyne, as well as Messrs. Luddington, Power, etc., in the course of the day. Thursday, 24. Captain Lyne most obligingly invited me to join a party consisting of Mr. Gordon, our minister, Captains Beechey and Forster, etc., etc., on a most interesting excursion to the Corcovado mountain on the following morning, for the purpose of measuring its height. But I was most reluctantly obliged to decline it, first because it would have been too trying for my cough, and secondly because I wished to resolve all my strength for my journey into the interior. Saturday, 26, Captain Dunce paid me another visit, bringing his friend Sir T. Thompson of the Cadmus with him. Captain Lyne and his friend Mr. Edward Walker also favoured me in like manner. Monday, 28, the packet sailed for England today, calling at Bahia and Pernambuco on her way. Captain Lyne's friend Mr. Edward Walker went passenger in her. I heard that our journey into the interior was fortunately deferred for a day or two. My friend Lieutenant E. Belcher of HMS Blossom called on me today, as did several other gentlemen. Tuesday, 29, Captain Lyne called to inform me that he had determined on proceeding to the interior the following day. I therefore busied myself in preparing for the journey. Among the few articles of which I stood in need were a jacket and pantaloons, which I was obliged to purchase ready-made at a store of English slop goods, the English tailors here being too consequential to accommodate any one on an emergency. Wednesday, 30, I took leave of my friend and fellow passenger, Mr. Fearon, to join Captain Lyne at Mr. Rainsford's and Rua Pescadores, from whose house we were to set out. Everything being ready, about noon we mounted our mules and formed a very respectable cavalcade. Our party for the interior, consisting of Captain Lyne, Mr. Sharp, Mr. A. Walker, and myself, with a train of loaded mules. We were also favoured by the escort of Messrs. Rainsford and Lewis on our first day's march. The latter gentleman is a Prussian Jew, and has amassed a considerable property in this country by dealing in precious stones, in addition to which traffic he has a general store at Gongo Soko. He is also a brother, a dealer in jewels, who lives at Villa Rica. How is it that other men cannot succeed so well as those of the Jewish persuasion? Is it that their intelligence, penetration, and discrimination are superior to other men? Or is it solely owing to their less scrupulous integrity? My own conviction has always been that want of success in any particular pursuit or profession has arisen in most cases out of an absence of that firmness which enables a man to reject the pleasures of the world and the world's frivolities for the sake of the one purpose to which he should rightly devote all his energies. When men practice a rigid course of self-denial in this respect, immolating all vain desires upon the altar of science or of interest, they seldom fail to attain the utmost point of their ambition. I found myself very weak, and much reduced by the low regimen which I had necessarily observed during the violence of my inflammatory cough. A blister had also been kept open on my breast during the whole time of my sojourn at Rio de Janeiro. This had only received its first dressing just before I mounted my mule, and I had not got clear of the city before the inflamed state of my chest so dried up the dressing that the irritation produced was like a red-hot iron applied to the surface. This torture I was compelled to endure for more than 3 hours before I could obtain any relief. About 4 o'clock we arrived at Venda Nova, or Traja, also known by the name of Willis's, it having been kept by an Englishman of that name. It was much patronized by the English, who frequently made excursions of pleasure to this place, distant from Rio de Janeiro 4 Brazilian leagues, or 16 English miles. We were well supplied here with provisions, but our lodgings were of a very inferior description, all the party, excepting myself, being literally and actually necessitated to exclaim, "My lodging is on the cold ground." The only imitation of a bed place was considerately resigned to me. It consisted of a crib in a small room no larger than a closet. However, as the horizontal position still continued most distressing to me, a bed of down could not have procured me repose, for I do not think I ceased coughing for 3 consecutive minutes the whole night, and it was no small aggravation to my misery to know that I was the means of disturbing all my friends in the next apartment. Under these circumstances I heard the summons for preparation at a very early hour with infinite satisfaction, and ill as I was, though the morning was extremely raw and cold, I rejoiced to find that we were all in the saddle before daylight, 5:30. Mr. Rainsford on his return to Rio de Janeiro, and our own party for the mine country. Soon after noon we arrived at Manganga, a distance of 4 leagues, 16 miles, having passed over a very level country, where the heat of the day was equal in intensity to the cold of the morning, the thermometer being at one time upwards of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. This change was to me delightful, as heat agrees with me at all times, and more particularly while suffering from an indisposition, the prevalent symptom of which is a sensation of chilliness. I found my strength very inadequate to bear much fatigue. Our accommodation, however, was better to-night than the preceding one, and Captain Lyon, being well known on the road, acquainted with the language, and a man of very agreeable manners, we found every one ready to do their utmost to serve him, especially the fair sex. In speaking of the fair sex, or rather in this case the female, but not fair, a pretty young negress came to solicit charity for the purpose of enabling her to make up a sum of money to purchase half her freedom, the other half having been left as a legacy by her deceased master. This is doing things by halves with a witness. Who would have thought of such piecemeal generosity except a thrifty Brazilian Portuguese? Friday, August 1, soon after daylight, we set off again with our whole party, and at 11 we rested a short time to refresh ourselves at a venda, which stands at the foot of a rugged and precipitous range, called the Serra Santa Ana, or St. Anne's Mountain, which we afterwards passed over, and arrived about 3 o'clock at a respectable farmhouse in the village of Beautéis, where we remained for the night, having travelled 4 leagues today. Captain Lyon called my attention this afternoon to the note of a bird in a wood, when passing over the mountain, named the Ferreirinho little blacksmith, from the resemblance of the note to the ringing sound of a smart blow from a small hammer on an anvil, terminating in a sharp whistle. Saturday, too, notwithstanding the inconvenience I had suffered during the journey of the 2 preceding days, I felt an increase of strength and an abatement of my cough. Fortunately for me, we passed the night in a warm valley, and did not start this morning till 9 o'clock, from which time our journey over the mountain proved very pleasant, for it must be remembered that this is the winter season in this country, and that the coldness of the nights continues unabated until the rising sun begins to exert its influence. We left Mr. A. Walker with the loaded mules to follow, Captain Lyne being anxious to proceed at a quicker rate. Almost immediately after leaving the farm we began to ascend the Alto de Serra, where in some places a false step of the mule would have precipitated both the animal and its rider into one of the fearful chasms that occasionally yawned beneath our path. We were frequently placed in very awkward situations, for we met with several caravans of loaded mules, which were generally conducted by the voices of the muleteers, who dash on at a fearless rate; and in some of these passes, at the imminent risk of overturning the travellers whom chance places in their way, I was frequently obliged to jerk my foot suddenly out of the stirrup, and allow my leg to pass behind on the back of the animal on which I rode, to avoid these unceremonious assaults, while on the opposite side I was pressed against the rugged surface of an overhanging ridge. When we arrived at the top of the mountain, we made a halt at a blacksmith's shop for the purpose of getting Captain Lyne's mule blood, the muleteer having declared that he had the pest. But the word pest appertains here to all sorts of animal ailments. For example, there was a fowl sick at this place, and on asking what was the matter with it, we were told that it had the pest. The fowl's disease proved to be the pip. Indeed, this convenient word pest was indiscriminately applied to all diseases which the people did not understand. It reminded me of La Fleur in the Sentimental Journey, who, when he could not get his horse to pass the dead ass, cried peste as the dernier ressort of his vocabulary of exclamations. In the afternoon we made a short halt at a venda within 12 miles of Beautéis to refresh ourselves, which was kept by an Englishman named John McDill, who had formerly lived at Gongo Soko with Captain Tregoning. He had recently settled here on a small estate which he was clearing for a coffee plantation. About sunset we crossed the Rio Paraíba, or over a long wooden bridge about a mile, beyond which we put up for the night, where we had but very indifferent accommodations. We had ridden 5 leagues or 20 miles to-day. Sunday 3, we set off at 5 this morning, and arrived at the town of Valencia at 9, where we stopped for breakfast. Nearly all the inhabitants of the town collected to comment upon us, and it so happened that I was the principal object of curiosity in the whole group. This unlooked-for distinction arose from 2 circumstances: first, my wearing a long beard, and secondly, my blindness. These peculiarities produced numberless exclamations as, how could I travel? Why did I travel? Why did I wear a long beard? Was I a padre or a missionary? And so forth, until they became so pressing that we were glad to get housed with closed doors to keep these troublesome inquisitors at a respectful distance. I can well understand that a simple people whose experience is limited to their own habits, and who have never had an opportunity of intermixing with other nations, must have been startled by the novelty of a beard, but their astonishment at the sight of a board was not greater than mine, on discovering that they were destitute of an appendage, which in the torrid zone is at once an article of luxury and utility. The people of the East invariably wear beards, not merely as a national custom, but as a matter of necessity, and for my part I can testify that I found it an indispensable protection to the neck and the lower part of the face. After a day's journey, the luxury of immerging the face in cold water, leaving the beard half dry, was most refreshing, the evaporation producing a very reviving and agreeable effect. In addition to my beard, I had the farther protection of a broad-brimmed straw hat, the crown of which was deeply wadded with cotton wool, and which completely screened me from the piercing rays of a tropical sun. Having occasion for some castor oil, I sent to an apothecary to procure it, which amused the people exceedingly, who declared their astonishment at our simplicity in sending to a doctor for an article so common here, that it is generally used for lamp oil, and to obtain which it is only necessary to gather the beans from the plant, which grows wildly and luxuriantly in this country, and express the juice in the ordinary way. Soon after leaving Valencia, we passed a venda kept by another countryman of ours, but we did not stop there, being anxious to reach the town of Preta before night. About sunset we arrived at Rio Preta, or Black River, passing over a long wooden bridge to the town, where we waited for the authorities to have our passports, etc., examined, which we had previously procured at Rio from the Minister of the Interior. We had now entered the minus Gerais, or mine country, the opposite bank of the river, forming the boundary of the province of Rio de Janeiro. Every package was examined, and a duty demanded for each article of merchandise, etc., excepting our personal baggage. After this ceremony, we proceeded to a house where they were accustomed to receive, I cannot say accommodate, travelers, for its appointments and arrangements were neither elegant nor convenient, and the host, an old man with a young wife, was by no means civil. Attentive he was to the most minute point of etiquette, and somewhat more attentive than agreeable, for he watched us with the most pertinacious vigilance, in order that we might have no opportunity of conversing with our pretty hostess, whom he closely followed about with looks of angry jealousy, while she prepared our supper. It was truly pitiable to observe the misery the old dotard endured every time his wife entered our apartment, constantly fidgeting at her elbow and scrutinizing suspiciously every look that passed between her and her guests. His fears served us for a jest, however, and produced a vein of jocularity that reconciled us to our earthen flooring, upon which some of our party were doomed to seek repose for that night. We had made the longest journey today of any since we left Rio, having traveled 28 miles. This is also the largest town we entered since leaving Rio, and had once been a place of considerable importance. End of chapter 14, Part B. Chapter 15 of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advantages of early traveling. Funel, a traveler stopped at a widow's gate. Bright eyes and breakfast. Smiles and sighs. The Fish River. Cold lodgings. Foul massacre. Bad ways. Gigantic anthills. The Campos. Insect warriors. Insinuating visitors. Tick. The Simpleton. Bur Tioga. A drunkard, cold shoulders, mud church, feasting and fasting, or the fate of Tantalus. Method in a slow march, gentlemen hungry and angry, no accommodation for man or horse, a practical bull, cur tomi, hospitable treatment at grandee, horse dealer, a chance purchase, bivouac, mule kneeling, sagacious animal, quilos, a mist, gold washing, or a bronca, hazardous ascent of the Serra d'Ora Banca, Topaz District, a colonel, the host, Capoa, jigger hunters, mineralogical specimens, mortality of animals, pasturage, account of Ora Preta, gold essayed, halt, journey resumed, arrival at Gongo Soko. Monday, August 4, 1828. Our muleteers had no small trouble to collect their animals in readiness for us to start at the appointed time, 4 in the morning. Indeed, they had been full 2 hours beating about the bush to get them together. Fortunately, however, these men go to rest so early that they think little of getting up in the middle of the night to collect and load their mules, which is a common occurrence, as an early start is desirable for both man and beast, because 2 hours traveling before sunrise is not half so fatiguing as 1 hour after it. The muleteers are also glad to promote any measure that will enable them to complete their day's journey before sunset, and they may get their supper and go to rest so soon as it is dark, which in this tropical region is always at an early hour. Between 9 and 10 we arrived at a venda called Funel, where we breakfasted on eggs and milk, standing at a counter, there being no other apartments in this small habitation except the bedroom of a pretty young black-eyed widow, who was laughing and flirting with our party the whole time we remained. Having made but a third of our intended day's journey, we were obliged to tear ourselves away from the interesting widow's fascinations, greatly to the annoyance of some of my companions, who would fain have prolonged the pleasure of her agreeable trifling. But malgré the loves and the cupids, with the accompaniments of beauty's witcheries, we were obliged to press forward towards our quarters for the night, which we proposed to take up at a house called Rosa Gomez, 6 leagues from Funel and 9 from Villa Preta, making 36 miles today. About a mile or 2 before we arrived at Rosa Gomez, we passed the Fish River. Tuesday, August 5, we endured a very cold and comfortless night in bad quarters, where had it not been for the exertions of our own people, who were obliged to knock down a few wretched straggling fowls for our use, we should not have been able to procure anything either for supper or breakfast, except a disagreeable mess of flour and water. The thermometer at daylight this morning was so low as 45 degrees Fahrenheit, which temperature we all felt keenly, especially as we had nothing but our cloaks for our night covering on cold and comfortless cane couches. However, we did not set off till near 8 o'clock, and after the sun rises the warmth rapidly increases. We made but a short journey today, of 2 leagues and a half, for the roads were rugged and precipitous, and intersected by several abrupt and broken streams, so that we were obliged to be extremely cautious in our progress, and chary of the services of our mules. We passed some very large ant hills today, from 8 to 12 feet in height, the summits of which form excellent arches for the tops of ovens, while slabs cut out of the more solid parts serve for the ends and sides. Wednesday, 6. We set out at daylight, leaving the woody country behind us and entering on the campos or downs, where our annoyances from the insect tribe commenced, the brushwood here being infested by tick and other tormentors, who mercilessly attacked our whole party, mules included, insinuating themselves imperceptibly into our sleeves and pantaloons, when burying their heads in our flesh and feasting on our blood. They made us acutely sensible of their presence by the intolerable irritation they produced, and from which we had no means of escaping until the hour of disrobing for the night. After travelling 3 leagues, we stopped at a village called Souza, where we took breakfast, the comfort of which meal was, however, destroyed by the importunate absurdities of an old man, half lunatic, half simpleton. After breakfast we proceeded to Bertioga, 3 leagues and a half, where we put up for the night. Soon after our arrival several people came hastily to Captain Lyon to complain of an Englishman who was very drunk, and had been making a great disturbance in their house. On inquiry, the offender proved to be a blacksmith on his way to Gongo Soko. He had been engaged by the agent for the company, and sent off from Rio 36 days previously, which time he had wasted in drunkenness and idleness, having only completed 40 leagues of his journey. Captain Lyon consequently ordered him to return to Rio, as the specimen of ill conduct already given showed him to be unworthy of being received into the company's service. Our accommodations to night were much as usual, mud floors, and our cloaks for a covering. Total 6 leagues and a half today. Thursday, 7. We set off before daylight, which did not agree very well with me, the morning air being still too keen for my lungs, which, with a pain in my side, made me very unwell today. About noon we stopped at a farmhouse in a village called Os Ilhos. There was a church in progress here, the walls of which they were building with mud. After refreshing ourselves and our mules for about an hour, we resumed our journey toward a large farm called Baroga, having made 24 miles today. My companions fared sumptuously, as we had brought a turkey with us from our last resting place, and with the addition of a roasting pig it made the grandest feast imaginable, and far exceeded anything we had met with since we left Rio de Janeiro. However, it proved a fast to me, as I was obliged to take medicine and leave them to their enjoyment. Our host and hostess were plain, honest, good farming people, and appeared desirous to do everything they could for Captain Lyon, but for all that they could not be roused out of their accustomed methodical manner, and the preparation of our meal was to them a business of serious delay and labour. And all entreaties were vain, for they promised and promised again, but still go on the same. My friends, therefore, were compelled to take policy for their counsellor and patience for their remedy. The most provoking part of the affair was that they were expected to consider themselves obliged by the condescension of their hosts in undertaking upon any terms to minister to their necessities. Consequently, there was no possibility of giving utterance to any hasty feelings of impatience, no opening for those little outbreaks of anger so common to hungry gentlemen. These, might they have been indulged, would have amused as well as comforted the sufferers, but unhappy travellers, they were compelled to let keen hunger, like a worm in the bud, feed on their inner man. Here, however, our accommodations were quite superior when compared with what we had found at other resting places. Indeed, they did not profess to accommodate travellers, an assurance which is, I presume, intended to reconcile the guests to such reception as they choose to give. But if these people are unwilling to profess, they do not allow their scruples to limit their expectations. These are always directed towards a recompense, which they are just as eager to receive as those who accord more to the convenience of the stranger. Their curiosity is also unparalleled, and when you dismount you are received with a string of questions respecting your health, where have you been, the news of Rio, whom you have met on the road, who are expected to go up or down the country, etc., etc. Having obtained all the information your patience will grant, they at length begin to consider what provision they can make for you, and generally commence operations by slaughtering a few fowls, or sometimes a turkey or a roasting pig. Then a large pot of water must be boiled to dip the fowls in, by way of removing the feathers in the most expeditious manner. A practical bull, for if they plucked the birds the moment they were dead, and before the body was allowed to cool, the process would be completed in less time than they could boil the water. After this preparation they proceed with their tedious cookery, all of which is conducted in an equally awkward manner. Sometimes after arriving in the evening, tired and hungry, 3 or 4 hours elapsed before any knives and forks were put on the table, or any other visible progress made in the arrangement of our meal. And not unfrequently my companions gave the matter up in despair and resigned themselves to sleep, while all were completely worn out with waiting long before the dinner appeared. Friday, 8. We set out at daylight, and about 10 miles distance we stopped a short time at a farmhouse named Kurtomi. We then proceeded 10 miles further to Grandee. Just before we arrived at this place, about 4 miles and a half distant, the road from Rio over the Campos, and the Caminha Real, or Royal Road, from Porta de Estrela meet, forming one main road from hence into the interior. We stopped at a large house which belonged to very civil people, where we were well lodged and very hospitably entertained. Saturday 9, we had a comfortable breakfast before we set off this morning, and I felt much recruited today. We had also all the advantage to be derived from the warm rays of the sun, as we did not start till near 8 o'clock. In the course of our journey this forenoon, we met a horse dealer with a train of horses on his way to Rio, when Mr. Sharp took a fancy to one, and purchased it for 36 milreas in silver, something less than £5 sterling. From being purchased in this accidental way, I suggested that the animal ought to be named Chance, to which his master assented, in consequence of our wishing to avoid a disagreeable old fellow who kept a venda on the roadside. We proceeded a short distance beyond his domicile, and having previously provided our refreshment, we sat down near the bank of a river to partake of it at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On our journey afterwards, my poor mule was so thirsty that he ran to a little stream by the roadside to drink, but as he could not conveniently reach it standing, he very quietly went down on his knees, upon which hint I, of course, dismounted until he had finished his draught. This mule was the most docile, intelligent animal I ever rode, and it was a knowledge of these good qualities that induced Captain Lyon to appropriate him to my use. I was frequently considerably in advance of the party, without feeling any apprehension about my safety, from the perfect confidence I reposed in the mule's sagacity. About 5 in the afternoon we arrived at the town of Quelos, where we were well lodged, had good fare, and where the excellence of the bread was quite remarkable, being superior to any I had tasted in the Brazils. This town gives the title to a marquis, but it is not of any importance in other respects. Sunday 10, we started long before daylight, and for 2 or 3 hours rode through a mist as cold and dense as a November one in England. But after the sun had gained sufficient power to disperse it, the day was proportionably hot. We this forenoon passed the first gold washing place of any consideration, which has, however, long since been abandoned for others more profitable. About 11 we arrived at the village of Ora Branca, so called from the light colour of the gold procured here. The gravel or sand of every stream henceforward produces a greater or lesser proportion of gold. The owner of the house where we refreshed had a collection of mineralogical specimens which interested Captain Lyon very much, he being himself a collector. At about a league distance we commenced the ascent of the Serra d'Ora Branca, which was almost impracticable even for our mules. It is so steep and difficult that it is the universal custom to dismount, to which I believe I formed the only exception, an undertaking of considerable hazard to ride either up or down this mountain. At about a league beyond the summit, on the opposite opposite side we entered what is called the Topaz District, where we soon passed many washings for topazes, and put up for the night at the celebrated one of Capua, where we were not very well entertained, although the proprietor of this venda was a colonel in the Brazilian militia. It is the general custom while traveling in this country for the inhabitants to bring you a panella, or large bowl of hot water every night when you are going to bed, for your feet, and it is usual to have a black man in attendance for the purpose of examining the feet and extracting the jiggers with a needle, at which operation they are very expert. Monday 11. Although our journey on this day was only intended to be 3 leagues to the imperial city of Ouro Preto, Black Gold, the Villa Rica, rich city of the maps, capital of the mining districts, we set off at daylight and arrived about 10 at the house that is kept for the use of the Gango Soko Mining Company. The gold that is collected at the Gango Soko mines is sent from time to time to the mint at this place, where it is assayed and melted into bars, the government reserving a tax of 25% before it is suffered to be transmitted to Rio. On leaving Capua this morning, we visited several mud huts in the village and neighborhood in search of those mineralogical specimens which are commonly known in this country by the name of raridades. During our route, but more especially before we arrived at the Campos, not a day passed without our meeting droves of oxen and pigs, as well as many troops of loaded mules, with coffee, cotton, sugar, etc., all proceeding from the interior for Rio. And our olfactory nerves were not unfrequently assailed by a very offensive odor arising from dead animals, principally oxen, among whom there is usually a great mortality on these journeys in consequence of excessive fatigue from traveling 500 or 600 miles, as also from the bad and insufficient pasturage they find on their road. When these unfortunate animals sink down under their sufferings, they are left to die and putrefy on the spot where they happen to fall. These cattle are chiefly brought from the Sertão, which is a wild country beyond the mountains of the gold district, intervening between it and the diamond district, which is a fine pasture country, but with few habitations. The term Sertão, however, is general all over the interior of Brazil for inland places unredeemed by culture. Ouro Preto is the most considerable town that we have yet met with, and it owes its respectability and extent to the circumstance of its being the town residence of the proprietors of gold mines, dealers in precious stones, etc., and there is an imperial mint with a government assayer settled here for the purpose of examining all the gold produced from the mines, causing it to be melted and stamped, and a duty of 25% taken from it for the government. This duty had, a short time previous to my visit, been reduced to 10%. For Brazilian subjects, the government, however, continued to exact 25% from Gango Soko, or the Imperial British Brazilian Mining Company. Although in their charter from the Brazilian government it was understood, if not expressed, that the company should be allowed to work their mines on the same terms with the Brazilians, however advantageous those terms might happen to be. At the time the charter was granted, the Brazilians paid 25%, but after their neglecting several mines, they petitioned the government for a reduction of duty on the plea that it was too high to allow them a profit on their expenses. The government, upon this application, consented to receive only 10% from their own subjects, but absolutely refused to accord to the British Mining Company any reduction of the original duty. Captain Lyon found it necessary to pass a couple of days here to transact some business. This proved a seasonable rest, particularly for our mules who had been worked 15 days in succession. Tuesday, August 14, we this morning renewed our journey for Gango Soko, and immediately on leaving Ouro Preto began to ascend the Ferreira Iron Mountain. After having rode over the top of it for about 6 miles, we descended by a very steep and dangerous road, the bed of a great part of which was composed of ironstone rock. Very few persons ever ventured to ride down it, for in case a mule should lose its footing, both the animal and its rider would be hurled down a precipice so gigantic that the state of their remains could not even be ascertained. Our mules were at times on their haunches, actually sliding over the rocky surface of the road, and although Captain Lyon had travelled this path several times, he had never ventured to ride down it before, but not knowing any better way to manage me and my mule than by allowing us to follow him mounted down the hill, he most kindly braved the danger for my sake, and I resigned myself to the intelligence of my mule, who very soon assumed the entire control of his own conduct, shaking his head whenever he felt the reins tighter than convenient, and picking his way with all imaginable care. I always found, when the ground appeared uncertain, that the sagacious animal would pause, and putting out his foot, discover by scratching whether the ground might be trusted before he would advance a step further. After leaving the mountain, we arrived at the village of Antonio Ferreira, which is 10 miles from Ouro Preto. At this village the company have some landed property which they intended to mine, but they had not yet commenced their operations. From thence we passed on to Inficionado, where the company have another estate, Sete Preta. The road from Antonio Ferreira to this place was very hilly and circuitous, as well as very bad in particular places. We arrived about sunset, and got comparatively well lodged by some of the company's servants who reside here to look after the estate. It had produced a little gold, but the quantity was not considered sufficient to induce them to prosecute their operations, and the people were consequently ordered to return to Congo. Friday, 15, we breakfasted with Mr. and Mrs. Bilden, one of the clerks of the Congo establishment, and about 9 miles distant we stopped to refresh at the village of Catas Altas, where we had tidings by an avant courier from Congo that the heads of the mining department were on their way to receive their chief, Captain Line, at Brunado, which is about 12 miles from the establishment, and we accordingly met them. After an exchange of civilities, we all proceeded in grand cavalcade towards Congo, Lieutenant Tom of the Navy, Lieutenant Governor, and myself leading the way. On our arrival we were received with cheers and gratulations from all the individuals in the establishment, and the day concluded by an entertainment to the officers given by Captain Line at the Government House. Having arrived at this point of my journey, which brings me to a new and interesting scene, I pause to look back upon the past and to prepare for the future. The traveller must rest in his book as well as in his route, and bespeaking the reader's favour for the sequel of my adventures and researches in the gold mines, I take my leave for the present, hoping that the perusal of my discursive journal may prove but one half as entertaining to others as the consolatory resource of producing it has been pleasurable to myself. End of chapter 15. End of A Voyage Round the World, Volume 1, by James Holman.